Session is called to order. All please rise for the Philippine National Anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupit, di ka pasisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong paghaw, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdidinig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng marami pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga apil, at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Please remain standing for a minute of silent prayer and meditation. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we call the roll of members. So moved.
The Secretary General is directed to read the call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. Honorable Representatives Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Omentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Bilyones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bungalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Rosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jean, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Tunggalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo Siti Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enciso, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Cortez, Frasco, Fresnedi, Puentebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Rico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lakson, Lakson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Limkaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikiz, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marinho, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri, Mr. Speaker, the roll call shows that 311 members responded to the call.
With 311 members responding to the call, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the department of the approval of the journal of the previous session. So move.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed with the reference of business and that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as committee reports and communications. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as messages, communications, and committee reports for referral to the appropriate committees.
Bills on first reading. House Bill 6578, granting Philippine citizenship to Won Sok Hyo by Representative Villar.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 6590, declaring February 13 of every year as a special non-working public holiday in the city of Parañaque, Metro Manila by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 6591, creating the National Cacao Authority by Representative Horibata.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 6592, 6600, 6625 to 6629, creating bicycle-friendly community lanes on certain barangays of Quezon City by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 6601, establishing a DSWD regional warehouse in every region of the country by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Social Services.
House Bill 6602, granting a 50% discount from funeral services to indigent families and free funeral services to extremely poor families nationwide by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Poverty Alleviation.
House Bill 6603, upgrading the Butuan Medical Center in Butuan City, Agusan del Norte into a Level 3 hospital to be known as Butuan General Hospital under the direct supervision and control of the DOH by Representative Aquino.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 6604, mandatorily creating the position of the Municipal General Services Officer by Representative Pimentel.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 6605, declaring March 7 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of Santo Tomas, province of Batangas, to be known as Araw ng Santo Tomas in commemoration of its founding anniversary by Representatives Reyes and Collantes.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 6606, declaring September 27 of every year a special non-working holiday in Santo Tomas, Batangas, to be known as Araw ni Miguel Malvar or Malvar Day in commemoration of the birth anniversary of General Miguel Malvar by Representatives Reyes and Collantes.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 6607, declaring September 7 of every year a special non-working holiday in Santo Tomas, Batangas, to be known as Araw ng Lungsod ng Santo Tomas in commemoration of the anniversary of its cityhood by Representatives Reyes and Collantes.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 6609, changing the name of the Mindanao State University Buug Campus in Buug, Zamboanga, Sibugay to Mindanao State University, Zamboanga, Sibugay Province by Representative Palma.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 6610, changing the name of the Western Mindanao State University Diplahan Campus External Study Unit in Diplahan, Zamboanga, Sibugay to Western Mindanao State University Diplahan by Representative Palma.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 6611, establishing the Moncayo Multi-Specialty Hospital in Moncayo, Davao de Oro by Representative Zamora Maria Carmen.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 6612, providing social pension to OFWs who reach their retirement by Representative Sacaloran.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
House Bill 6613, mandating the institutionalization, development, training, organization, and administration of basic life support as part of curriculum in basic education among grade 12 students in both public and private educational institutions by Representative Saulog.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 6614, amending the Senior Citizens Centers Act by Representative Aquino Magsaysay.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 6615, institutionalizing a 5% budget allocation for senior citizens and PWDs from the internal revenue allotment of LGUs and at least 1% government agency budget of executive departments, agencies, bureaus, offices, commissions, state universities, and colleges by Representative Aquino Magsaysay.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens and the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
House Bill 6616, rationalizing the management of natural resources in the Camotes Islands, Cebu, declaring certain lands of the public domain as agricultural land open to disposition for agricultural, commercial, residential, industrial, and for other purposes by Representative Frasco.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 6617, renewing the franchise granted to Exodus Broadcasting Co., Inc. for another 25 years or a term that shall take effect on April 18, 2023 by Representative Del Mar.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
House Bill 6618, providing for the acquisition of material systems facilities, integrated military systems, and services by the Department of National Defense and its bureaus by Representative Alvarez Mercedes.
To the Committee on National Defense and Security.
House Bill 6619, further develop capability and establish expeditious transformation of the Department of National Defense and its bureaus by Representative Alvarez Mercedes.
To the Committee on National Defense and Security.
House Bill 6620, reinstating the mandatory ROTC for all students in all private and public universities, colleges, technical or vocational schools, and other similar learning institutions by Representative Alvarez Mercedes.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education and the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 6621, strengthening the employment rights of members of the reserve force of the AFP by Representative Alvarez Mercedes.
To the Committee on National Defense and Security.
House Bill 6622, institutionalizing a Philippine self-reliant defense posture program and promoting the development of a national defense industry pursuant thereto by Representative Alvarez Mercedes.
To the Committee on National Defense and Security.
House Bill 6623, establishing a special defense economic zone inside the government Arsenal Defense Industrial Estate located in Camp General Antonio Luna, Lamao, Limay, Bataan, creating the Special Defense Economic Zone Authority, SPEDEZA, by Representative Alvarez Mercedes.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs and the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 6624, mandating the construction and installation of a submarine electric distribution line from mainland Mindanao to Dinagat Islands by Representative Ecleo.
To the Committee on Energy.
Resolutions. House Resolution 631, congratulating and lauding Filipina athlete Heidelin Diaz Naranjo for winning 3 gold medals at the World Championships of the International Weightlifting Federation in Bogota, Colombia by Representative Miguel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 632, directing the appropriate House Committee to conduct an inquiry into the abrupt, unreasonable, and untimely increase of catastrophe insurance premium rates by Representative Lee.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 633, congratulating and commending Filipino weightlifting champion Heidelin Diaz Naranjo for winning gold in the women's 55-kilogram division of the World Weightlifting Championship held in Bogota, Colombia by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 634, directing the House Committee on Trade and Industry and Committee on Labor and Employment to conduct a joint inquiry on the National Employment Program of the Philippine Government by Representative Mendoza.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 635, calling on the National Wages and Productivity Commission to define the concept of family living wage in the Philippines and to determine its amount to provide guidance to the minimum wage determination of the regional tripartite wages and productivity boards by Representative Mendoza.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Resolution 636, commending Ms. Cecil Guidote Alvarez for being the only Southeast Asian awardee at La Mama Theater's remake, A World Gala in New York City by Representatives De Venecia, Maceda, Benitez, Singson Mihan, Delmar Arenas, Villarica Barba, Revilla Brian Velasco, Co Angelica Natasha, Veloso Tuazon, Aumentado, Rodriguez Rufus, Gomark, Gomez, Konghun, Frasco, Quaresma, Robes, Vergara, and Bolilla.
To the Special Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts.
House Resolution 637, expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives on the passing of Ms. Sylvia Latorre by Representatives De Venecia, Maceda, Benitez, Singson Mihan, Delmar Arenas, Villarica Barba, Revilla Brian Velasco, Co Angelica Natasha, Veloso Tuazon, Aumentado, Rodriguez Rufus, Gomark, Gomez, Konghun, Frasco, Quaresma, Robes, Vergara, and Bolilla.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 638, strongly urging the House through the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability to investigate the alleged legal acts of transferring the title to persons other than the registered landowners and titling of inalienable lands in Mandaue City by the Land Registration Authority Region 7, Register of Deeds Office in Mandaue City by Representatives Romero, Lacson, and Cardema.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 639, commending and congratulating Heidelin Diaz for capturing 3 gold medals in the snatch, clean and jerk events of the women's 55-kilogram division in the 2022 World Weightlifting Championship in Bogota, Colombia, becoming the first Filipino world champion in the event by Representative Mariano Hernandez.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 640, congratulating and commending Heidelin Diaz for her outstanding representation of the country for winning 3 gold medals in the 2022 IWF World Weightlifting Championships in Bogota, Colombia by Representative Hernandez.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 641, congratulating and commending Heidelin Diaz Naranjo for winning in the 2022 IWF World Championships held in Bogota, Colombia on December 5 to 16, 2022 by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 642, congratulating and commending 6 Ormocanon homegrown fencers for winning in the first Malaysian Fencing Federation (MINIM-ME) International Tournament 2022 held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia on December 1 to 4, 2022 by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 643, resolution congratulating and commending the Honorable Richard I. Gomez, representative of the 4th Legislative District of Leyte, for winning the silver medal in the 4th Federation International de Tir o Armes Sportive de Chasse Asian Sporting Championship and placing 4th in the 5th FIT-ASC Asian Compact Sporting Championship Senior Division held in Photaram, Thailand from November 16 to 20, 2022 by Representatives Ferdinand Martin, Daliped, Libanan, Marcos, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, and Isidre.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 644, urging the Committee on Women and Gender Equality and the Committee on the Welfare of Children to conduct an investigation on the alleged sex trafficking, rape, and physical abuse of women and children perpetrated by Kingdom of Jesus Christ founder Pastor Apollo Carion Kibuloy, as reported by United States authorities, by Representatives Brosas, Castro France, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 645, congratulating and commending the outstanding Young Men 2022 awardees by Representatives Co. Angelica Natasha and Isidre.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 646, expressing profound sympathies and sincerest condolences of the House to the family and people of the People's Republic of China on the passing of former Chinese President Jiang Zemin by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 647, resolution commending and congratulating Ms. Heidelin F. Diaz for winning 3 gold medals in the 55-kilogram women's weightlifting event during the 2022 World Weightlifting Championships held at the Gran Carpa Americas Corferias in Bogota, Colombia, by Representatives Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Daliped, Libanan, Marcos, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, and Isidre.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 648, resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House to the family of Richard Ricky G. Recto, former Vice Governor of the Province of Batangas and the brother of Deputy House Speaker Ralph G. Recto, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Daliped, Libanan, Marcos, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, and Isidre.
To the Committee on Rules.
Messages from the Senate. Message dated December 13, 2022, informing the House of Representatives that the Senate on December 12, 2022 passed House Bill 6224.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message dated December 13, 2022, informing the House that on December 12, 2022, the Senate designated Senators Legarda, Ejercito, Tolentino, Padilla, and Pimentel as members of the Philippine Congress Bangsamoro Parliament Forum pursuant to Senate Concurrent Resolution 5.
To the Committee on Rules.
Communication. Letters dated November 24, 25, and December 2, 2022 of the BSP Acting Deputy Director, Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, transmitting to the House of Representatives duly certified copies of certain BSP issuances.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Committee reports. Committee report numbers 239 to 245, submitted by the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill numbers 6660, 6661, 6663, 6664, 6665, 6668, and 6669, respectively. Committee report numbers 246 and 247, submitted by the Committee on Higher and Technical Education and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill numbers 6670 and 6671, respectively. Committee report number 248, submitted by the Committee on Agrarian Reform and the Committee on Appropriations on HB number 1863.
The aforementioned committee reports are referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we would like to acknowledge the guests of the Congresswoman of the 2nd District of Batangas, Representative Jervil Luistro. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the members of the Honorable Luistro are welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to announce their name, Mr. Speaker. So moved.
The Majority Leader may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, we'd like to welcome to the House Roninel Arenas, Remando Flores, Florencio Chavez, Joselito Bulanhagi, Angel Panganiban, Francisco Manalo, Cornelio Cantos, Emmanuel Cusi, Diosdado Villalobos, Teddy Casilo, Romualdo Silang, Richard Rosales, Florante Alcantara, Laro Malencio, Marcelo Caraan, Edmond Castillo, Romeo Mauhay Jr., Antonio Ariel Manalo, Epitacio Macaraig, Chofilo Comia, Joel Oliva, Arnold Panganiban, Crisante Mauhay, Rolando Bulanghagi, and Leopoldo Bagi. Mr. Speaker, these are the guests of the Congresswoman of the 2nd District of Batangas, Jorvil Luistro.
The members of the ERPAT, the Empowerment and Reaffirmation of Paternal Abilities Civic Organization, are welcome to the House of Representatives. We thank you for your visit. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 6608 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said measure. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved and the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 6608.
House Bill 6608, an act establishing the Maharlika Investment Fund, providing for the management, investment, and use of the proceeds of the fund and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of House Bill number 6608 is that we are in the period of sponsorship and debates. May we recognize, Mr. Speaker, the chairman of the Committee on Banks and Intermediaries, the Honorable Erwin Cheng.
The chairperson of the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries, the representative of the 5th District of Manila, the Honorable Erwin Cheng, is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are open to any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Bienvenido M. Abante of the 6th District of Manila for his interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 6th District of Manila, the Honorable Bienvenido M. Abante Jr., is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 5th District of Manila, the sponsor of the bill, yield to some clarificatory questions, Mr. Speaker?
Gladly, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, palagay ko tayo po dito sa Kongreso, alam na ang dahilan kung bakit tayo merong Maharlika Investment Fund. Subalit, ang taong bayan po ay dapat makaalam. At alam ko po na ito pong ating deliberation ngayon, hapong ito, ay nasa Facebook po ito at pinapanood ng libo-libo nating mga kababayan that should be able to understand the value and the importance of the Maharlika Investment Fund. So I would like just to ask the questions to our sponsor today to be able to explain to the people of our country. Sapagkat ito pong Maharlika Investment Fund, hindi naman para sa atin ito eh. Ito ay para sa ating taong bayan. Upang in the future, kung sakasakali, ay malaki may tutulong nito sa bayan ng Pilipino. Kaya sa unang tanong ko, Mr. Speaker, ay ito. Tatagalugin ko na. Ano po ba, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, ang Maharlika Investment Fund? Pwede ba nating ipaliwanag sa taong bayan kung ano po itong Maharlika Investment Fund?
Magandang gabi po, Mr. Speaker. Ang Maharlika Investment Fund po ay binubuo nating pondo na kinuha natin po from investable funds na mga GFIs natin, kagaya ng DBP at Land Bank at BSP. At ito pong pondo na to ay nilalaan natin para po gawing kapital sa mga negosyo sa loob at sa labas ng ating bansa. Maraming salamat.
pwede po bang maipaliwanag ng sponsor natin, Mr. Speaker, anong ibig sabihin ng investable fund?
Ang investable funds po, kagaya po ng sa DBP, ito po yung mga pondo na regular naman nilang ginagamit pang-invest at para kumita po ng interest. At hindi po to yung ginagamit nila sa pang-araw-araw na operation ng kanila pong institution.
Okay. Ay, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, bakit natin kailangan ang ganitong pondo? Bakit kailangan ng bansang Pilipinas, ng ating mga taong bayan, ang pondong ito? Talaga bang kailangan po natin ito? Bakit po?
Opo, kailangan po natin to kasi bukod po sa additional investment sa ating country, additional investment po sa infrastructure, ito po ay magbibigay din ng pagkakataon sa atin na makapag-ipon at kumita po at hindi lang po umasa palagi sa buwis na nakokolekta po natin.
Ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, na hindi lamang pinag-uusapan ditong infrastruktura, kundi ito rin, ang Maharlika Investment Fund, ay magpapasigla sa ating mga negosyante, sa ating mga ekonomiya, at maglilikha pa ng maraming trabaho at pagtiyak na meron tayong tinatawag na sapat na pagkain sapagkat bilang chairman po ng Committee on Human Rights, issue po sa human rights ang tinatawag nating food security. So ibig sabihin, ito pong Maharlika Investment Fund ay malaki ang maitutulong upang tayo po ay magkaroon ng kasapatan ng mga pagkain.
Tama po yun, Mr. Speaker. Bukod po sa infrastruktura at sa power generation, nabanggit din po ng ating mga speakers na isa po sa tutuunan natin ng pansin po ay ang agricultural industry natin para mapamura at makatulong din po sa ating magsasaka. Salamat po.
Mr. Speaker, nabanggit po na mayroong 70 bansa sa buong mundo ang merong SWF. Meron po tinatawag na Sovereign Wealth Fund. 70 bansa. At may ilang pong Sovereign Wealth Fund na nalulugi din naman sa particular na taon sapagkat sinabi nyo nga na ito po yung mga investable funds. So, ang tanong ko po ay ito, magiging epektibo ba sa ating bansa itong sovereign wealth fund na ito? At kung magiging epektibo po, ay pakibanggit na rin sa atin na ano po ba palagay nyo ang maaaring mangyari sa kinabukasan kapag itinuloy natin ang sovereign wealth fund na ito?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker. At maganda po ang sovereign wealth fund. At iilan lang naman po sa dami po ng sovereign wealth fund ang nagkaroon ng problema. Majority po ng mga sovereign wealth funds ay kumikita at nakakatulong po sa kanilang mga bansa. Kung tinatanong po natin kung ano matutulong nito, ito po ay magiging ipon po natin para po sa susunod na henerasyon natin. Salamat po.
Mr. Speaker, ito pong pondo sa tinatawag nating sovereign wealth fund, hindi po ito kinukuha sa buwis ng mga tao, hindi po ba?
Hindi po ito galing sa buwis, ito po ay galing sa mga investable funds ng GFIs, kagaya ng Land Bank, DBP, at BSP.
So, makatuwid, Mr. Speaker, may iwasan po natin na magpasapa tayo ng mga tinatawag nating taxation measures dito po sa atin, sa bansa po natin, sapagkat yung taxation measures na ito ay nangangahulugan na meron tayong kaukulang pondo para po sa ating pamahalaan in the future. Kaya ito pong sovereign wealth fund na ito, pwede ba maging kapalit po ito ng mga taxation measures na ating nais na ipasa dito sa atin sa Kongreso?
Hindi po natin masisigurado na magiging kapalit po ito ng ating mga taxation measures. Pero po, ang isa lang po masisigurado natin, hindi po ito kukunin sa ating mga taxes. at hindi po tataas ang ating taxes dahil dito sa Sovereign Wealth Fund. Maari pa nga po na dahil dito sa ating Sovereign Wealth Fund, sa kikitain natin dito, hindi na po tayo magtaas ng ating mga taxes. Salamat po.
Nabanggit po ninyo, Mr. Speaker, na sa atin pong Maharlika Wealth Fund bill ay mayroon po tinatawag na founding GFI. No? Ito po yung tinatawag nating government financial institution kung saan kukunin natin yung pondo ng Maharlika Wealth Fund. Pwede po bang sabihin ninyo para po sa benefit ng ating mga taong bayan kung ano po itong mga GFI na tinatawag po natin?
Yung tinatawag natin po, Mr. Speaker, na GFI, yung Government Financial Institution, dalawa po yung tinatawag nating founding GFI. Isa po doon ang LBP, Land Bank of the Philippines, na magbibigay ng 50 billion pesos at DBP na magbibigay po ng 25 billion pesos. Ang BSP po, hindi natin po tinawag na founding GFI dahil wala po silang representasyon sa operation at board po ng Maharlika Investment Corporation.
So, ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, hindi na natin kukunin yung initial fund dito sa ating GAA, no? Ay natin kukunin to. Wala po ito sa ating budget na ating ipinasa ngayon.
Opo, nang umpisa po, nagkaroon tayo ng provision sa GAA, pero during the committee hearing po, tinanggal po natin ito.
So, Mr. Speaker, alam nyo, may mga tanong na maganda po itong Maharlika Wealth Fund, no? Maganda raw po ito. Talagang very brilliant idea ho ito. Pero ang sabi po ng iba ay hindi pa sa tamang panahon. Ang sabi nila, opo, hindi po sa tamang panahon. Ngayon, ano po ba pagkakaiba na Maharlika Investment Fund sa ibang mga SWF na alam natin sa ibang bansa?
Halos pareho lang po siya, Mr. Speaker, pero meron kasi mga iba-ibang pinagkukunan. So yung sa atin po, kinuha natin po through the funding ng Land Bank of the Philippines at Development of the Bank of the Philippines at BSP po. Pero pagdating po sa mga investment, ang mga iba pong mga sovereign wealth funds ay diversified din po ang kanilang investment.
Okay, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sorry. Ano po itong mga investment na ito kung pwede kong itanong sa inyo para malaman po ng taong bayan natin na ito pong Maharlika Wealth Fund na ito na mga investable fund po ang gagamitin dito ay invest natin sa iba't ibang mga tinatawag nating produkto ng ating bansa kung saan magbibigay ng maraming trabaho sa taong bayan. Ano po ba itong mga to?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course po, kagaya po ng naririnig natin, ang priority po ng ating Maharlika Investment Fund ay mag-invest po sa infrastruktura na makakatulong po sa ating bansa. Pero bukod doon, marami po din tayong allowable investments na binigay po sa Maharlika Investment Corporation. Una-una po, cash foreign currencies, metals, fixed income instruments, domestic and foreign corporate bonds, listed or unlisted equities, whether common, preferred, or hybrids, Islamic investments such as sukuk bonds, joint venture or co-investments, mutual exchange traded funds invested in underlying assets, commercial, real estate, and infrastructure projects, loans, guarantees to other participation into joint ventures or consortiums with Filipino and foreign investors, at lastly po, other investments as may be approved by the board.
Mr. Speaker, alam nyo, ang isang katanungan po ng taong bayan natin, alam nyo siyempre, tao rin po ang magpapatakbo ng mga pondong ito at nais makilala ng taong bayan. Sino ba yung mga taong ito? Ito ba yung pagkakatiwalaan ba natin ito? Ito bang mga taong ito ay talaga namang magiging transparent, magiging accountable? So, sino-sino po ba ang magiging responsable sa pondong ito?
Ang magiging responsable po dito, Mr. Speaker, ay yung 15-man board natin headed by the Secretary of Finance. Bukod doon, sa 15-man board, meron po tayong 4 na independent directors na as we speak po, nire-ready lang po nila yung amendments para po magdagdag ng specific independent directors kagaya ng from the academe and the banking industry. Bukod doon, meron tayong advisory board na kasama po dito ang DBM at kasama din dito ang NEDA. Aside from that, I think meron din po tayong mga amendments na para idagdag doon ang Philippine Stock Exchange President. Aside from that, meron din tayong internal auditor, meron tayong risk management committee, at meron po tayong COA, at meron po tayong Senate at Congress joint
Oversight committees. Ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, na meron tayong sapat na mga ahensya na talagang magbabantay dito sa Maharlika Wealth Fund.
Opo, sinigurado po natin, sinigurado po ng mga authors na marami pong safeguard pagdating po sa paggamit ng pondo at kung saan po ilalagak. Salamat.
Okay, nakinig na po, Mr. Speaker, nakinig na po ang Kongreso sa taong bayan na huwag nang isama ang SSS at GSIS sa pagkukunan ng pondo para sa Maharlika Fund. Paano na ang mga miyembro nito sakaling malugi ang pondo? Hindi nakasama sila, di ba? Wala na.
Mr. Speaker, hindi na po sila kasama. Ang SSS at GSIS ay tinanggal na po during the committee hearing po.
Therefore, wala na po tayong institusyon kung saan ang institusyon na ito ay kinukuha sa contributions ng mga tao.
Wala na po, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, ito naman, napakahalaga po nito. Nabanggit po ninyo ang ibig sabihin ng Maharlika Wealth Fund, na napaliwanag po ninyo kung saan kukunin ng pondo, naipaliwanag po ninyo, Mr. Speaker, kung sino po ang responsable sa mga pondong ito. Siguro po ang isang pinaka-importanting tanong ay ito. How can we protect? Paano natin poprotektahan itong Maharlika Investment Fund sa korupsyon? Sapagkat alam nyo naman, sa ating bansa, napag-uusapan araw-araw ang korupsyon. And the thing is, there's no agency in this country that is actually exempt from any form of corruption. So ang tanong po dito, ganito, ito po bang Maharlika Fund na ito na makukuha natin, protected po ba ito laban sa korupsyon? And how do we protect this from corruption?
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Tama po. Aside from sa pagpili ng mga magagaling na mga executives na magpapatakbo ng ating investment fund, naglagay po rin ang ating mga authors ng mga penal provisions para po kung sakasakaling merong pong katiwalian, pwede po silang mahabla at magkaroon ng multa. Bukod po yun sa regular audit natin from the COA at sa oversight po natin.
Mr. Speaker, yun ang safeguards, di ba, sa sponsor. So, merong penal provision. Pakipaliwanag nga po sa ating taong bayan, itong penal provision na ito, kung halimbawa magkaroon ng tinatawag nating mismanagement dito, ano po ba ang ating maaasahan sa penal provision natin?
Sa penal provision po natin, pagka nagkaroon po ng malicious investments, yung 50,000 pesos to 2 million pesos at 1 year to 5 year na pagkakulong, actually po, pinapa-amiendahan na po to ng ating mga authors at ilalagay po natin po sa period of amendments ang mga mas mataas po na penalties dito po. Pero
Salamat
ito po
po.
yung minimum po. Minimum.
Salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Yun po ang concern ko sapagkat pag 1 year lang po yan, parang ordinansa ng LGU yan. Di ba? Pero pag nilakihan natin yan, talagang national law. Di ba? I mean, nais nating magkaroon tayo ng penalty clause, pero 1 taon lang sila paparusahan at ito lang pera ang bibigay nila. Aba, mas maganda pa ho yung ordinansa ng siyudad ng Manila, no? When it comes to that. Kaya't hinihiling ko po bilang huling katanungan, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, hinihiling po natin na Sana amyendahan po natin yung penal clause na lakihan na po natin ito. Talagang ipakita natin, ito, serious kami dito. Hindi namin pabayaan ito. We will protect this because this is for the people of our country.
Salamat po, Mr. Speaker, at asahan niyo po na pagdating po ng period of amendments ay sigurado pong maitataas natin po ang penal provision dito sa Maharlika Investment Fund.
Mr. Speaker, palagay ko nasagot po ng ating sponsor ang karamihan ng mga tanong na napakahalaga na dapat po malaman ng taong bayan natin. At palagay ko whatever questions na dumating pa rito, nauunawaan na po ng taong bayan natin, okay pala to, maganda pala to. Not only a brilliant idea, but one day, the Maharlika Wealth Fund will really be used for the sustaining of our country. Kaya't maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker at Mr. Sponsor, sa mga iyong sagot at nakikita ko po ng ang aking kababatang kapatid sa 5th District na Maynila ay napakahusay po na ipaliwanag itong Maharlika Wealth Fund na ito. Tama-tama po siya na siya ang maging chairman ng Committee on Banks and Intermediate Amendment. Salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Congressman Abante. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Representative Edsel Lagman of the 1st District of Albay be recognized for his interpellation. So moved.
The gentleman from the 1st District of Albay, the Honorable Edsel C. Lagman, is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, would the distinguished sponsor yield?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
May I first go to some preliminary questions? Distinguished sponsor, is there a counterpart bill pending in the Senate on the Maharlika Investment Fund?
We do not have a counterpart bill in the Senate, Mr. Speaker.
Why is this so?
Mr. Speaker, we are still waiting from the reply on Senator Mark Villar, the chairman on Committee on Banks in the Senate.
What reply is this, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Distinguished Sponsor?
Can you repeat the question, Mr. Speaker?
The distinguished sponsor said that we are still waiting for the reply from the chairman of the Committee on Banks in the Senate. What reply are we expecting?
Mr. Speaker, let me correct myself. He wishes to file a bill the same as ours, but we are still waiting for their final bill.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, why are we rushing the approval of this bill?
Mr. Speaker, I cannot answer for the Senate, but for the Committee on Banks, we already heard this bill, and it was approved. It was submitted to the rules.
I know.
Deliberation.
I'm just asking for purposes of the House, and not anymore at the committee level, because the committees had already submitted the committee report. What I am asking is, why is our House rushing the approval of this Maharlika Investment Fund?
As far as the, Mr. Speaker, as far as the sponsor is concerned, we are not rushing.
Oh, that's good to hear that we are not rushing the approval. So most probably I could defer my interpellation till our return after the Christmas break, because anyway we are not rushing this.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, since we're already in the period of interpellation, I am asking if we can still continue.
Okay. Well, yes. I am going to pursue my interpellation. I was just surprised when you said you are not rushing the approval of this measure so that we could approve this bill on second reading when we come back after the Christmas break so that the members of the House can individually dialogue with their constituents and explain to them the nature of this bill, the purposes of this bill, and most probably get inputs from their constituents whether they are in favor or against this measure. Anyway, is the Maharlika fund, investment fund, part of the medium-term fiscal framework which we approved?
According to the authors, it will support the medium term.
Now, that is not my question, Your Honor. My question is the Maharlika Investment Fund included or even mentioned in the medium-term fiscal framework?
Mr. Speaker, it is not part of the medium term.
It was not explicit.
It was not explicitly stated. However,
The MTFF is the right.
Mr.
I suppose the sponsoring chairman is being embarrassed by the coaching from his side. Most probably those who are coaching him can come forward and then answer directly my interpellation.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask for a 1 minute suspension?
You can have more than 1 minute, Your Honor.
Session suspended.
Di ba niya binabawas ano pa, no? Oras ko.
Mr. Speaker.
Session resumes.
Mr. Speaker, we would like to ask the Chairman Salceda to be recognized.
Vice Chair.
The Honorable Salceda is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm here as the Vice Chair of my chair.
I have a pending question.
Yes, Your Honor, in the MTFF, as it was initially approved here in the House, there were two things that were clear. One, no new taxes. And therefore, much of the growth will essentially come from the overall growth of the economy. So in order for us to achieve the growth targets as well as, of course, the budgetary requirements, this fund, in fact, was already discussed in the DBCC. And in so doing, that DBCC deliberation already makes the Maharlika Investment Fund part and parcel of the MTFF.
That does not answer my question, Mr. Speaker. My question is the Maharlika Investment Fund included expressly in the medium-term fiscal framework, which both the Senate and the House approved?
In the version that the House approved, no.
No. How about in the version approved by the Senate?
No.
No.
Bec-
Why is this so? Is it because it's a medium term and the Maharlika investment fund is supposed to be a long-term investment?
I think you're right, Your Honor. But I think each administration, there is both their economic as well as financial strategy would evolve in accordance to the demands of the global conditions as well as, of course, the domestic aspirations. So in simple language, Your Honor, I think the Maharlika Investment Fund is not only supportive, it's not only compatible, but in fact has become necessary after it went through the DBCC deliberation, where it was seen to be part and parcel of the overall financial strategy of the Marcos administration.
Well, may I know whether the DBCC was part of the preparation of the medium-term fiscal framework?
Very much so, Your Honor. In fact, the first MTFF that was approved here came from the DBCC, Your Honor.
If the medium-term, if the Maharlika Investment Fund was already deliberated by the DBCC, and the DBCC was principally the author of the medium-term fiscal framework, why is the Maharlika Investment Fund not expressly included in the medium-term fiscal framework submitted to us by the executive?
As you know, the MTFF was immediately announced by the President during his inaugural speech, and therefore the House, in support of that, approved the MTFF. Now, this is not just an afterthought, but it is a natural consequence of the fact of the strategy of the MTFF that it does not include any new taxes, which means essentially, Your Honor, that the government will resort to innovative financial mechanisms in order to finance the development objectives of this administration. So let me have two timelines. The first timeline is the DBCC approving the MTFF. The second timeline, Your Honor, is the DBCC approved the Maharlika Investment Fund.
May we know, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, whether in the President's first State of the Nation address, the Maharlika Investment Fund was mentioned?
No, Your Honor. As I've read it,
No.
looking for clues, but, Your Honor, much after the, well, I think in the spirit of transparency, during the formation stages or the organizational stages of this administration, coming up with the Sovereign Wealth Fund has been dynamically and robustly discussed since after the President was proclaimed in these very halls of Congress, among the core group, essentially, of the President, starting with our incumbent Speaker, Your Honor.
So, to both questions, the answer is no. Now, is the medium-term, is the Maharlika Investment Fund included in the 8-point agenda of the Marcos Jr. administration?
No, Your Honor, because the 8-point agenda is what will be financed by the MTFF. In short, Your Honor, the medium-term fiscal program is essentially in support of, in other words, the physical articulation in terms of targets, programs, as well as other objectives. The 8-point agenda, like green jobs, good jobs, more jobs, will essentially be financed by the MTFF. By the word, one of the words in the MTFF is fiscal, which means funding, Your Honor.
Well, the answer is again no. It is
Yes,
not.
that's right, Your Honor,
mentioned.
but it is a natural consequence.
Well, some more preliminary questions, Mr. Speaker.
Preliminary pa lang yan, ha?
I am just in my preliminary questions. May I know from the distinguished sponsor whether the Maharlika investment fund is a bank.
Nope.
No. Neither is it a financial intermediary.
In a way, yes, it is an investment fund. To the extent that it can borrow and invest, yes, it is in a position of intermediating borrowers and lenders, Your Honor.
Well, the classic example of a financial intermediary is a bank.
That's correct, Your
It
Honor.
is the middleman between the bank's depositors and the bank's borrowers.
Well, the central bank behind me would attest that it's a NBQB, essentially, a non-bank quasi-bank.
Let me give the distinguished sponsor some examples of financial intermediaries.
Pahabain niya to, ha?
Because I don't think the Maharlika Investment Fund is really a financial intermediary. The common examples are banks, stock exchanges, mutual funds, financial advisors, and insurance companies. And the medium term and the Maharlika Investment Fund is none of the above. Are we asking for a suspension, Mr. Speaker? Because my time is running,
Session suspended.
may I request that my time be suspended also?
Your Honor,
Session resumes.
I'm just asking for my source, Your Honor. Under the Wake Forest Law Review, pooled investment funds are financial intermediaries.
What is that authority? May we know, Mr. Speaker?
It is a handbook on the economics of banking, Your Honor. It's a handbook.
Who is the author of that book?
"30 seconds, Your Honor.
Session suspended.
Well, Your Honor, it's a handbook.
Session resumes.
Well, Your Honor, it's a handbook, but let me refer to a more, somewhere where we can all agree. And it's called OECD, which is, of course, composed of the basic economics. In its glossary of statistical terms, it refers to investment pools are institutional units that are organized as financial intermediaries.
Where in the bill is it found that the Maharlika Investment Fund or the Maharlika Investment Corporation is a financial intermediary?
Your Honor, it is an intermediary in the sense that the sources of funds are different from the uses of funds. In short, for example, in one of the sections there, it may allow private investors to come into the bank and into the fund, and the fund will essentially invest it in the asset classes that were enumerated, and therefore there is intermediation between those who have excess funds and those who need the funds. And therefore that is called intermediation.
In the concept of a financial intermediary, which is a middleman, the intermediary is not the investor. It facilitates investments, but it is not actually the investor. In the case of the Maharlika investment fund, the fund will be invested directly by the Maharlika Investment Corporation, not acting as an intermediary, but as a direct investor.
Your Honor, the owners of the MIF are still those that contributed the funds, not the MIF. Your Honor, the owners of the fund, to the extent of their contribution, like Land Bank at 50 billion, DBP at 25 billion, and to the extent that we are providing funds or allowing other to come into the bank, they are the real owners of the fund. And therefore, there is intermediation, and therefore, MIF is an intermediary because the MIF does not own the funds.
I will go to I will go to the legal ownership of the fund later. But I am asking this question, Mr. Speaker, because most probably this bill could have been referred to a more proper committee, like the Committee on Economic Affairs or the Committee on Trade and Industry. Would you agree, distinguished sponsor?
I think at this point, Your Honor, it is properly referred because it is the Committee of Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Does the Maharlika bill have an appropriation language?
None,
None. Why was it referred to the Committee on Appropriation?
because originally the idea was to put 25 billion from the GAA. Now, the committees, essentially the leadership or essentially the sponsors of the bill decided that it will not get budget from the GAA.
Well, as of now, the Maharlika bill does not have an appropriation language. It does not involve expenditures of the national government. Is that correct?
Yes, it does not have any expenditure of the national government, none.
Most probably, it was correct in a way that it was referred also to the Committee on Ways and Means.
Correct, Your Honor.
Of which the distinguished sponsor is the chairman. However, with respect to tax exemption aspect of the Maharlika bill, it is only provided for in one provision, and that is Section 30, and constitutes a small portion of the bill. Is this correct?
Yes, Your Honor, but again, because the other sources of the funds are funds that belong to the people, to the extent that these are dividends from Bangko Sentral, funds that come from PAGCOR, funds that come from other sources within the government. And therefore, since these are ways and means, not just tax exemptions, Your Honor. So even those provisions, Your Honors, went through our committee.
Let me just quote for the record, Mr. Speaker, the jurisdiction of the Committee on Trade and Industry, which reads, all matters directly and principally relating to domestic and foreign trade. which I suppose would include the activities and operations of the Maharlika Investment Fund as well as the Maharlika Investment Corporation. Then, with respect to the Committee on Economic Affairs, the jurisdiction reads, all matters directly and principally relating to economic development, planning, and programs. Again, I think the jurisdiction of the Committee on Economic Affairs would be pertinent to the operations of this projected Maharlika Investment Fund.
Certainly, Your Honor, we'll agree. I will agree that the comments of the Committees on Economic Affairs and Committees on Trade and Industry would enrich this bill. But with respect to the principal domain, I think, Your Honor, you're talking here about the behavior of the central bank, the behavior of the largest bank in the country, Land Bank, and another government bank called DBP. So, Your Honor, I think it's only proper that it goes to the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Now, let me go to my principal queries. In the explanatory note, reference was made to the Indonesia Investment Authority, or INA, as a model of the Maharlika bill. Is this correct?
May I ask for a repetition of the comment, Your Honor?
In the explanatory note, reference was made to the Indonesia Investment Authority, or what is known as INA, as a model of the Maharlika bill. Is this correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. What provisions in the Indonesian statute creating the Indonesia Investment Authority have been replicated in the Maharlika bill?
Because, Your Honor, that is the latest that's the latest, closest to the MIF that was issued by a sovereign, which is Indonesia, and therefore would help in elucidating and educating people on not just the commonalities but the differences between this and INA.
That's precisely the point. If there are commonalities or differences, and the creation of the Indonesia Investment Authority is proximate to the projected creation of the Maharlika Investment Fund, what provisions in the statute creating the INA are replicated in the Maharlika bill?
Ano? Your Honors, if I could only show, I have 5 pages of comparison. If, but, Your Honor, number one, the reporting to which authority?
May I just intervene, Mr. Speaker? I'm not asking yet on the comparison. I am asking whether what provisions in the Maharlika bill is patterned after the provisions of the statute in Indonesia creating the Indonesia Investment Authority. Are there or are there none?
There are, Your Honor.
There are. What are these?
The body representing the government, transparency, reports to which authorities, audit by the state auditor, internal audit, external audit, fiduciary responsibility of the board, and accountability for loss.
Those are motherhood statements, Mr. Speaker.
Precisely, Your Honor, I can show you
May I know?
how.
May I know whether the distinguished sponsor has a copy of the statute creating the Indonesia Investment Authority?
We can provide, Your Honor, at
My question is whether the distinguished sponsor has a copy of the pertinent Indonesian statute.
I saw it, Your Honor, I read it, but I don't have it.
Can we ask our resource persons whether they have a copy so that we can validate the statement of the distinguished sponsor that there are provisions in the Indonesian statute which are replicated in the Maharlika investment bill?
Your Honor, it's in Official Gazette number 67, 2007, Supplement to Official Gazette number 4724, Law of the Republic of Indonesia, number 25 of 2007 concerning investment in the name of, you want me to read all of it?
No.
In the name of Almighty God, President of Indonesia, considering A, to realize the impartial, prosperous community based on Pangkasila in the 1945. No, you know, Your Honor, I can give this to you. And
I am asking the questions, Mr. Speaker, and I just would like to know whether, one, the distinguished sponsor has a copy.
yes, I do.
Whether
But
he
it's
has
in-
read it, and then what are the provisions in the Statute of Indonesia which are replicated or copied in the Maharlika bill? That is all. That is my question.
Yes, Your Honor, as I've already mentioned,
If that is so, then can we refer to the Indonesian statute where these purported provisions were copied or from which these provisions were patterned?
Your Honor, may I just at least mention the typologies of topics, which essentially where we sort of paraphrased, or not paraphrased, at least emulated or approximated the Indonesian law that created INA, report to which authorities, body representing the government, transparency, audit by state auditor, meaning COA, internal audit and external audit, fiduciary responsibility of the board, account to the board. And may I apologize to His Honor if I could be given time in order to produce a 3-column comparison of the provision in INA and the provision in this bill, and the particular topic in which they are comparable.
When is that available?
Diyos ko, paano ba yan? 1 minute suspension. May I approach my fellow Albayano?
Session suspended.
I am always approachable.
Yeah. USB? Kaso wala yung specific provision ng gusto niyo. Kung kailan pa ako mag-graduate. Okay na? May English version ba? Thank you very much for,
Session resumes.
thank you for the spirit of solidarity of the people of Albay.
In college, we were taught the freedom to conform, but more importantly, the freedom to dissent. Now, may we know, distinguished sponsor, what are the major differences between the Indonesia Investment Authority and the Maharlika Investment Fund? Let's start with respect to the initial capital or assets of the funds.
Your Honor, with respect to funding, we are using BSP dividends and GFI investments. Indonesia was initially capitalized directly through GAA by $4.8 billion, which was subscribed through and transfer of state assets. And then they were able to raise through co-investments, private sector of almost 20 billion. Actually, the state infused an initial of 0.96 billion in cash on the first year.
Well, my research would show that the INA has 24.5 billion of assets at the start. That's correct.
That's correct. That combines the 20 billion in co-investors, mostly Islamic development authorities, plus the 4.8 billion of Indonesia's own budget.
Yeah. And if we translate that into pesos, that would be 1.364 trillion pesos.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. The INA seeks foreign funds as co-investors to finance Indonesia's economic development. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Before INA was launched, it received a commitment of up to 10 billion from global companies and agencies like the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation and the Japan Bank for International Cooperation. Is that correct?
We're sure about Japan, but the U.S., I'm not sure, Your Honor.
Okay. And the United Arab Emirates committed to invest in INA 10 billion pesos, $10 billion. Is that correct?
Correct.
Correct. May we know from the distinguished sponsor if there has been any global company or international agency which has committed to invest in the Maharlika Investment Fund?
Right now, Your Honor, none yet.
None.
But the President is on a marketing, has been marketing this fund ahead of its legislation.
It is instructive to know that before the INA was launched, it already got these firm commitments
Pledges.
from global and international agencies before it was launched.
That's correct, Your Honor.
That's correct. The authors of the Maharlika bill have stated that Senate Bill number 1212 of former Senator Paulo Benigno Bam Aquino, entitled An Act Establishing a Philippine Sovereign Wealth Fund, is a forerunner of the Maharlika bill. Is this correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
May we know what was the economic setting of the country at the time the Bam Aquino bill was filed compared to the present economic environment today?
During the time, we were growing by 6%, and there was no pandemic or its its aftermath or scarring effects, Your Honor.
In other words, to make a long story short, at the time this Aquino bill was filed, we had a better economic environment.
Unfortunately, Your Honor, our growth rate today is higher.
It's not only the growth rate, but there are other economic parameters which we should consider. But anyway, it is my impression, and I believe, that at the time this Bam Aquino bill was filed, creating a Maharlika fund, we had a better economic environment. Now, may we know what are the major differences between the bill of Senator Bam Aquino and the Maharlika bill?
Ang sinasabi niya, saan galing yung pera? Well, one, the funding is from GAA. Second, the target is 3% of GDP. At this point, that would be about 600 billion.
So the major difference is that the funding came from the General Appropriations Act to the tune of 200 billion. But there is another difference. How about with respect to the legal ownership of the assets of the corporation?
The legal ownership of the corporation under Bam Aquino shall be vested in the Republic of the Philippines.
Yes, that's under Section 5 of the bill.
That's correct.
How does it compare to Section 5 of the Maharlika bill?
Under the Maharlika bill, it is the ownership directly accrues to the contributors, Your Honor.
So it's not owned by the state, not by the government.
But there is a GOCC being created called the Maharlika Investment Corporation, which will manage the fund on behalf of the state.
Yeah, but no, I'm not talking about the management. I'm talking about the legal ownership of the fund. In the case of the Bam Aquino bill, the ownership belongs to the Republic of the Philippines, while in the case of the Maharlika bill, it belongs to the respective contributors.
Correct, Your Honor.
Why is this so? Why should it remain to be the contributors having legal ownership of the funds invested in the Maharlika Investment Corporation or fund?
Precisely because, Your Honor, the Bam Aquino version, the entire money comes from GAA, whereas here, the fund contributors are government-owned and controlled corporations who have also other claimants, like their depositors of Land Bank, of DBP. And at the same time, Your Honor, under SAP or the Santiago Principles, there needs to be an isolation between the political as well as, of course, the fund.
Okay. So we are just talking about safeguards on the independence of the fund.
Correct, Your Honor. That's why if you read the bill, what will immediately strike you that there shall be an independent Maharlika investment fund. The word independent.
That word independent is repeated all over the measure.
Correct, Your Honor.
We will go to that later. The original proposed contributors to the Maharlika Investment Fund, the GSIS and the SSS, have been deleted, and the total amount of 175 billion has been dropped. If no substitute funds are found, the starting capitalization of the Maharlika Fund is reduced to 75 billion. 50 billion from the Land Bank of the Philippines, and 25 billion from the Development Bank of the Philippines. Is this correct?
Plus, Your Honor, dividends from BSP.
Is this statement correct?
It's correct. It's correct that they are the first investor, but the funding of the MIF will also come from from the BSP in the tune of 35 billion on the first year and 70 billion on the second year.
That is still contingent, but I'm saying that at the startup of the Maharlika Investment Fund, it's only 75 billion.
To be correct, Your Honor, it will be 110 billion.
Why should it be 100?
Because I think the dividends of BSP is ready.
Well, when is it ready? According to the bill,
Because
that
it's
is still
based on the
projected.
prior, as you can see, Your Honor, if you read the bill, it is based on the prior year earnings.
yeah.
So in other
Can
words,
we
it's based
find?
on 2021, and therefore it can be computed and can be remitted, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, at the committee is going to make a committee amendment to that effect.
It's there, Your Honor.
No, it's not there. Well, there is no. This is still contingent. It is still contingent. What is there is the 50 billion from the Land Bank and 25 billion from the Development Bank of the Philippines. But with respect to the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, it's not yet there.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for the enlightenment. Because we're now 2022 December, and therefore the prior year would be 2022, since this is most likely to be approved by 2023.
Okay.
So, in other words, Your Honor, the BSP is here. They already have an estimate of exactly what they will make and how much they will remit as dividends, and that dividend is 35 billion, Your Honor.
Well, we'll have to come to that later.
We will refine the language, Your Honor.
Okay. But in any event, with the emasculated funding of only 75 billion, or roughly 1.339 billion US dollars, it appears that the Philippine Sovereign Fund is the smallest in the world. Is that correct?
Probably, yes, Your Honor.
Yes,
But,
it is.
Botswana?
Sovereign wealth funds
22.
are state-owned wealth funds, typically financed by a country's surplus revenues or reserves. Is this a correct statement?
Before, yes, Your Honor, but they have already evolved. Like New Zealand is not based on any resource. Australia is not based on any resource or excess funds or any budget surplus. In fact, they are on a deficit. Same with New Zealand. In other words, Your Honor, if there are investable funds and they are pooled and invested in investments that are essentially intergenerational in character, then they are called sovereign. They are pooled together. They are classified as essentially being sovereign wealth funds, Your Honor.
Well, what the distinguished gentleman, Mr. Speaker, is saying is that the statement that sovereign wealth funds are state-owned wealth funds typically financed by the country's surplus revenues or reserves is not an updated statement.
It is, there has been more exceptions, Your Honor.
But let me remind the distinguished gentleman that I am quoting verbatim from the explanatory note of the bill. You were the ones who said this.
Generally, I would say yes, Your Honor. But the concept of surplus there, Your Honor, may refer to investable funds.
I'm afraid that the authors of the bill are not faithful to the explanatory note, because I am quoting from the explanatory note. Anyway, does the Philippines have surplus revenues?
Come again, Your Honor.
Does the Philippines have surplus revenues?
In the GOCCs, Your Honor, but
Now, the country itself, the state, does it have, the Philippines, does it have surplus revenues? as of today?
Wala dito. Well, the national government is running deficits,
Deficit.
but our GOCCs are running surplus, and in fact, since I became congressman in 2016, annually they have been remitting dividends,
Yeah.
which is proof of surplus.
Yeah, but I'm not asking about the GOCCs. I'm asking about the government itself, the state. It has a fiscal deficit. How much is the fiscal deficit in absolute amount?
I don't know. The projection, Your Honor, is 987 billion.
Come again, Your Honor.
987
Billion.
billion.
As of October 2022, the deficit of the country was 1.11 trillion pesos. Can you please validate this figure?
Hindi ako makalabas eh. Your Honor, I think you're correct.
Okay, thank you.
So our actual target deficit this year is 6.7% of 21 trillion, which is our nominal GDP.
No, we are not talking about targets. We are talking
That's right, Your Honor.
actual, absolute
I'm
amount
trying to say
of
that you're
deficit.
right. But
Correct.
what I'm also
Thank
trying
you.
to say,
Thank
Your
you.
Honor,
Thank you.
is that from 2018 to 2021, our GOCCs have been in surplus. In 2015, it's 63 billion. 2016, 57 billion.
I'm sorry.
2017, 94 billion. 2018, 164 billion. In 2019, 131 billion surplus. In 2020, 103 billion. And in 2021, Your Honor, is 70 billion.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. The distinguished gentleman is not answering my question. I'm asking for the deficit, fiscal deficit of the national government, and he correctly confirmed that as of October 2022, it's 1.11 trillion pesos. Now, what is the percentage of this deficit to the gross domestic product, or its ratio to the gross domestic product?
Asan yung target? You're right, actually it's 1.1 trillion, and supposed to be 6.7.
It's supposed to be 6.5%
That's right. Full year.
ratio to the GDP.
That's right, Your Honor. But, Your Honor, the surplus exists in the GOCC, and that is what we're using for Maharlika, not from the GAA.
No, I'm asking for the government's deficit, because if we have this deficit, then we are bridging this deficit from loans we are contracting. And the money which the government should have, including those from the GOCCs, should be made available to rectify the present economic problem for human development, for infrastructure development.
That's correct.
Not for risky long-term investments. Now, what is the rule of thumb with respect to the deficit ratio to the GDP?
The rule of thumb there, Your Honor, is that it should be a downward sloping deficit. In short, Your Honor, by 2028, by the end of the term of President Marcos, it should be 3%.
No.
So the rule of thumb is that it should be downward sloping.
You know, projections can be flawed, and most of the times projections are errant. Now, I am asking, what is the rule of thumb with respect to percentage or ratio of the deficit to the GDP?
If you ask me, Your Honor, using the medallion model of sustainable public deficit, it should be about 4.5% of GDP.
And as of now, the deficit to GDP of the Philippines is 6.5%,
Yes, that's right.
higher than that standard.
But
Now let
may
me go
I-
to the debt stock.
Come again, Your Honor?
Debt stock,
13.7 trillion, Your Honor.
yeah, it's as of October 22, it's 13.641 trillion US dollars.
No, pesos.
Pesos. How about our debt service for 2021? How much was it?
The total debt service, $1.204 trillion, Your Honor.
Now, let me go to the escalating inflation rate. As of this month, what is the inflation rate in the Philippines?
8.0.
8.0. That was a great increase from January of this year, which was only 3.0%. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is our balance of trade situation?
Here, but hindi yan, card. Hindi. October lang yan. Yung year to date. In October, our trade deficit was 3.4 billion, Your Honor, but the year to date must be much higher.
Beg your pardon?
In October, Your Honor, our trade deficit was $3.4 billion, but I'm sure year to date, from January to October, it must be higher, much higher than.
So we have a very negative balance of trade. Now, on our GDP for 2022, what is our gross domestic product?
The growth is 7.6%.
That is as of third quarter.
That's right, for the third quarter,
And it is likely to be 6.5 annually,
annualized, Your Honor.
annualized. How about our Human Development Index with respect to health, life, knowledge, standard of living, etc.?
Latest,
The current, the latest Human Development Index.
our average is 0.718.
And what is our ranking in the world with respect to Human Development Index?
Your Honor, can you give me, without having to all keep asking for suspension? Out of
No, it might
116 out of 191.
we are ranked at 116
Out of 191.
out of 191. In other words, Hong Kong, number 4, outranks us. Singapore, number 12, outrank us. South Korea and Japan, number 19, outrank us. Malaysia, at 62, outranks us. And even Thailand, at 66, is better than us. So we are 116 in Human Development Index. What is the import of this ranking? May I know, distinguished sponsor?
The import of that, Your Honor, is in terms of health, literacy, income, hunger, nutrition. That means we are, in simple language, the quality of life, Your Honor, is lower.
Yeah. The quality of life is poor compared to the other ASEAN countries. Now, with respect to the corruption index, how do we fare?
May I ask for 1 minute suspension, Your Honor, to get the real numbers?
Yeah.
Session suspended.
I hope my time will also be suspended, Your Honor.
So, Speaker,
Session resumes.
we are number 105 out of 196. That's a little bit versus 102nd in the prior year.
Yeah.
Okay na yung score.
We are higher than Singapore, Hong Kong, and the average in the Asia-Pacific region. Well, that only show the concern of so many people that the Maharlika investment fund could be a magnet for corruption if we are not able to institute sufficient safeguards. Is that
Yes,
correct?
Your Honor. I agree, totally agree with you.
And what is our property index?
Property, real property index? Your Honor.
Poverty index.
It is 18.1%, Your Honor.
Yeah. That's a far cry from the target of 9%.
That's
by
correct, Your Honor, because of the
2028.
pandemic.
Now, you know, I'm asking these questions to underscore, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, that the Philippines does not have a revenue surplus, but it has a surfeit of negative economic indicators, which should remind us, Your Honor, that most probably it is not yet the time for us to create the Maharlika Investment Fund, because whatever amounts we have should be devoted to infrastructure and human development, so that we can improve all of these negative economic factors. Now, the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas is supposed to subsequently contribute to the Maharlika Investment Fund. May we again get the estimate of the initial contribution from the BSP?
35 billion, Your Honor.
35 billion. And when is it forthcoming? Kailan ba ito i-invest?
Kasi, Your Honor, 2022, as soon as it will be after they release their annual report, after their financial... Sino bang auditor nyo? After the COA essentially certifies that this is their income for 2022. So probably, Your Honor, June 2022.
Or could be circa 2023?
Grabe naman ang circa.
Hey, more or less naman ang circa eh. So it is not a certainty. And what would be the source of the Bangko Sentral of the Philippines contribution?
Their net income.
Net income. What are the sources of Bangko Central's net income?
Basically, two things, Your Honor. They lend to banks, and banks essentially, because of their legal reserve requirements. So, and the second source is, which is, in other words, their rate is lower in their market operation. Their lending rate is higher than the borrowing rate. And number two is forex gains.
Foreign exchange. Now, with respect to its lending operation, can we ask how much is the generated income of the Bangko Sentral as of end of 2021?
Interest income, Your Honor, is 73 billion, 2021.
How about the other source of income?
Forex gains, 33 billion, 34 billion.
Presently, what is the disposition or utilization of this Bangko Sentral income?
How they dispose of it, Your Honor?
No, how is it used? Where is it invested, or but it's invested? Or is it part of the reserves?
Your Honor, they are part of the ordinary funds that they use to lend to banks or to buy currencies when the peso is strong. So, Your Honor, in other words, they're used for stabilization and even for price stability, Your Honor.
It's part of the reserve, in other words. For a particular purpose of price stabilization, for example.
Kasama po bilang reserve, pero more than that, Your Honor.
In other countries having foreign wealth funds, are there central banks' profits made mandatory contributions?
May I ask
to
for
the
1 minute
fund?
suspension to give an accurate answer?
Before we suspend, the time is up of the Honorable Lagman, but we will not. We will allow further questions, but like the currently being played FIFA World Cup, we will allow for stoppage time because of the previous the many stoppages that we've had. Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker.
Session resumes.
That is two instances, Your Honor, Korea and Singapore.
And how much is Korea mandating their central bank to contribute?
One minute suspension, Your Honor.
Session suspended.
Meron na. Ah? EPF. Mr. Speaker,
Session resumes.
the Monetary Authority of Singapore, or their central bank, transferred 55 billion directly from their own resources, not as dividend, but direct resources. Whereas in Korea, they transferred 17 billion in forex reserve, that's their GIR, and 3 billion from their Ministry of Finance.
What is meant by direct resources, Your Honor?
Unlike dividends, Your Honor, where it comes from net income, and under our dividend law, usually you transfer 50% of your income. These are essentially part of their GIR already, gross international reserves. In short, Your Honor, you look at their balance sheet would look like, on their asset side, GIR minus 55, and then in their asset side, investment and SWF, 55. So it balances out, Your Honor. So these are direct resources. These are not flows. In other words, these are actual resources of their central bank.
And at the time this contribution was made by the Central Bank of Singapore, what was the total direct resources of the Central Bank of Singapore? May I ask, Mr. Speaker, that my time be suspended?
May I ask
also?
for 1 minute suspension and be added to him?
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker,
Session resumes.
during the time, the total reserves of Singapore was 291 billion US dollars.
With respect to the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, if we talk about direct resources, what is the total of the direct resources of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas as of year-end 2021?
Your Honor, the total asset of the BSP as of end 2021 was 7.6 trillion
That's pesos.
pesos.
How do you translate that into dollars?
That must be, Your Honor, 135 billion US dollars.
Now, as a rule of thumb, are central banks allowed to use the GRR for purposes other than it is designed. For example, can the GIR be used for investment? Can it be used for
Kompleto kami.
budgetary support? Or it should be retained by the GRR, by the Bangko Sentral, for the purposes they are designed to meet contingencies?
In general, Your Honor, it's used for stabilization.
Yeah.
And in this case, Your Honor, $291 billion in the case of Singapore must have been so much over what they need to stabilize their currency as well as stabilize inflation expectations.
Okay. That one I would understand. But my question is, as a common rule, is the GRR supposed to be used for investment purposes?
Your Honor, these are reserves, but they also get invested. For example, our GIR right now is 94 billion. That 94 billion is actually in US, short-term US treasuries. Tama ba? In other words, Your Honor, di naman pwedeng patulugin. So, yung 94 billion natin na GIR ngayon, actually, it's also invested. It's invested in other currencies, but mostly, 10 year, 5 years? U.S. Treasury, Your Honor, short-term U.S. Treasury.
But in the case of the Maharlika investment fund, we are not touching on the GIR.
No, Your Honor, only the dividend.
Under Republic Act number 11211,
Love you too.
it is provided that, and I quote, there is hereby established an independent central monetary authority which shall be a body corporate known as the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, hereinafter referred to as the Bangko Sentral. Unquote. An independent Bangko Sentral means that it must be protected and insulated against political control, partisan influence, and intervention. Is that correct?
That's correct.
When the government mandates the Bangko Sentral to contribute part of its profits to the Maharlika Investment Fund, is this not a way of controlling, influencing, or intervening into the independent operation of the Bangko Sentral?
No, Your Honor, because these are dividends that they would have given to the national government in the first place. But through this law, we are directing the central bank, because there is the 35 billion, put it in MIF.
Did I hear it right, that the Bangko Sentral is giving dividends to the national government?
Correct. Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Especially during the pandemic, they even advanced.
Well, it was for budgetary support.
Correct. But, Your Honor, no. We have a law that 50% of their net income should go to the national. It's the dividend income, the dividend.
Can we get the provision of that law?
I'm sorry, it's in their charter, Your Honor.
Where in this charter is that?
Section 44.
What does Section 44 say?
Distribution of profits. Within the first, nasa amendment yata to. 50% of the net profits shall be carried to surplus and the remaining 50% revert back to the national treasury.
But there is also Section 43A, the Bangko Sentral Reserve Fund, which provides, the Bangko Sentral shall establish a reserve fund whenever it has income or positive surplus to mitigate future risks such as, but not limited to, the impacts of foreign exchange and price fluctuations, and to address other contingencies inherent in carrying out the Bangko Sentral mandated functions as central monetary authority. The reserve fund shall consist of fluctuation reserve, contingency reserve, and such other reserves as the Monetary Board deems prudent or necessary.
That's correct, Your Honor.
When we mandate the Bangko Sentral to contribute that 35 billion,
Yes, that's in section 44.
are we not, in a way, diluting the Bangko Sentral Reserve Fund, which has a specific purpose?
But just to read, Your Honor, for this purpose, any and all declared dividends to be fairness shall be deposited in favor of the national government and shall be deposited in a special account in the general fund.
Yeah, that is mandated to be deposited, to be remitted to the national government to constitute a special fund, but it should not be a contribution to any government corporation or investment venture.
Well,
That
Your
is
Honor,
not included in the charter of the central bank.
well, Your Honor, this law, Congress has plenary powers, Your Honor. In effect, it is an amendment, essentially, that instead of it accruing or accumulating in that reserve fund in order to build up the capital of Bangko Sentral, for the next 2 years, such amounts shall accrue to the Maharlika Investment Fund.
Well, that
In other
is-
words, it is an amendment of that law.
Well, is there a specific provision in the Maharlika investment bill which modifies that particular provision in the charter of the central bank?
At the appropriate time, Your Honor, we will accept the amendments to this bill in the repealing clauses or amendatory clauses.
Marami ng commitments, Mr. Speaker, to really effect amendments to the measure. Baka kailangan na
We will accept, Your Honor,
baka kailangan gumawa na ng overall substitute bill to effect all of these amendments so that the members of the House can have copies of this overall substitute bill. But anyway, the Land Bank of the Philippines is popularly known as the Farmers Bank.
Correct, Your Honor.
Why is this so?
Because it is Land Bank of the Philippines, it is in their charter.
What does this charter say?
Pero asan yung ano niya? Asan yan? Under its section 7, why is it a farmers bank, Your Honor? Is that
Yes.
To grant, it's part of their, it's number 6, to grant loans to farmer co-ops association to facilitate production, marketing, to finance and guarantee acquisition of land for tenant farmers under so many PDs. So in short, Your Honor, it's part of their charter to serve the farmers.
Yeah. Well, the more specific provision is under Republic Act number 3844. The Land Bank of the Philippines was created, quote, to finance the acquisition of the government of landed estates for division and resale to small landholders, as well as the purchase of the land holding by the agricultural lessees from the landowner. That's why it's called the Farmers Bank. And under the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Law, the Land Bank of the Philippines shall be the financial intermediary for the CARP and shall ensure that the social justice objectives of the CARP shall enjoy a preference among its priorities.
That's correct, Your Honor. We agree.
Are we not diverting the mandate of the Land Bank of the Philippines
But
when we compel the Land Bank to contribute 50 billion to the Maharlika Fund?
Your Honor, number one, the total assets of Land Bank is 2.9 trillion. Its investable funds are 1.9 trillion. And its total loans is 1.12 trillion. So 50 billion is not even 5% of the total. The problem here, Your Honor, is that our agricultural sector has shrunk to a level wherein it is the total nominal GDP of agriculture is even less than the total loanable funds of Land Bank. But since Land Bank has fiduciary duties to its owners, basically the national government, and therefore they will fulfill, they are continuing to fulfill the 25% of their total, fulfill the basis for their creation. But this is where the so-called surplus really emerges, Your Honor. Land Bank is just too big for the total agricultural sector. The total agricultural sector is only 1.1 trillion. The total resources of Land Bank is 2.9 trillion.
If that is the financial complexion of the bank as the Farmers Bank, why are our farmers destitute? And why are we suffering from lack of food security?
I think, Your Honor, you are probably more cognizant of the issues that relate to the credit delivery. But as of now, Your Honor, magkano bang their total loans to farmers is 257 billion, which complies with their regulatory mandate, Your Honor.
It's most probably it is necessary that we reorient the lending and other operation of the Land Bank of the Philippines rather than, quote, sequester, unquote, 50 billion from the resources. Now, let me go to another point. What is the mandate of the Development Bank of the Philippines?
The DBP Charter, Your Honor, is to provide banking services principally to service the medium and long-term needs of agri and industrial enterprises, particularly in the countryside and preferably for SMEs. The Section 2 EO 81, Section 86 as amended by RA 8523. And also, the extension of medium and long-term credit facilities for agriculture, industry, export development, and the government sector.
What is the present authorized capital of the Development Bank of the Philippines?
It's 35 billion.
And is it asking for an increase in its authorized capital?
Yes, Your Honor. They want 100 billion.
As in fact, there is a House bill now pending authorizing the increase
Last
of
week,
the authorized capital of the Development Bank of the Philippines.
yes, Your Honor, last week we approved guide, which essentially increased the authorized capital of Land Bank to 100 billion at DBP.
Well, if DBP is asking for an increase in capitalization, is it an indication that they lack funds and resources?
1 minute suspension, Your Honor. Please add it to him.
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker,
Session resumes.
while it is true that their authorized capital is only 35, but they accumulated over the years $49 billion, $43 billion in retained earnings, and their current investable funds is actually $905 billion.
Then why are they asking for 100 billion increase in capitalization?
To cover precisely, Your Honor, to comply with regulatory, it's called Set 1, capital adequacy ratios, and at the same time, of course, to make them short so they can comply with their charter, Your Honor.
Is the 100 billion increase in capitalization coming from the government?
Yes.
So the government is going to infuse 100 billion to increase the capitalization of DBP.
But initially, Your Honor, it's almost like just a transfer because the 42 billion belongs to the government and the 42 will just be brought up from retained earnings and brought up to capital, authorized capital.
And what would be the net contribution of the national government in that increase in capitalization?
They are not yet asking for appropriations.
So the 100 billion authorized increase in capitalization will come from the bank's resources?
Internally generated, Your
Internally
Honor.
generated. Nothing will be coming from the national government.
Nothing from GAA.
Earlier, Mr. Speaker, the distinguished sponsor said that the Maharlika Investment Corporation is going to invest on profitable long-term investments. Does the distinguished sponsor recall this statement?
While it was made by my chairman, I do recall and I do agree.
Former NEDA Secretary Ernesto Peña said, the sovereign wealth fund is a long-term investment. But given our dire economic situation, we need funds now or yesterday, not in the distant future. As the famous economist John Maynard Keynes once sardonically quipped in 1935, and quote, "In the long run, we are all dead," unquote. May we get the response of the distinguished sponsor?
That's correct, Your Honor. Without investments, we're dead.
No, the trajectory of this statement is that let's not invest on long-term investments because we need the money now in order to survive, in order to be able to fight this current economic negative indicators. In other words, why invest tomorrow when we need the funds today? That is the essence of what John Maynard Keynes said, that in the long run, we are all dead.
Well, I don't need to explain John Maynard Keynes, Your Honor. But that is why we have Maharlika. We want to invest tomorrow. We want to invest in power. We want to invest in dams. We want to invest in toll roads. We want to invest in national broadband. And these are profitable opportunities that are currently just being monopolized by the private sector, and some of them at prices that are already inimical to consumer welfare. And therefore, the participation of the government will sort of moderate, Your Honor, not only accelerate the development, let's say, of a national broadband, accelerate renewable energy, of offshore power. So in short, Your Honor, we will invest immediately these funds, Your Honor, in investment. What we need are investments, Your Honor, if we want to survive.
Well, we have to survive today and not wait for tomorrow for these investments to realize profits in the long term.
Yeah.
Now, economist and national scientist Raul Pabella said that no amount of tweaking could repair the Maharlika Investment Fund bill because its flaws are fundamental. The moral hazard arising from unnecessary state intervention and unjustified economic backdrop. May we get the response of the distinguished sponsor on this comment of the national scientist and economist Raul Pabella, who is also UP Professor Emeritus.
I respect him. He's a mentor when I was an advisor to GMA. But I guess, Your Honor, it doesn't take away the power of Congress to determine the destiny of this nation by making the appropriate policies and programs that will lead us and lift us through investments and through the appropriate institutions, Your Honor. And that is why this Maharlika Investment Fund was so designed.
This Congress is not God to guide the destiny of this nation. With a very risky proposition which would divert funds for human development and infrastructure to risky long-term investments. Pabella continues, and I quote, "At the heart of the bill is the consolidation of resources under one umbrella, which would be wielded by a group of people who do not own them." May we again get the response or counter comment of the distinguished sponsor?
Your Honor, that is one. It is really in consonance with the Santiago principles that these funds, especially invested with public interest, Your Honor, are not directly managed by politicians, but instead there is a board which selects essentially a management, and that management would have a risk management unit, and I have 46 pages, Your Honor, of safeguards to ensure that this will be no slush fund of the so-called non-owners of that fund.
Can we have a glimpse of those safeguards? Is one of the safeguards increasing the penalty
Yes.
for corrupting the fund?
Pwede ba ipanlabas?
May we know whether one of the safeguards is increasing the penalty for those who corrupt the funds?
Yes, Your Honor. There's,
Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, a penalty is post-mortem.
yes, Your Honor, it's post, but
It is when the crime has been committed already and you penalize the offender. That's definitely post-mortem. What we are trying to say is safeguards to avoid the commission of an offense or of a corrupt practice.
yes, Your Honor, let me start.
And let me also ask whether the creation of an oversight committee, a congressional oversight committee, is one of the safeguards.
Yes, Your Honor.
It is again post-mortem. It's oversight. Tapos na ang kwento. Rinireview na lang ang nangyari ng oversight. So, these are more cosmetic than real safeguards.
There are,
Can we get the real safeguards?
Your Honor, there are enough ex ante, not just ex post safeguards here. For example, it says that all transactions must be arm's length and subject to the prudent man's rule. It says that there is a risk management committee that will essentially design the mix of the portfolio. It also says, Your Honor, that the administrative and expenses shall be limited to 2% of funds managed, as against the average of about 3%. It also says what are the allowable investment, which excludes derivatives and such other things like FTX, or it also says that even if it invests in exchange-traded funds, it may not, these traded funds should have underlying real assets, so as not allow MIF to circumvent the prohibition against derivative. Investment in real estate should be NEDA-approved investment. Infrastructure and other developments should be approved by NEDA board. There is also an advisory board that must be consulted for investment that could affect the balance of payments or monetary aggregates. And in the middle of the fund, Your Honor, if one of the sub-fund or where they invest remain unprofitable for 3 years, it shall be closed promptly. So there is a prohibition against zombie sub-funds. There's a safeguard against premature withdrawal. Very bad naman. Who said that?
Well,
Your Honor, I can go through all the pages. Can you page down long?
okay. Okay. Most of them are motherhood statements, like arm's length.
Next.
Anyway, Mr. Chairman, the authors mentioned about the Santiago Principles. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Can we get an enumeration
Yes, Your Honor.
of these Santiago Principles and if they are incorporated in the bill?
May I ask the guy managing this from page 92 so that all the 24 principles are actually complied with. Can you flash page 92 thereafter? Ikaw na ba? Ha? Well, Your Honor, can I just give you a copy, Your Honor, because there seems to be a problem with our slides, but I have here from page 93 up to page 11.
No, my only question is, are the 24 Santiago principles incorporated in the bill?
Yes, Your Honor.
Or are they just summarized in the bill? Or they are just referred to in the bill?
No, Your Honor. They have actual or actualized principles. There's a one-to-one correspondence between the principle and a particular Gap 1, sound legal framework, relevant provisions in the MIF Charter. The IIR will be crafted.
Is the distinguished gentleman reading from the text of the bill or another document?
I'm reading, Your Honor, from a description of the
I'm asking whether these Santiago principles are incorporated in the bill,
yes.
not in a separate document.
Yes, Your Honor. We have an analytical analysis between Santiago principle and the entire Maharlika Investment Fund, Your Honor.
It's unfortunate that the distinguished sponsor does not answer directly my questions.
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
Let me just go to another point. During the interpellation, the sponsors have effectively agreed to introduce amendments. May we know what are these amendments which the sponsoring committees are willing to adopt? Can we get an enumeration of these amendments so that we can find out whether they are just cosmetic or substantial? Meron ba naglista sa inyo yung mga amendments na sabi ninyo i-effect ng sponsoring committees?
1 minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Your Honor, to Speaker.
Session resumes.
There are actually many, Your Honor. So on Section 3, Your Honor, in the definition of terms, there is, upon the recommendation of the minority leader, an express adoption of the Santiago Principle in Section 10E to make it read, adopt the Santiago Principles and implement international best practices in investing and managing assets of the Maharlika Investment Fund. In Section 4, essentially this amendment refers only to the dividends of the BSP rather than to the BSP. Section 5, ownership of the Maharlika Investment Fund. Again, we delete the sentence, and the founding investor are GFIs. So in short, Your Honor, there's no more reference to BSP being a founding GFI. In Section 6, in relation to Section 7, objectives of the Maharlika Fund, capitalization and funding. We have, Your Honor, a long list of, and may I know the pleasure of His Honor of which particular provision he would wish to know what amendments we have already agreed to adopt.
Well, I was just asking what amendments the sponsoring committees would accept and incorporate in the bill. So that if these are very numerous amendments, the committee could adopt this as their as committee amendments and subsequently come out with a substitute bill so that members of the House can peruse these amendments and whether the proposed amendments are found in the committee amendments.
We welcome the wisdom of one of the pillars of Congress. And one of the major amendments is really the higher penalty penal clauses, which refers to any director, trustee, or officer who willfully and maliciously, essentially, we increased, Your Honor, the penalties should be proportional to the losses incurred by reason of the acts or acts penalized in Section 44. And these comments are based on, although his comments were based on an earlier version of the penalty. But generally, Your Honor, the penalty clause of Congressman Keith Flores is being accepted by the committee. So, yes, Your Honor, we would follow the wise advice of my of the stalwart of Congress, and in order to allow individual members to make individual amendments as committee amendments.
Okay. Now, let me just point out how the Philippines fare in the per capita income in the ASEAN countries. Does the distinguished sponsor know how the Philippines rank in the per capita income in dollars as of 2021 among 7 ASEAN countries?
We are number 6, Your Honor.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, we had number 7. We are below Vietnam. Singapore has 72,794 per capita. Japan, dollars. Japan, 39,285. Malaysia, 11,371. Thailand, 7,233 US dollars. Indonesia, 4,297 US dollars. Vietnam outpaces the Philippines with 3,694 US dollars, and the Philippines is number 7, bottom of the 7, with 300,549. Is my data correct, Your Honor?
Except for the inclusion of Japan, Your Honor.
What is Japan's?
No, because you mentioned that it's not a member of ASEAN. I know you.
Yes, I know, but it is an ASEAN country.
It's not.
Yes, you are correct. But we are at the bottom of these principal countries.
Oh, we still better.
Even if you exclude Japan.
That is the challenge to us, Your Honor, as the policy makers of this country, as the economic strategies of this country, to provide the necessary framework in order that we will no longer be number 7 based on your accounting, that we will not allow ourselves at least to be beaten by Laos, Cambodia, and Myanmar, but rather aspire to a higher position of quality of life and, of course, GDP per capita.
Well, it's good to have aspirations, but we have to face the brutal facts as of today. While the Philippines, may I reiterate, has no surplus in revenues. In fact, we have a deficit. We have a surfeit of negative economic determinators. Whatever funds we have, we should be able not to invest in the future, but to invest now for the human development of our people. We are lagging in the socio-economic services among the Asian countries with respect to education, employment, healthcare, and human development. So, most probably, it is not time for the Maharlika bill to be part of our statute books. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished chairman, for giving me this opportunity to ask my questions. And I beg the leadership that since we are going to a Christmas break of more than 1 month, to afford members of the House to consult with their constituents on the pros and cons of the Maharlika bill, and we can most probably come back after the break to decide whether or not to pass this bill on second reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
We thank the Honorable Lagman for his interpellation. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill 6608. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Consideration of House Bill number 6608 is hereby suspended. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we continue, I move that we acknowledge the guests of Christian S. Onabia, representative of the 1st District of Misamis Oriental, Attorney Lordan G. Suwan, representative of the 1st District of Cagayan de Oro, Representative Bambi Emano of the 2nd District of Misamis Oriental. The guests are as follows: Attorney J. Francis D. Bago, Attorney Ilya Christine Ravanera, Danilo E. Daroy Jr., Danilo O. Daroy Sr., Rally Meiji Piit, Chizarina M. Ortigoza, Roland B. Alfeche, Palmero Ebonia, Jeffrey P. Huasan, Ailel Rose Asekia, Hilary May F. Baculo, Consuelo B. Barbaso, Malin B. Lumakad, Emily Grace G. Banal, Dolorita N. Arao, Lilibet S. Uy, Lelis A. Daayata, Romel C. Lonoy, Roland B. Kainhog, Edgar C. Olaco, Greg M. Radaza, Randolph Q. Alasgo, Patrick D. Opeña, Eddie C. Maape Jr., Esther Dominic M. Ong, and Miriel L. Largo.
We welcome the honorable guests from Misamis Oriental. We thank the guests of the Honorable Unabia, the Honorable Suwan, and the Honorable Emano. Thank you for your visit. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the session.
Session suspended. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill 6492, and for this purpose, may I ask the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved and the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 6492.
House Bill number 6492, an act protecting the right of the people to freedom of religion in the Philippines, guaranteed under Section 5, Article 3 of the Constitution.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate has been terminated. I move that we recognize Honorable Bishop Bienvenido Abante Jr. of the 6th District of Manila.
The gentleman from the 6th District of Manila, the Honorable Bienvenido M. Abante Jr. is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're now ready, Mr. Chairman, for the amendment of the bill.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved and the period of amendments is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move that we now proceed to consider the individual amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Edsel Lagman from the 1st District of Albay for his individual amendments.
The gentleman from the 1st District of Albay, the Honorable Edsel C. Lagman, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished sponsor, on Section 6, lines 20 to 22, delete the phrase, quote, or inflicts or poses to inflict direct or indirect physical or material harm or danger on other people or infringe on their own freedom of religion or conscience.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr. Chair.
Majority Leader.
We join the sponsor in accepting the amendment and move that we approve the amendment.
Is there any objection from the House? The chair hears none. The amendment is approved. The Honorable Lagman may proceed.
On Section 18, on line 17, add the following provision, quote, provided, however, that real properties of any church or religious organization which are used for religious and or commercial and proprietary purposes shall be taxed accordingly with respect to the non-religious purposes for which they generate income, unquote.
What does the sponsor say?
Accepted, Mr. Chair.
Majority Leader.
We join the sponsor in accepting the amendment and move that we approve the amendment.
Is there any objection on the part of the House? The chair hears none. The motion is approved and the amendment is approved. The Honorable
Speaker,
Lagman may proceed.
Those are all my amendments, and I thank the distinguished sponsor for accepting the individual amendments.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to introduce individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 6492 as amended.
As many as are in favor of House Bill 6492, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 6492 is approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
As amended. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend the session.
Session suspended. Batch 2. Bambi. Sabi na nila.
Mr. Speaker,
Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we would like to recognize the guests from the municipality of Initao in the 2nd District of Misamis Oriental, the guests of our colleague Bambi Emano, and they are Cora Saire, Victoria Galarosa, Richard Magno, Richard Go, Louis Ban Harales, Leo Galarosa, Ariel Galarosa, Jesus Lundahay, Josephine Rachel Calos, and Mercy Grace Akain. So move, Mr. Speaker.
We welcome the guests from the municipality of Initao in the 2nd District of Misamis Oriental, the guests of the Honorable Bambi Emano. Thank you for your visit. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the change of referral of House Resolution number 629, as a resolution congratulating and commending Heidelin F. Diaz for being world champion after winning 3 gold medals in the International Weightlifting Federation World Championships in Bogota, Colombia, from the Committee on Youth and Sports Development to the Committee on Rules.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The change of referral from the Committee on Youth and Sports Development to the Committee on Rules of House Resolution number 629 is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
We move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. number na ina-approve. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the additional reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the committee reports.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved and the Secretary General is so directed.
Additional reference of business. Committee reports. Committee Report number 249 submitted by the Committee on Labor and Employment on House Resolution number 650 entitled Resolution Calling for the Immediate Ratification by the Philippine Government of International Labor Organization Convention number 190, otherwise known as the Violence and Harassment Convention 2019.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee Report number 250, submitted by the Committee on Agrarian Reform and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill number 6680, entitled An Act Granting Full Insurance Coverage to All Qualified Agrarian Reform Beneficiaries of the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee Report number 251, submitted by the Committee on Labor and Employment and the Committee on Ways and Means on House Bill number 6683, entitled An Act Promoting Inclusive and Sustainable Productivity Growth, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 6971, otherwise known as the Productivity Incentives Act of 1990.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee Report number 252, submitted by the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill number 6687, entitled An Act Instituting a National Citizen Service Training Program in all public and private tertiary education institutions, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 9163, otherwise known as the National Service Training Program Act, and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move that we consider action for House Bill number 6687 under Committee Report number 252 and request the Secretary General to read the title of the House Bill.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House
Mr.
Bill
Chair.
6687.
Mr. Speaker, point of order, Mr. Speaker.
What is the pleasure of the
Yes.
Honorable Franz Castro?
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Kasi this committee report, number 252, we just have received the committee report at this moment lang po, Mr. Chair. And I think we haven't tackled it yet in the Committee on Rules. Kasi nakalagay din naman po, Mr. Chair, in our rules that on Section 28 at saka yung Section 41 po on the committee reports at saka yung Section 80 on the calendar of business. So matter of ano po no yung rules bakit ngayon lang po binigay yung committee report, and I as far as I remember nung parang yesterday or the other day lang po nagkaroon ng Committee on Appropriation, and there are a lot of questions pa po na gusto nating makuha dun sa Committee on Appropriations.
The Majority Leader will respond.
Mr. Chair, the point of order of our good friend Franz Castro, number one, is that we have given the authority, the Rules Committee has given, all members have given the authority to the chairman to decide on the committee report regarding bills such as, like the one what we have now, the committee report 252 to be included to today's agenda. So we're not breaking any rules, Mr. Chair. So the point of order is that. Second, Mr. Chair, the committee report, this is the same committee report that we have in the committee that was handling this, and so they actually have copies of this. And the substitute bill was given to them prior to this, but this is just the final committee report that we are introducing today.
The Honorable Franz Castro.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there are some amendments po in the Committee on Appropriations na we haven't seen yet the final copy. Sana, di ba, this should be referred refers to the committee rules.
Mr. Chair, this is just the committee, the amendments will be introduced later on. We are just introducing this bill right now for deliberations.
Session suspended.
Yan, ito yung ano mo, ito yung sige. Everything else akin pa.
Thank you, boss. Okay. Okay, meron po na to.
Sige, boss.
Mr. Speaker.
Session is resumed.
With the graciousness of our minority and...
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we have already talked to the minority about the point of order, and we would like to ask for the withdrawal of the point of order since we've already discussed it with her.
The Honorable Castro.
So with the discussion with the Committee on Higher Ed Chair, so I withdraw my point of order, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
The withdrawal of the point of order is taken. The Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, would like to now request the sponsor, the chairman of, or the chairperson of the Committee on Higher Education. But before that, we would like to ask that the Secretary read the said bill and committee report.
The Honorable Chairperson of the Secretary will please read the Secretary will please read the title of House Bill 6687.
House Bill number 6687, an act instituting a national citizen service training program in all public and private tertiary education institutions, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 9163, otherwise known as the National Service Training Program Act, and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Committee Chairman on Higher and Technical Education, Representative Mark Ogo, for his sponsorship speech.
The Chairman of the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, the representative of the Lone District of Baguio City, the Honorable Representative Mark Go, is recognized for his sponsorship speech.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, and my dear colleagues. Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. It is my honor to sponsor House Bill 6687 under Committee Report 252, seeking to institutionalize for tertiary education students a mandatory National Citizen Service Training Program and an optional Reserve Officer Training Corps program. It is no less than the highest law of the land, the 1987 Constitution, which emphasizes that the prime duty of the government is to serve and protect the people. The government may call upon the people to defend the state, and in the fulfillment thereof, all citizens may be required, under conditions provided by law, to render personal, military, or civil service. The Constitution likewise recognizes the vital role of the youth in nation building. Article 2, Section 13, particularly highlights the duty of the state to inculcate in the youth patriotism and nationalism and encourage their involvement in public and civic affairs. In recognition and fulfillment of these constitutional provisions, Republic Act number 7077, otherwise known as the Citizen Armed Forces of the Philippines Reservist Act, was enacted in 1991 to provide for the organization, training, and deployment of citizen reservists. A decade later, Republic Act 9163, otherwise known as the National Service Training Act of 2001, was enacted to motivate, train, organize, and mobilize the youth in military training, literacy, civic welfare, or similar endeavors to the service of the nation. Mr. Speaker, it has been decades since the enactment of these laws. If the passage of time teaches us one thing, it is this: we have to take urgent action to change course. The Philippines is facing an ever-changing geopolitical environment. This nation is an archipelagic nation, now finds itself at the forefront of varying dynamics and changing geoeconomics of trade, supply chains, and shipping routes. In keeping with the changing times, it is incumbent upon us to promote the level of discipline, leadership, and patriotic character of every Filipino youth. Mr. Speaker, this bill will promote, propagate, and protect their physical, moral, spiritual, intellectual, and social well-being, constitute them into a major component of the citizens' reserve, and make them undergo training as they may be called upon to defend the state and render military or civil service, and train, equip, and organize them for rapid mobilization at the soonest possible time to address national or local contingencies. Mr. Speaker, I present to you this House bill authored and co-authored by 49 representatives seeking to institutionalize a 2-year mandatory National Citizen Service Training Program and a 4-year optional Reserve Officers Training Corps program. This measure proposes to establish a National Citizen Service Training, or NCST, to be implemented by the Commission on Higher Education in all higher education institutions and by the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority in all post-secondary technical vocational institutions in consultation with the Department of National Defense. The NCST shall be mandatory for all students enrolled in undergrad degree programs in all public and private HCIs and at least 2-year Tibet courses in all TBIs in the Philippines. Specifically, it integrates the civic welfare and training service and literary or literacy training service components of the NSTP law as the curriculum design, modes, and delivery of the NCST program, which shall be formulated by a technical panel composed of different government agencies led by CHED and TESDA, shall ensure that students who finish the NCST program shall have undergone the appropriate citizen competency training, which shall include civic duty, inculcation, survival and safety techniques, including first aid administration and community or mass emergency and disaster response and management. This measure likewise proposes to establish the ROTC program, which shall be an optional 4-year military training program designed to provide military training to students enrolled in undergrad degree programs in HCIs who have expressed interest or shown potential to be officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, regular and or reserve force. The curriculum of the optional ROTC program shall be designed by the DND and the Commission on Higher Education and be administered by the Armed Forces of the Philippines to train volunteer tertiary education students to be officers of the regular and reserve force of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. It shall be designed in such a way that graduates of the 4-year ROTC program shall be capable of immediate deployment as commissioned officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines immediately after graduation from ROTC, even as they continue with the baccalaureate degree program. The ROTC program of instruction shall include advanced military subjects and courses, practical exercises, and field exercises necessary and appropriate for an entry-level officer commission in the Armed Forces of the Philippines. With the passage of this bill, we endeavor to instill among the youth patriotism, love of country, moral and spiritual virtues, respect for human rights, and adherence to the Constitution. In his State of the Nation address, His Excellency President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. expressed his support to reforming the NSTP law and reviving the ROTC program. Today, I appeal before this august body to heed the call and support the immediate passage of this measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my dear colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List for her interpellation.
The Honorable Representative Arlene Brosas from Gabriela Party List is recognized for her interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Salamat, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ang mga tanong ko po ay kaugnay sa AFP. Magiging reservist ang nakagraduate sa ROTC program, tama po ba?
Tama po.
Sinasabi na kailangan ito in times of war. Maaari bang malaman mula sa ating sponsor kung ilan ang current strength ng armed forces sa bansa? Ang Army, ang Navy, ang Air Force, ang CAFGU, ang field positions out of the authorized positions.
At this point in time, I don't have the exact data, Madam Arlene Brosas, but I can give you the information.
Mr. Speaker, tayo po ay nag-uusap ng tungkol sa ROTC. So, bakit po walang data yung ating sponsor kaugnay doon sa mga mahahalaga na may kinalaman dito. Ano po? Kasi ang tinatanong lang naman po natin ay basic na current strength ng armed forces ng bansa. Para malaman natin ano yung paghahanda para dun sa ROTC na sinasabi ninyo.
Sa akin pong pagkakalam, ang strength nila is less than 200,000, pero hindi ko po alam yung eksaktong numero and how this is distributed to the main services of the Armed Forces of the Philippines.
Mr. Speaker, Ginoong sponsor, baka po pwedeng itanong ninyo sa inyong mga kasamahan ng resources ng kaugnay dito, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong sponsor.
Sa ngayon po, wala po akong kasamang nagdidepende rito na galing po sa Armed Forces of the Philippines. Kaya hindi ko po masagot ang inyong o yung ma-answer yung request ninyo na tanungin sa kanila. But bago po magtapos ang deliberasyon natin dito sa ating bill na ito, ay sasagutin ko po yan, Madam Brosas.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, Ginoong sponsor, kasi po medyo may mga tanong sa nakasunod yun, follow-up questions. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong sponsor, meron po bang current reservist program ang AFP?
Meron po. Ayon po sa Republic Act 7077, maliwanag po doon yung programa ng ating pamahalaan tungkol po dito sa ating reservist sa ating pong bayan.
Sige nga, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, yung program po na ito ay maaari nyo po bang ipaliwanag?
Nakalagay po dito sa ating batas nakalagay po dito na under Section 14 na lahat po tayong Pilipino, kung babasahin ko po ito, nakalagay po rito, all male citizens between the ages of 18 to 25 who are not reservist shall be required to register for military instruction. Registration shall take place in suitable registration places to be prescribed by the city or municipal government between the dates of April 1st and 7th, commencing 1 year after the effectivity of this act. So yun po yung nakalagay dito sa ating kasalukuyang Republic Act 7077.
Mr. Speaker, Ginoong sponsor, hindi po yan yung tanong ko. Ang tanong ko po ay yung current reservist program ng AFP. Yan po ay yung nasa bill. Tama po ba?
Ito yung tinatanong nyo nasa bill.
You are citing the bill. Ang tinatanong ko po, ano po ang current reservist program ng AFP?
Ito nga po, yung binasa ko sa inyo, yung Republic Act 7077. Nandito po, napapaloob yung current program ng ating gobyerno tungkol po dito sa reserve, ito pong reserve program ng ating gobyerno.
Mr. Speaker, as of August 10, 2022, Vice Admiral Romel Reyes, Deputy Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, disclosed on the Senate Committee hearing on National Defense that there are 1.2 million reserve force. We can mobilize itong bilang na ito. Tama po ba, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong sponsor?
Pwede po nating immobilize yan kung kailangan pong dapat i-mobilize, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, hindi ba ito sasapat? Bakit may mga estudyante tayong tinatarget ngayon na maging reservist, Mr. Speaker?
Ang ating pong pananaw dito, hindi lamang dahil kailangan natin silang immobilize at doon natin sila ititrain. Kailangan nagte-training sila hindi lamang sa aspeto na sila ay magiging reservist, kundi ma-develop natin yung patriotism and nationalism sa ating mga estudyante. At pangalawa, ititraining natin sila para makatulong sila sa kanilang mga komunidad kung kailangan ng ating bayan.
Mr. Speaker, gusto nating magdagdag ng reservists. Ngunit irrelevant ito kung ang orientation ng military forces ng bansa natin ay patungo sa pagpasok ng foreign forces sa bansa. Sinasabi niyo po kanina, patriotismo yung ating gusto. But we are allowing flexible rotation of U.S. troops around the country through the EDCA or the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement. In fact, we are allowing the construction of 3 more EDCA sites. We have allowed Beijing's construction of artificial islands in the disputed waters in West Philippine Sea. And despite the protests filed against China, we seem to be not inclined to mount aggressive patrols to protect our fishermen. Ngayon po, kung yun po yung sinasabi ninyo na patriotismo, no? Ginagamit nating dahilan ng patriotismo at pagtatanggol sa bayan, pero ang foreign policy natin ay patuloy na nangangayupa pa sa dayuhan, Mr. Speaker. Hindi ba napaka-ironic nun, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, I don't think very ironic yung ganong sitwasyon. It is important that as a nation, we should partner with other nations in terms of our economy, in terms of improving our strength, not only militarily but also in terms of the requirements of having a robust economy. So hindi po ironic yan. Kailangan natin makipag-ugnayan at umingi ng tulong kung kailangan para po sa ating bayan. At hindi ibig sabihin na hindi tayo patriotic o nationalist pag tayo ay nakikipag-ugnayan at nakiki-establish ng relationship sa ibang bansa.
Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, ang mga sinite ko po ay mga cooperation agreements, tapos yung dispute sa West Philippine Sea, tapos yung stand ng Pilipinas kaugnay dito. Actually, ang gusto nating sabihin, dapat merong independent foreign policy ang Pilipinas. At dapat hindi ito usapin ito na dapat kahit papano ang Pilipinas, no, ang mga stand niya, ang mga tindig niya ay independent at hindi talaga ito paborable sa kung sino ang nasa may kapangyarihan at may kakayanan na umabuso sa kasalukuyan. Kapag ganito po, yung mga sinite natin, tinatanong po natin, kung tama ba na ituro natin yung patriotismo, pero ito yung nangyayari sa ating bayan, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, ang foreign policy po natin, maliwanag na binitawan ng ating Pangulo. Sabi niya, we are a friend to all and enemy to none. Iyon po isang maliwanag na foreign policy natin. Gusto natin kaibigan tayo ng lahat ng mga bansa at wala tayong kaaway sa kanila. So ito po ay napakaliwanag na foreign policy. Kailangan po nating protektahan ng ating bansa. Magagawa lang natin yan kung tayo ay magiging kaibigan ng lahat ng mga bansa at wala tayong kaaway kanino man sa kanila. At ang ating poproteksyonan ay ang ating national interest. Yun po maliwanag na foreign policy natin. Hindi ibig sabihin nagkakaroon tayong kaugnayan sa ibang bansa and we are already unpatriotic at hindi natin ipinaglalaban. As a matter of fact, when we do foreign relations with other nations, this is in effect protecting the interests of this country. Yun ang aking interpretasyon sa foreign policy na binitawan ng ating Pangulo, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, ito po ay mga crucial na mga issues na hinaharap natin. Kung paano yung nagiging stand at saka kung paano din yung pakikitungo, lalo na particular ng Pangulo, sa mga usapin na ito. At in fact, ang sinabi po talaga dyan, sa pakikipag-usap ng Pangulo, magdadagdag pa ng EDCA sites. At yun po yung kina-question natin. Kung bakit magdadagdag pa ng ganyan, samantalang matindi na nga, no, yung tension between the China and US, 'di ba? Tapos, at the same time, tuloy-tuloy naman yung pagbibuild ng artificial islands at ng mga facilities ng China sa mga islands ng Pilipinas. No? So, meron pong sinasabi ninyo na friend to all, enemy to none, yung pakikitungo ng presidente. Pero sa ganitong nangyayari po, ang actual, no, parang nag-uumpugang dalawang bato, no, ito, na hindi mo alam kung saan nagsaside ang Pangulo, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, isa yan sa mga punto na gusto naming sabihin, na yung patriotismo ay dapat pag-aaral, no, ng kasalukuyang kalagayan at kung paano ang mga tindig ng ating mga estudyante kaugnay dyan at hindi purely military at hindi para gamitin as reserve force kapag ka nagkaroon ng mga matitinding tensyon sa pagitan ng dalawang malaking bansa na yan.
Mr. Speaker, unang-una po yung ROTC program. Maliwanag po na this is a voluntary program. Those who are interested and those who show potential to become officers of our nation can pursue this. Hindi po pinipilit ng bill na ito na magawing mandato ito sa lahat ng mga estudyante. Yung pong interesado lang. Pag sila po ay nakatapos ng ROTC at sila ay graduate ng isang kurso sa isang universidad, malalagay po sila as reservist. Ngayon, kung ayaw naman nila, hindi po sila pipilitin.
So, Mr. Speaker, linawin lang natin, hindi siya mandatory.
Yung ROTC
Yung
po,
ROTC
mandatory.
ay hindi
Pero yung
mandatory.
NCST,
Pero yung NCST ay mandatory.
mandatory po yun.
So technically, yung military training ay mandatory. Tama po kasi NCST under the NCST ay ang military training. And you will be a reservist after nun. Tama ba?
Mr. Speaker, yung pong
sponsor.
NCST, mandatory po yan na ituturo sa lahat ng mga estudyante for 2 years, no? Or 240 hours for the next 2 years.
And
Yung pong
Mr.
mandatory, yung po yun, yung NCST.
So sa mandatory, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, yung mandatory na NCST ay magiging reservist ka after. Automatic.
Pwede po silang mailagay sa reservist list. At kung kailangan po ng tulong ng gobyerno, halimbawa nagkaroon ng kalamidad, sila po ay hingin ng tulong para sumama sa pag-address po nitong problemang ito. Pero hindi po sila gagawing pangdepensa sa ating bansa na lalaban kung meron mang ano. Pero yung pong batas na kasalukuyan ngayon, yung Republic Act 7077, na na-promulgate po noong 1991, yun po ay batas yun. Pwede kang matawag ng ating gobyerno under Republic Act 7077 kahit na po wala itong batas na pinopropose po natin ngayon.
Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, tama ba na ang gagawa ng programa ng NCST ay DND, PNP, AFP, DILG?
Nandito po yon. Ang una pong mangunguna dyan ay ang CHED, ang Commission on Higher Education, kasama na po ang TESDA, ang DILG, ang PNP, ang DSWD, kasama po dyan yung pong NDRRMC, OCD, ang PASOK, ang COCOPEA, ang ALCO. Ito po yung mga universities and colleges na pribado at pampubliko sa Pilipinas. So marami pong involved dito sa paggawa ng programa para sa NCST. Pero yung pong ROTC, ang mga mangunguna po dyan, ang CHED at saka ang DND.
So, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, linawin lang ulit natin na yung NCST, it will include ang DND, PNP, AFP at DILG na siyang gagawa sa program. Kasama? Diba? Kasama sila. Bukod sa sinasabi po ninyo na pangunguna ang CHED, kasi hindi naman pwedeng CHED ang manguna sa military training.
Yung po kasing training sa NCST ay maliwanag po rito. Ang kasama po rito, nakalagay dito, the curriculum of the NCST program shall ensure that the students will undergo training on civic duty inculcation, survival and safety techniques, including first aid administration and community or mass emergency and disaster response and management. Yung po yung nakalagay dito po sa Section 7 ng ating panukalang batas, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, simple lang po yung tanong ko. Yung tanong ko po ay, sa gagawa ng program ng NCST, it includes DND, PNP, AFP, DILG.
Kasama po yun ang DND.
So, pero kasama yung mga sinasabi niyong iba pa.
Yes.
CHED. Ngayon, dahil military, pinag-uusapan natin yung military service training, pinag-uusapan natin yung reserve force, pinag-uusapan natin, definitely DND. Diba? Etong mga ito ang siyang mangunguna dito and not CHED.
Hindi po exactly
Tama po ba?
correct po yun, Mr. Speaker. Ang NCST po, ito po yung National Citizens Service Training, ang composition po ng technical panel that will come out with the program, yung pong CHED, pangalawa po ang TESDA, DND, AFP, NDRRMC, ang OCD, Department of Local Government, ang Philippine National Police, ang DSWD, ang National Youth Commission, ang Philippine National Volunteer Service Coordinating Agency, ang Philippine National Red Cross, ang Philippine Association of State Universities and Colleges. Ito po yung PASCO, composed of 114 state universities and colleges. Yung pong COCOPEA, which is a groupation of all public schools in the whole country. Kasama rin po rito yung ALCO, ito po yung Association ng Local Government, local colleges and universities. O marami po. Tapos merong student representative at 2 representative ng pribadong sektor. Kasama po dito, sabi ko nga kanina, yung pong DND. Nandito po. Isa lang po sila. Yun po yun.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. No? Yung design, yung curriculum, yung modes, yung methods of delivery na sinasabi nyo ay ipo-formulate ng mga reps na ito. Right?
Yes.
May billing ba yan? Una ang CHED, pangalawa ang TESDA, saka pa lang ang DND, ganun ba? Mr. Speaker,
Hindi po,
sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, hindi po dahil nauna yung CHED, lahat po yan, collective po ito. Kailangan mag-agree sila kung ano ang kasama dito po sa pag-formulate ng mga programa na i-implement po nitong technical panel.
Sinasabi po dito na, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, ang CHED, TESTA, DND, AFP, NDRRMC through the OCD. Tama po ba yan, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker?
Office of the Civil Defense po yun, Mr. Speaker.
Sila papasok. So hindi naman ganon yung billing?
Hindi po. Wala po sa billing yan. Opo, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, ito po ay a requisite for graduation. Yung NCST.
Opo, tama po yun, Mr. Speaker.
So, meron talaga silang automatic na military training kasi part yun, ano? ng requisite bago sila gumraduate, nakapag NCST sila at sa NCST, yung curriculum, yung design nito, merong design na kasama ang military training, right? Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor?
Dito po sa panukalang batas natin, wala pong military training na gagawin dito sa NCST. Maliwanag po dun sa binanggit ko kanina na ito po yun. Kasi gusto natin, pag nagkaroon tayo ng disaster, ito pong ating mga nag-graduate o nag-aaral ng NCST, kasama po silang tutulong. Doon po sa community or mass emergency, kailangan kasama po dyan. Yung pong civic duty inculcation, kailangan po nating isama yan kasi importante po ito para ma-develop natin yung civic consciousness ng ating mga estudyante. Ito po ay kamukha ng ginagawa ngayon ng NSTP. Ang ginawa po natin sa NSTP, binago natin kasi ang mga estudyante ngayon, pipili lang kung anong gusto nila. Pero ito po, comprehensive. Yung pong apat, yung tatlong halimbawa, gusto natin masama lahat po ito under the NCST para comprehensive po yung kaalaman, Mr. Speaker, ng ating mga estudyante. Kasi po ito, 4 semesters po ito. But the maximum for the 4 years will be 240 hours divided into 4.
Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, sinasabi niyo po na hindi military training, pero ang nakalagay po dito, all students who have completed, upon completion of the NCST citizen cadet shall be deemed NCST graduates and shall be incorporated in the NSRC and the AFP Reserve Force. All students who have completed the NCST program will be considered to have complied with the mandatory military registration and training. Training, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor. So, saan po nanggaling yung inyong sagot na hindi ito military training? Under Section 14 of Republic Act number 7077. Now, yung minodify po sa NCST will incorporate a 5-month cadet officers leadership course. It will be administered and implemented by CHED and AFP as prescribed by DND. So, ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, hindi po totoo na walang military training or hindi ito military training katulad ng sinabi ninyo.
Ganito po yun, Mr. Speaker, ganito po yun. Ang una pong mandatory natin, yung NCST. Kung ikaw ay halimbawa, naka-enroll sa isang university, kumuha ka ng AB Political Science, you are mandated to take itong NCST na 4 na semestre. If you want to pursue ROTC in the middle of your, o kaya nakatapos ka na, halimbawa, ng NCST na 2 years, if you want to pursue ROTC, ang kukunin mo ngayon 5 buwan na leadership, military leadership training in preparation for the other 2 years that you will take so that you will be able to complete the 4-year ROTC training. Yun po yung ibig sabihin nito. Marami po tayong mga estudyante na after a while, siguro nagustuhan na nila. So ang gagawin nila, they want to advance so that they will have probably would like to become possible commissioned officers after graduating from college. Kailangan nilang kumuha ng 5-month leadership, military leadership training in preparation for taking a higher sabihin na natin advanced ROTC na remaining 2 years. Kasi ang ROTC program natin, Mr. Chair, under this program or under this bill, 4 na taon po yun.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, naiintindihan po natin yung 4-year military training program is optional. But the NCST will incorporate a 5-month cadet officers leadership course na under DND, AFP, OCD, DILG, and PNP na included sa formulation ng NCST program design. Diba po ba?
Tama
Tama
po
po
yun,
ba?
Mr. Speaker. It's
So,
true.
military-
But ang hindi po, kasi pag linagay lang mo sa curriculum, isang beses lang, sasabihin mo, military training, hindi po ganun dapat ang interpretation natin. If there will be discussion that might involve certain training related to, let's say, yung paghawak ng baril o ano, wag na nating generalize na ito ay military training. It can be a component of a basic training on citizenship that will require you to do some of these items. Pero hindi po, ibig sabihin yan, the whole thing is a military training. Yun po kasi ang pagkakaiba ng inyo pong interpretation dito, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, dahil hindi naman option yung gano'n na 5-month na leadership course. Tama po ba? Na i-incorporate. Parang forced military training ito, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor.
Hindi po, Mr. Speaker, hindi po mandatory yung 5-month leadership training. Yun po ay bibigayan kung ang estudyante now after finishing po yung 2 years na NCST ay gusto niyang mag-pursue ng ROTC na 4-year po yun.
So,
Yun po,
saka pa lang
Mr.
yung 5
Speaker.
months. Parang saka pa lang yung 5 months after the NCST.
Yes.
Yun yung sinasabi nyo,
Yes,
Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Pero ang NCST ay forced. Tama? Kasi kailangan you have to finish it before you
Yes.
graduate. Ganun yung mangyayari.
Tama po yun.
So parang forced enlistment din ba siya to AFP Reserve Corps?
Kung, kasi po baka merong mga estudyante na gustong magtuloy, we just set the framework such that, Mr. Speaker, that after completing the 2-year NCST program, gusto niyang mag-pursue ng ROTC bago siya mapunta sa 3rd or 4th year niya sa kanyang kurso, current course na kinukuha sa isang universidad, kailangan mag-undergo muna siya ng 5-month leadership training so that he can, on his 3rd year in college, he can pursue yung ROTC na remaining 2 years na lang because he was able to complete already yung 2 years na NCST.
Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, ito pong creation of National Service Reserve Corps or NSRC, maaari nyo bang ipaliwanag ito? Nakalagay po kasi dito, referred to as National Service Reservists. Civilian ba ito in nature? Pero ang sourcing ng volunteers and nagko-conscript in times of national or local necessity, hindi parang, di ba, volunteer pero nagko-conscript. Parang, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, maaari nyo bang ipaliwanag kung ano ito?
Yung pong NCST, gusto natin na magkaroon tayo ng listahan dito pagkatapos ng training para pag nagkaroon ng emergency sa ating bansa o nagkaroon ng sakuna sa ating bansa, kailangan natin sila at meron na tayong listahan. Kaya immediately after the completion ng NCST, yung pong paralan magsasabit ng mga pangalan para may consider natin na sila ay nakatapos na. At ito ang ating gagamitin o i-request na sumama sa ating mga efforts to address whatever problem we will encounter in the future. Mas maganda po ito kasi sila ay trained to do all these things. At yun po yung pinaka objective natin na matrain yung ating mga kababayan ng mga estudyante sa larangan ng iba't ibang dito sa itong nabanggit ko kanina na mga items sa disaster, first aid, and all these other related emergencies.
So, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, dahil conscription siya, ibig sabihin, force talaga ito. Kailangan, no? Kasama ka na sa listahan pagkatapos ng NSTC.
Mr. Speaker, ulitin ko po, yung pong training
ng NCST ay mandatory po yan for 2 years sa mga estudyante natin. Pero yung pong ROTC, hindi po mandatory yon. Optional po yan kung gusto nila. Kung ayaw nila, okay lang. Ano po?
What about
Ngayon,
this?
ang pinaka-objective natin dito, in both cases, is we would like to train them on several aspects. Ito po yung nabanggit natin kanina. Para kung merong pangangailangan ng ating bansa, sila po ang magiging, magiging source natin ng ating pagpukunan ng ating mga required resources. At sila ay trained na. And they are aware of this because at the very beginning of their training under the NCST, they will be oriented on this particular objective of this program.
So, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, ang use nitong National Service Reservists, ano ito, Mr. Speaker?
Ito po yung listahan ng mga nag-graduate.
Yun nga,
Kasi
i-conscript
baka yung-
nga sila, Mr. Speaker,
Yes,
ginoong sponsor,
kaya nga.
di ba? So,
Tama po yun.
for gagamitin, so automatic talaga, at forced talaga siya. Kasi conscripted ka di ba? Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor.
Ano pong ibig sabihin nung sila'y force?
Forced, kasi automatic sila na i-fulfill ito bilang mga National Service Reservists, right?
Mr. Speaker, yung pong NCST talagang ano po yon, mandatory po yan. At pagkatapos itong kanilang training, nandun po sila sa listahan. At hindi po ba mas maganda yan? Kailangan natin ang listahan para alam natin kung kanino tayo hingi ng tulong. Marami pong nagbo-volunteer ngayon. Kahit na wala sila sa listahan, pero what we wanted is all these people who will volunteer to work will have the capabilities, the knowledge, and the expertise to do the job. Ayaw po natin na sila'y mag-save ng tao, kung hindi naman sila marunong na mag-save, problema po yon. Hindi po ba, Mr.
Yes.
Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, nandun na tayo sa substantive I was asking for the structure. Yung structure po ng National Service Reservists na tinatawag niyo dito, civilian in nature. Pero magko-conscript, no? Yun yung sinasabi niyo dito, tama po ba? Ito ba ang kaibahan kung nagtapos ka ng NSTP or ng NSTC? Parang ganyan. Tama ba? Kasi actually yung NSTP, civilian in nature yun di ba? Yes. And includes na yung mga sinasabi ninyo dito volunteers on emergencies, disasters, non-combat, yung mga ganon. Pero dahil in-incorporate yung iba pa dito sa, ano yung kaibahan nitong NSTP at NSTC?
Isang kaiban dito,
NCST.
Mr. Speaker, yung po kasing NSTP, yung mga estudyante pipili kung saan silang service ang gusto nila. Di po ba? Dito po, pinagsama-sama natin ito at pangalawa, dahil pinagsama-sama natin yung kanilang training na i-undergo nila, we increase the number of year, from 1 to 2 years. 2 years po ngayon. So, yun po malaking pagkakaiba yon.
Alam niyo po, pareho lang yung sinek natin, sa NSTP, halos pareho rin lang naman yung magko-comprise doon, Wala naman siyang kaibahan. So, ano yung kaibahan nito? Bakit hindi na lang natin i-expand yung NSTP kung ganun din lang naman, kung hindi naman siya ganun kakaiba, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor?
Yung pong, pakiulit nga po yung tanong, yung last question.
Ganun din po kasi yung nagme-make up doon sa NSTP, di ba? Yung CHED, TESDA, DND, AFP, NDR Arms, mga ganyan, OCD, etc. DSWD.
Yes, yung pong iba, the same doon po sa...
Oo, bakit babaguhin natin yung NSTP? Bakit hindi na lang natin i-expand? Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor.
Well, ang pinaka-importante po rito, ang gusto natin, may strengthen itong NSTP
And at the same time, ma-widen yung training na ibibigay natin sa ating mga estudyante. At pangatlo, meron tayong malinaw na objective sa training natin na itong mga bata magiging ano po sila.
Kung training pala, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, pwede naman yun eh. I-expand to include disaster training, basic life support, etc., etc. Ganun, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor.
Pwede pong gawin yan, pero hindi po yun ang proposal nitong ating mga congressmen na nag-file ng bills. No? Ang gusto po nila, hindi lamang may strengthen ang NSTP natin, kundi ma-widen at magkaroon ng isang programa na hindi lamang mag-create tayo ng mga trainees, kundi kailangan mailagay sa isang parang reserve na mga bata na kailangan malaman natin sila at ma-monitor natin kung paano natin sila magamit in terms of the needs of the country.
So,
Merong
paano natin magamit as reserve force? Yun yung difference, Mr.
Hindi,
Speaker.
pero wag
ginong
nating
sponsor.
identify yung reserve force sa military reserve force. Iba po yun. Kasi po, iba ang awak ng listahan nito. Ang listahan na ito ay...
But you will be forcing a military training to them, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Yun nga ang binabanggit ko, yung military training, iba dun sa military training sa ROTC. Iba dito sa NCST.
Okay. And there's an option pa rin, parang ganyan. Kaya nga po sinasabi ko kanina, now, why not do that o expand ang NSTP? Bakit pa natin kailangan ng NCST? Kung i-expand naman natin yung NSTP, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor. Kasi yung ROTC, I understand. Yung, sa ROTC, pag nag-ROTC ka, mag-reservist ka after. Ganon? Tapos, pero kapag nag-NCST ka, you have the option. Pwede ka mag 5 months pa na, then later on ay maging
Pumunta ka
reservist.
kung gusto mong mag-take ng ROTC, alimbawa, kasi ikaw yung nag-aaral ngayon, ang kurso mo 4 years. Under the NCST, you will be undergoing training under NCST for 2 years. While you are taking your BS or AB degree. Okay? Ngayon, after 2 years, you decide. For example, to pursue ROTC, before you can pursue on the 3rd year or 4th year, yung ROTC, you have to complete first yung 5-month leadership training.
So, hindi automatic na after NCST, sila ay magiging reservist. Hindi. Conscripted nga, nakalagay dun sa ano eh.
Kasi pag sinabi mong reservist in the context of the ROTC, iba dun sa reservist. Kasi itong list na ito, ang awak nito, hindi yung military.
So, what's the difference po?
Hindi ito kasi gagamitin, yun nga sabi ko kanina, ang paggamit nito dito sa mga in-identify nating mga areas dito kanina.
So, may difference siya. Kasi ang sinabi niyo po, emergencies, calamities, disasters, mga ganyan, ano?
Yes.
Tama po ba? How is it different kapag nag-ROTC to reservist after?
O hindi, pag ikaw ay natapos ng ROTC, you will be a possible commission officer and included in the reservist list. Pag nagkaroon ng magiging commission officer ka, pag natapos ka ng ROTC. Pero kailangan, you should be a graduate of a bachelor's degree ka, older ka, or...
So, Mr. Speaker, officer lang ang pinag-uusapan natin. Sabi nyo di ba? So, pagka NCST, regular conscription. Tama? Reservist ka rin.
Yes.
Tapos, pagka ROTC, saka ka magiging officer. You may be an officer.
Kung magpupursu ka.
Kung magpupursu.
Yes.
Yun nga, Mr. Speaker, ginawang sponsor. Ang tanong ko nga, ganun pa rin yun. Reservist ka pa rin na after. And yung NCST ay nagpo-provide ng forced military training sa ating mga estudyante?
Well, hindi ko sasabihin, Mr. Speaker, na forced military training. Ang training is broader in scope, covering a lot of, we would like to develop the competency of our students, including training on civic duty inculcation, survival and safety techniques, first aid administration, community or mass emergency and disaster response and management. Ito yung focus ng training, and the curriculum that will be designed will be along these items,
Okay.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I won't belabor the point na yung kasi baka abutin tayo ng umaga doon sa
Okay, sige.
usapin ng
Thank you.
I would like to go on doon sa second point ng aking interpellation. Kasi baka magtalo tayo, umaga na po tayo abutin yan dahil hindi military training, hindi military training, pero essentially military training. Alam niyo po yun. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, kaugnay po sa mga VAW-related or violence against women-related cases, Mr. Speaker, military training programs, especially in schools, promote a macho, sexist, homophobic, and violent culture. May mga VAW-related cases na nangyayari sa loob ng mga schools and facilities. Isa-isahin ko po para malinaw sa atin. No? Year 2014, ang school po, mula pa tumalapit sa inyo, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, Benguet State University ito. Nature violation, sexual abuse, hazing. Ang details po, si Jezrael Sakpa testified that ROTC officials mauled and hit them with wooden rifles. They were forced to remove clothes and masturbate. He filed a complaint against Emily Sauanen and El Ray Bagiwan, but this was dismissed by the BSU administration. The incident occurred last November 2014. Year 2016, school ng pamantasan ng lungsod ng Pasig, nature of violation, hazing, sexual abuse. Details, PLP ROTC cadets experienced hazing and attempted rape of female cadets. Year 2020, malapit-lapit na po ito sa atin. Hindi po ito yung total ng mga cases ha. I am citing ang ilan lamang po sa mga cases. Silliman University, nature of violation, sexual abuse, homophobia. Ang mga detalye po, identified male ROTC cadets at Silliman University were asked by their officer to answer questions. And whenever they were correct, they were forced to kiss a sponsor. When they refused, they were told, sige, naunsa, nabayot na ka. Have you turned homosexual? Yun po ang sagot. So, ROTC officers at the pamantasan ng lungsod ng Maynila in 2018 shouting ang mag-ingay gagahasain. And officers at the Silliman University declaring na unsa nabayot na ka when cadets refuse to be subjected to sexual abuse are merely some examples of this culture, alongside the numerous cases of sexual violence against cadets. The cases of sexual harassment and abuse have been either dismissed or not resolved, belittling these recurring cases, nagre-record po through the years and in different schools. Karamihan sa mga perpetrators ng violence against women-related cases na ito ay pinapalampas lang at hindi pinaparusahan. Ganito ang sitwasyon na nararanasan ng mga biktima. Ngayon, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, paano mai-ensure na hindi ito mangyayari sa ipinapanukalang NCST program ng ating gobyerno? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, meron po tayong mga provisions dito that will ensure that the students will be protected. Dito po, alimbawa, magbigay po ako ng alimbawa dito. Yung pong pagpili ng, ito po sa ROTC na ito, pagpili ng DND o ng AFP officer sa deployment ng isang leader ng military sa institusyon. Nakalagay dito, the private educational institution shall have the authority to select. Magbibigay po sila ng listahan kung sinong i-appoint nila na in charge sa isang school or university, at ang
ito po, pipili sila na irerekomenda, no? Ng isang ng DND from the list na eligible. Kung inisip po ng paaralan na hindi sila naniniwala doon sa ano na yon, sa isang re-recommenda ng DND, hindi po madi-deploy doon sa isang paaralan. So in that sense, from there, maano na po yan. Kasama na po ang paaralan, yung higher educational institution na mag-decide kung sino po ang ilalagay po doon. At meron din po silang kapangyarihan after due process to, halimbawa, merong insinuation or merong prueba na talagang hindi maganda yung ginawa. Ang pwede pong i-recommend ng school na immediate removal of that person na i-assign po ng DND o ng Armed Forces of the Philippines sa isang paaralan. Isa pong protection yan. At dito po, meron po tayong penal provision dito for those who will be committing yung mga ganong pagkakasala. Meron po tayong penal provision dito. Nakalagay po rito, any act of abuse, corruption, hazing, torture, data privacy rights violation, or violation of human rights in direct or indirect relation to the implementation of this act, which are punished criminally or administratively by existing laws, rules, regulations, shall be prosecuted in accordance with such laws, rules, or regulations, provided that the penalty to be imposed shall be the maximum penalty. So ito po ay isang napakahalagang provision nitong NCST natin para masiguro natin na merong habol sa kanila o meron pong kaparusahan yung mga magkakasala. Mr. Speaker, Madam Brosas.
Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, ang tanong ko po kasi, paano may ensure na hindi ito mangyayari? Kasi, di ba, prevention naman talaga ang gusto natin. Di ba? Yes. Tapos, alam naman natin, kahit nga po yung domestic violence ngayon, nag-i-increase lang. Kahit po yung online sexual exploitation of children, pa-increase lang. Kahit pa may batas ka, kahit may penalty ka, kahit may mga sanctions ka, in fact, it is proliferating. So, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, una, ang sinabi ninyo, dapat eligible lang ang napipiliin ng DND, yung magpapatupad. Pangalawa, sabi nyo, pwede namang, kung may proof, ay tanggalin sa eskwelahan yung perpetrator. Lahat po yan, nangyari na yung krimen, kumbaga, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor. Pangatlo, ang sinabi ninyo, may penal provisions naman, yung maximum penalty. Ano po yung maximum penalty na nakalagay dyan?
Pwede po, pwedeng reclusion perpetua. Ayon po sa anti-hazing law, ang maximum penalty po ay reclusion perpetua. Kung siya ay nag-commit ng hazing resulting to death of the person.
So, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, ang pwedeng gamitin ng mga magiging biktima nito ay yung mga current laws.
Yes.
No? For example, kung yan ay sexual harassment, kung yan ay sa safe spaces, kung yan ay rape, pwede, yun.
Opo, tama po yan, Mr. Speaker.
And others, yun ang sinasabi dyan dito sa na yan. Oo. Bukod po doon, dahil nakita na natin, 2014, 2016, 2020, may mga ganito, yung matinding karahasan sa mga eskwelahan. Tapos, hindi naman magbabago yung kanilang, Mr. Speaker, yung kanilang pinanggagalingan. Marami pa rin doon, may macho, sexist, homophobic, mayroon pa rin violent culture within the Hindi naman yun agad-agad mawawala, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Paano may ensure na hindi mangyayari ito?
Hindi ko po ma-ensure, Mr. Speaker, na 100%. Pero meron po tayong mga provision dito sa batas na ito na magampanan natin ang tungkulin ng mga
kinaukulan na dapat nilang gawin para sa paaralan at sa mga estudyante. Dito po sa Section 38, meron po tayong monitoring and oversight sa lahat po ng mga higher education institutions na kung saan ang CHED magbibigay ng guidelines for the establishment of offices within the HCIs to receive and hear complaints of abuses, assist student trainees on their needs, and promote the welfare of student trainees under the program. So ito po on the college level or in the university level, meron po tayong mga oversight mga offices that will hear and resolve issues within the college or university level.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Hindi nagbabago yung context na pinanggagalingan natin. Yung klase ng background na meron tayo. Pero inag-expect tayo ng result na iba. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, hindi naman yun nakalapat sa katotohanan at realidad. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, bigyan kita ng example. Last budget hearing, nalaman natin na walang pondo ang CHED at DepEd sa gender sensitivity training program sa loob ng mga institusyon. Mababa ang budget dito. Tapos gusto nating pondohan ang NCST program na ito na magre-resulta, alam natin, na maaaring magresulta sa karahasan sa kababaihan at mga bata. Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, ako comment lang po ito. Sana po yung ating pong pananaw medyo gawin natin konting neutral, kumbaga. The least we can do is be neutral in terms of yung pong ganong aspeto na mangyayari ulit. No? Kaya kailangan po tayo ay nandyan, strengthen natin yung mekanismo para yung meron mang balak na gawin yon. O pag nangyari yan, meron tayo kagad aksyon. Hindi po natin kasi maperpekto ang sistema. Sa una pa lang, kung hindi natin negative kagad yung iisipin natin, baka wala tayong maipasambatas dito sa ating Kongreso kung ganun po yung ating magiging pananaw. Kaya tayo po ay merong mga provision para masiguro natin na maiwasan natin, if not totally eliminate o resolve po yung mga posibleng problemang mangyayari. Pagka sa we dare to, to come out with this law so that we can help our country, but in so doing, there are risks involved. But the risk can be lessened or minimized by coming out with the specific provisions that will either prevent the occurrence of this or when things happen, we can address them the soonest possible time. Yun po palagay ko ang kasagutan ko po sa inyong katanungan.
Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, yung sinite po natin na example ay reality. Yung sinite po natin na example ay last budget hearing lang nangyari. Nangyari po yun. Yung CHED at DepEd, walang gender sensitivity, walang plano for gender sensitivity training program sa kanyang mga institutions. Hindi po siya bunga ng negatibo lang na pag-iisip. Yun po ay actual, no, na nangyari. Kaya kung totoo po yun, talaga namang sasabihin natin, kaya po tayo nagkakaroon ng interpelasyon para malaman po natin ano ang mga kailangan nating probisyon, baguhin, o di kaya bakit kailangan nating i-reject yung isang measure na hindi naman nararapat sa ngayon. Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor. So, yun po, kasi gustong pondohan yung NCST pero yung gender sensitivity training program, hindi pala napondohan nung nakaraan, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, di ba? Tapos, pero tayong confidential funds, saan ba yun? Gagamitin ba yun doon? Hindi natin alam, di ba? So, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, yung mga ganyan na usapin na tama lang at dapat pagdebatihan at pag-usapan ng mabuti, sa tingin ko po, makakatulong sa inyo bilang sponsor para po repasuhin yung measure o yung mga batas na ipinapasa natin, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, gusto ko lang i-cite yung Section 34 Ito po ay Section 34 sa inyong, tama ba? Sa inyong
Yes.
batas, provides for the creation of school-based ready reserve units or RRUs. Tama po ba to, Mr. Speaker? Ginoong sponsor.
Mr.
Nakalagay
Speaker,
po dito, school-based ready reserve units.
Yes.
School-based ready reserve units may be organized by the DND through the AFP in public and private HEI campuses offering baccalaureate or undergraduate degree programs. The DND shall, through the AFP, promulgate the rules and regulations for the establishment, management, and operation of SBRRUs. HEIs shall provide office space, access to facilities, and personnel to assist the DND and AFP in managing SBRRUs. Yan. Now, sa Section 4 po na ito, no, who will be in charge of organizing the creation of SBRRUs in public and private HEI campuses offering baccalaureate or undergraduate degree programs?
Mr. Speaker, nandito po, yung pong binanggit po ninyo, DND at saka through the AFP.
Ganon din po, sino po ang magpapromulgate ng rules and regulations for the establishment, management, and operations of these SBRRUs?
Ang ano po yan, ang magpo-promulgate po niyan, ang DND at yung pagpili naman ng eligible DND AFP, ang may authority po niyan ay yung HEIs. Sila po. So pipili, meron silang yung kapangyarihan dito, they may organize yung SBRRB or U. Ito po yung school-based ready reserve units. Pero yung pagpili po ng eligible DND and AFP officers will be vested in the private higher educational institutions. So doon po yung controlling factor. Kasi kahit na sila ang may organize, pero ang pagpili po ng opisyal na mamamahala doon sa opisinang yan will be the HCIs.
So, Mr.
Higher
Speaker,
education institutions.
Ang sabi po dito, yung magpapromulgate ng rules and regulations ay hindi po HEIs, DND through AFP.
Tama po.
Pero yung mag-a-assist, Mr. Speaker, para sa requirement to provide office space, access, facilities, personnel, HEIs yon. Tama, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor? Kasi ang una kong tanong, di ba, who will be in charge of organizing the creation of SBRRUs? Sinabi niyo po yan, sinagot niyo ko. DND, through AFP. Tapos sinabi natin, tinanong ko po, sino magpo-promulgate ng rules and regulations? DND, through AFP. Pero ang mag-a-assist lang ng required, no, magpo-provide ng space, access to facilities and personnel ay ang HEIs. Tama po ba, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor?
Pero yung pong second paragraph, hindi nyo po nabasa, Mr. Speaker. Nakalagay po doon, private HCI shall have the authority to select from the list of eligible DND and AFP officers, those to be subject for deployment in their institutions.
So, Mr. Speaker, HEIs yon.
Yes.
Ang magsaselect ng
Yes.
DND officers.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, the DND and AFP is in charge of the organization. Sila din ang in charge sa rules and regulations. Tapos, they will be provided office space, access to facilities, and personnel. Direct signs po ito ng campus militarization, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yung binanggit ko po kanina, meron pong listahan na bibigay ang DND at ang AFP kung sino ang mamamahala sa loob ng campus nitong programang ito. Ang pipili po ay ang HCIs. Sila po magsasabi, gusto ko si Congresswoman Arlene Brosas, kayo po ang magiging
opisyal na ma-assign sa isang pamantasan.
Mr. Speaker, ang importante po dito, the keywords, organizing, promulgate the rules, regulations, po-provide ng office space, ng access sa facilities, ng personnel. Kaya po natin sinabi na talagang ito ay campus militarization. And this, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, i-correct niyo po ko, isn't this a clear violation of the international laws and treaties that restricts use of schools for military purposes, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor?
Sa akin pong pagkakaalam, wala pong violation sa ating batas kung ito ay pinapayagan ng isang universidad at o ng kolehiyo.
May we request the lady from Gabriela to wind up her interpellation?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while the international humanitarian law contains no general ban on the use of school buildings for military purposes, it does prohibit armed forces and armed groups using them at the same time as they are being used by students and teachers for education purposes. Yan po, Mr. Speaker, maliwanag po yan, Mr. Sponsor.
Ito po kasing, Mr. Speaker, ito pong school-based ready reserve units ay isa pong paraan para mag-train tayo ng mga estudyante so that they will become part of the school-based ready reserve units. At ang may kakayaan po niyan na mag-conduct nitong training na ito, gumawa ng curriculum, ay ang ating pong DND through the armed forces. Yun po yung, at pumapayag po ito, kaya nga po gumagawa tayo ng batas natin para masiguro na merong batayan ang pagtatayo nitong school-based ready reserve units sa iba't ibang pamantasan ng ating bansa. At ang pipili naman kung sino ang magte-training o magko-conduct ng yung mga eligible DND, AFP officials will be for deployment in the institution ay yung pong HCIs.
Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, using campuses for military purposes and even providing office space, access to facilities and personnel to assist the DND and AFP are inconsistent with Rules 20 to 24 of the International Humanitarian Law, among other treaties. Alam niyo po ba, Mr. Sponsor, that there are campuses which house not only the tertiary programs but also primary and secondary levels?
Mr. Speaker, ngayon po merong mga cases na meron tayong mga, I do not know kung kasama yung mga security guards sa iba't ibang pamantasan na nandun po sila. Ito po ay pinapayagan ng ating batas. Kaya hindi po tayo nag-aalala as long as yung nandoon sa loob ay pinili po ng universidad o ng kolehiyo.
Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, I beg to disagree. No? This means that there are students of minority age in schools. This also means that a number of laws and standards on the protection of children in schools as zones of peace are also pertinent to Section 34 and many other sections of this proposed bill. One is Republic Act 7610, or the Special Protection of Children Against Abuse, Exploitation, and Discrimination Act, which contains a provision stating that public infrastructure, such as schools, hospitals, rural health units, shall not be utilized for military purposes, such as command posts, barracks, detachments, and supply depots. Kaya kung magtatayo po ang DND-AFP ng units na ito, kung may designated space at access sa facility sa loob ng school, ang epekto niyan ay ginawa ng detachment and barracks ang schools. Now, Mr. Speaker, how is this proposed bill not a clear violation of our national and international laws?
Mr. Speaker, ngayon po meron tayong mga ROTC na volunteer po sa ating mga estudyante.
ayon po sa ating batas, yung pong Republic Act 7077, andun po sila at wala pa namang nag-cite na we are violating anything sa existing practice po ngayon kahit na wala pa po itong ating panukalang batas na ito. Existing na po yan ngayon.
Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, yun nga po yung tinutukoy natin ng mga violations. Ano? Anyway, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, marami pong excuses para dyan. But there's no denying that this bill will further campus militarization in schools because it's there explicitly and it's not even in disguise. This bill puts the studentry, the faculty, the education support personnel, and the whole education stakeholders at risk of imminent danger. Schools are zones of peace and the military and police must keep out of campuses. Yun lang, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we recognize the next interpellator, I would like to humbly request that we recognize the guests of Congressman Christian S. Unabia, Congressman Lordan Suwan, and Congressman Vicente Bambi Emano. The following guests are Honorable Charlie B. Buhisan, Mayor of the Municipality of Magsaysay. Next is the Honorable Grace B. Abao, Vice Mayor of the Municipality of Magsaysay, Honorable Councilor Brian Bacoy, Honorable Councilor Bernard Buhisan, Honorable Councilor Joaquin Rojas, Honorable Councilor Genaro Nisperos Jr., Honorable Councilor Edu Betonio, Honorable Councilor Ariel Gamil, Honorable Councilor Lihun Mendoza, Honorable Councilor Shalako Uba, Honorable Councilor IPMR Melanie Polinar, Honorable Councilor Liga ng mga Barangay Romeo Gonzales, and Honorable Councilor SK Federation Sailona Ratilla.
We acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Representative Christian Onabia, Representative Lordan Suwan, Representative Bambi Imano. Our guests from the local government of the Municipality of Magsaysay, Province of Misamis Oriental, the Mayor, the Vice Mayor, and the City and the Councilors. Mayong pag-abot din sa ubos Balay Balauranan. Let us have 2 minutes suspension to allow our guests to and our members to interact as well as to take pictures in the plenary. Ade, 2 minutes lang, 2 minutes. 2 minutes suspension. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Franz L. Castro from ACT Teachers Party List.
The Honorable Representative Franz Castro from ACT Teachers Party List is recognized for her interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So before I go to my interpellation, Mr. Speaker, I just would like to manifest and put into record kung paano po niraratsada itong panukalang batas na ito. No? So, my first meeting po sa Committee on Basic Education joint with CHTE. So, yung first meeting, approve agad yung substitute bill. And then yesterday, we had the Appropriations Committee meeting, approved dun sa Appropriations Committee, and then we have this in the plenary session. So ganito lang po yung ginawang public consultation kaugnay nitong ROTC na kaugnay nitong panukalang batas natin, Mr. Speaker, on the National Citizen Service Training Program Act, na sa tingin natin ay napakahalagang bill o napakahalagang panukalang batas, katulad din ng Maharlika Investment Fund, na dapat din sana ay mas tinatalakay ng mas matagal at very exhaustive, at talagang yung public consultation ay mas malawak. So hindi sapat, Mr. Speaker, yung sinasabi ng ating ng committee na ito ay dumaan na ito ng 18th Congress. At last meeting ng CHTE ay nakapagsalita naman exhaustively yung ating mga resource person. So sa tingin po ng kinatawang ito, Mr. Speaker, napakahalaga nitong panukalang batas na ito na nangangailangan talaga ng mas malalimang pagkonsultasyon, pag-aaral sa bagay nito, Mr. Speaker. So, yung una pong nating tanong, Mr. Speaker, ay, so yung una, so sinasabi ng ating butihing sponsor, Mr. Speaker, that this is to repeal the current law on NSTP, or the National Service Training Program. So tama po ba, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, tama po yun.
So this is to repeal the RA on NSTP. At yung components ng NSTP the literacy training, number 2, civic welfare training service, at saka yung pangatlo po ay yung ROTC. Na kung saan, Mr. Speaker, sa 2 taon na training dito sa NSTP, the students will choose from among this in 2 years. Tama po?
Tama po yan.
Yes, so sinasabi din po kanina sa mga sagot po ng ating sponsor, Mr. Speaker, on the difference of NSTP and this proposed National Citizen Service Training Program, dahil ang mga bata, as of now, ay pumipili lang. So wala silang kaalaman on ROTC, wala silang kaalaman on Civic Welfare Training Service, kaya gusto ng National Citizen Service Training Program na incorporate dito sa batas na ito yung lahat ng mga training na ito, Mr. Speaker. Tama?
Tama po yun. Nabanggit ko po, Mr. Speaker, dito po sa Section 7, yung pong coverage ng programang NCST. At ulitin ko po, the programs would include civic duty inculcation, survival and safety techniques, including first aid administration, and community or mass emergency and disaster response and management.
Yes. Okay, so in other words, sinasabi ng ating distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, na gusto nating to enhance, strengthen yung kaalaman ng ating mga graduate dito sa NCST nung itong mga nasa NSTP. So ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, military training na ginagawa doon sa ROTC ay papaloob dito sa National Citizen Service Training. Hindi man sabihing military training ito, kung sabihin natin mga survival training or whatever. So just the same, ganun pa rin yun, basic military training.
Mr. Speaker, yung pong basic military training doon po sa ROTC yon, hindi po dito sa NCST.
Okay.
At kaya yung pong ROTC natin under this bill ay optional po yon. Pipili po sila kung gusto nila o hindi. Kung ayaw nila, hindi po sila magte-take ng ROTC. Pero ito pong NCST ay mandatory po ito for all students in public and private institutions.
Okay, so syempre, Mr. Speaker, malinaw naman dito sa panukalang batas natin na mabigyan din ng mga, siguro mga basic na mga training na kung saan ay nakapaloob na rin dito yung mga ilang training natin doon sa sinasabing basic or advanced training sa ROTC. So, tama po. Meron din.
Yung pong ROTC, meron pong meron training po yon separate from this NCST.
Ano po ba yung nagkaroon po ba, Mr. Speaker, ng study on the National Service Training Program that prompted the sponsor to file a bill on the National Citizen Service Training Program? Meron po bang kinandak ang CHED kaugnay nung pag-aaral? Ano ba yung failure, kulang, lacking, or success nitong NSTP program, Mr. Speaker?
Ito pong representation ito, hindi po ako nakakita ng formal study tungkol po dito sa impact ng NSTP. Pero marami pong nagsasabi na kailangan palawakin yung coverage nitong NSTP, hindi lang isang aspeto ang dapat matutunan ng mga estudyante na nagte-take po ng NSTP.
Kaya nga po, Mr. Speaker, no, sa NSTP mamimili ka.
Yes.
Pero dito sa National Citizens Training as NCST, i-incorporate na itong lahat na ito, itong tatlo na ito, plus yung mga additional na nakalagay doon sa section on curriculum. Tama po. So hindi natin pwedeng sabihin na wala talaga ditong kahit na hindi natin pwedeng sabihin ni walang bahid ng military training ito. Kasi gusto nga nating ma-incorporate lahat ng mga nakapaloob doon sa NSTP dito sa National Citizen Service Training Program.
Tama po yung interpretation ninyo. Meron pong mga iba nating mga kababayan na parang sinasabi nila merong military component itong NCSTP. Pero yung konsepto under this program ay maliwanag po dito sa ating panukalang batas na under Section 7 kung ano po yung coverage nito.
Yes, so natuwa naman po ako na sa sinabi ng ating sponsor, Mr. Speaker, na siguro may konti na military component itong NSTP dahil sa sinabi niya kanina na gusto talagang i-incorporate itong nasa loob ng yung mga programs under the NSTP. Na sa ngayon ay pipili lang yung estudyante ng first year and second year college nitong mula dito sa tatlong ito. Sige po, dito po sa Declaration of Policy, by the way, walang naging study as regards to the effectiveness ng NSTP at nakatulong ba ito doon sa ating mga mag-aaral para makita natin yung objective noong NSTP. So, dito po sa nakikita natin sa Declaration of Policy at saka dito sa curriculum, Mr. Speaker, nasan po kaya nakalagay dito yung literacy training program. Kasi meron namang meron ng component ito ng meron na tong component ng civic welfare training service, component ng military training at saka pero wala akong nakikita, Mr. Speaker, na literary training. Saan po kaya yun makikita?
Dito po sa na-finalize na bill, hindi po nga nakalagay yung pong literacy training services. At kanina po, bago kami nagsimula nitong ating interpellation ngayon, nakakausap ko po ang chairman ng Committee on Basic Ed, si Congressman Roman Romulo, at yung po isa sa mga amendment na isasama po natin ngayong hapon, Mr. Speaker, our friend Congresswoman Franz Castro.
Yes, isang mahalagang component din po ito ng NSTP, Mr. Speaker, dahil maging ako, naranasan ko din na mag-handle ng mga estudyante natin sa first year in college from the Ateneo na tumulong din sa akin doon on literacy training sa mga bata na para maturuan yung mga bata ng basic, yung mga required na prerequisite na mga skills sa mathematics. So napakahalaga din na mailagay din natin dito sa curriculum itong literacy training program. So kung sige po, mag-antay na lang po tayo later on kung ano yung ilalagay na amendments. So ilan po yung inaasahan natin na so ibig sabihin yung matatapos po ng mag-graduate ng NCSTP, lahat po ng estudyante ng first year and second year college, lahat din po ng gender, male, female, and LGBT.
Tama po yan.
Kung meron. So pati babae, mga bakla, tomboy, ay papaloob din dito.
Po, tama po yan.
Okay, so
Mr. Speaker.
yan. So dati-rati kasi, kung pipili, ngayon sa NSTP, pipili lang yung mga bata kung alin yung talagang mas sa kanila, no? Sige, later on, titignan natin kung may mga exceptions pa dito sa ating NCST. Okay. Next question, Mr. Speaker, as regards, doon na tayo sa curriculum. Yung coverage po ng NCST program. Okay? So, yung NCST program on Section 4, Establishment of NCST Training Program, ay ito pong curriculum ay bubuin ng CHED in all HEIs and by TESDA in all TVIs, both in consultation with the Department of National Defense. Okay? Section 5, on the coverage of NCST, meron po itong 240 hours, 4 semesters, and bawat semestre, kahapon po, di ba, nagtanong ako kaugnay noong components nitong na to, no? There would be 3 units per semester, tama po ba yun? 3 units per semester. So to complete the NCST program, 12 units yon in 2 years. Tama po ba? Kasi walang nakalagay dito.
Tama po yun. Bali, ang total po niyan, 60 hours per semester. Kasi 240 po yun, Mr. Speaker. So you divided by 4. So 60 hours po yan, but that will be equivalent to more or less 3 units per semester.
Okay, so baka later on in our amendments, ilagay din natin dito yung units. Kung
pwede po, kung yun po yung suggestion po.
Okay, so ito pong 3 units na ito, per semester ay magiging 60 hours. So kung i-divide natin yan in in 3, so bali ang sinasabi niyo rin po kahapon, bali in a semester. So kung magkakaroon halimbawa ng ilan bang week per semester to 3 months, so kung magkakaroon ng 12 weeks, So yung three units na ito ay in a week, one meeting in 3 hours, tama? Or araw-araw pa rin itong klase dito sa NCST?
Yung pong mga ibang university, mga 16, yung iba 16 weeks per semester. Yung iba nag-i-increase pa ng more than 16 weeks. So kung 16 weeks times 3, that's 48 hours. So this one is 60. But we are open to amending the 60 hours per semester.
Yes, kasi sa kasalukuyan, Mr. Speaker, di ba yung NSTP natin, ganun din naman 240, tama ba? Sa NSTP ay 240 hours din yung i-complete ng mga students.
That's right.
Okay. So, siguro tignan din natin kung paano yung distribution noong klase dito sa NSTP para dahil Mr. Speaker, tingin ko magiging very tedious ito, very physical dahil nga siyempre may mga survival training, etc. na dapat din hindi rin maka-conflict ito doon sa kanilang academic, doon sa mas academic na na component ng kanilang course.
Yes, tama po 'yun. Para po maging maganda ang takbo nito, part of the bill provides for the creation of the technical panel. At ang technical panel na ito will be the one to define yung pong required na curriculum for every year, for every semester. So ito po at ang technical panel na ito is composed of different departments of the government, and at the same time we have included yung organization of all private schools, colleges and universities in the country, which is COCOPEA. Then we have also PASCO, that includes all state universities and colleges, and also ALCU. Ito po yung association of all local universities and colleges, plus other private individuals who will be part of this technical panel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, by the way, balik po tayo dun sa declaration na policy, no? Kung idadagdag po natin yung literacy training, dapat nakalagay din po pala dito sa declaration of policy. Ano po ang opinion ng ating distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
We are ready to amend ito pong section 2 of this particular bill to include yung pong literacy training as one of the, sabihin na nating, policies of this particular bill.
Okay. Thank you po. Meron lang po akong dito sa technical panel ng NCST program dahil parang wala dito yung participation ng ating mga teachers organizations, especially yung mga unions natin sa mga SUC. Ito po, kung babasahin natin, yung mga component nito ay CHED, TESDA, DND, AFP, NDRRMC, OCD, DILG, PNP, NYC, DSWD, Philippine Red Cross, National Volunteer Service Training, COCOPEA, PASUK, ALGU, private sector representative who shall recognize experts or practitioners in the field of citizens service training disaster, NCST. Dahil ito po, di ba, itong dalawang private sector na ito ay covered na to ng OCD. So, ewan ko lang, Mr. Speaker. Pero ang napuna ko lang dito sa composition ng technical panel na siyang mahalaga din na kung sinasabi ng ating sponsor na siya yung magde-design ng program para dito sa NCST program, dapat may participation ng mga teachers. Di ba? Dapat may participation dito yung mga personnel. Kasi pag in-implement natin ito, so sila rin kasama dito, di ba? Na magtuturo. So hindi naman natin naasahan na may mga magtuturo na manggagaling sa labas kasi iti-training din naman natin yung mga teachers. Pero kaya kailangan, Mr. Speaker, nandoon din dapat sa technical panel yung mga union of teachers or wala nga rin ditong students representative.
Okay po yun sa atin na isama natin yung mga teachers sa technical panel. And we can include that in when we go into the amendment part of this deliberation, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Okay. So, meron na po ba tayong general view on what the curriculum would be like? Kung ano ba yung lalamanin nung itong 2-year course na merong 3 units per SEM in 240 hours or less.
We have a list of, Mr. Speaker, Madam Interpellator, meron po kami general guidelines dito na gusto nating isama, but we will leave that to the technical panel to decide. This would include, for example, yung tungkol sa civic duty. So we have outlined kung ano yung cover sa civic duty, like working knowledge of the 3 branches of government, basic and national and local government structure, familiarity with key anti-corruption laws, including but not limited to the Code of Conduct of Ethical Standards for Government Officials, familiarity with the Safe Spaces Act, Anti-Sexual Harassment Act, familiarity with the election process, with the Climate Change Program of Government, the salient features of solid waste management, drug prevention program, anti-dangerous drugs law, basic laws to prevent and counter, to prevent corruption in government and different organizations. Then we go to individual survival and safety skills like basic survival swimming, first aid, life support, cardiopulmonary resuscitation, basic food and water, open water rescue, basic arms, harness and escriba program. Then we go to mass community and mass emergency and disaster response and management, evacuation, management, earthquake, fire, flood, tsunami, storm, surge, volcano eruption, fundamental community hazard mapping, basic business continuity planning. Then we have citizen soldier training, and so forth and so on. So meron pong general concept dito, but we will leave that to the technical panel to finally decide on the design as well as the curriculum, as well as the modes and method of the delivery of this curriculum, Mr. Speaker.
So sabi nasa po ng ating na mga pwedeng mailagay doon nakalagay yung narinig ko po yung eskrima. Ano po yung eskrima?
Yung
yung gano'n.
Oo, yan. Oo.
Okay. So bakit po may pangangailangan ng gano'n? Hindi ba dapat mas martial arts?
Yun, kasama na yun dito.
Dapat
Hindi ko lang nabanggit,
turo.
napakadami. Yung arnis, yun, kasama yun. Arnis
Kasi
and
hindi naman
eskrima.
natin hindi natin kultura yung nag-i-eskrima. Merong talent dyan na mag-eskrima. Mas maganda siguro, Mr. Speaker, training din sa swimming, di ba? Dapat ang mga bata matrain din siya sa swimming kasi sa mga nakaraan, sa mga disaster, nakita natin mas yung bata at saka yung mga kababaihan, yung mas vulnerable na mamatay dahil nga doon sa baha or whatever. So wala ba diyang swimming?
Yeah, kasama po yung swimming, hindi ko lang nabanggit. Nandito po sa last, ang dami po kasi nito, Madam
Yes.
Interpellator, Mr. Speaker.
So nabanggit niyo yung soldiers training. So ibig sabihin, talagang isasama natin sa curriculum yung soldiers training. Ano po bang parte ng soldiers training ang magiging kaibahan nito doon sa sinasabi nating basic military training sa ROTC?
Ito po, kasama po rito yung survival, escape, and evasion. Kasama po yun. Map reading and land navigation. Doon po sa soldier training yan.
So kasama din yung training doon sa paano magkakasan ng barel.
Wala
Or
po
paano
dito sa aming listahan dito
So,
yung
wala. So, hindi kasama.
pagkasa ng baril.
Okay, so hindi po ba sa isang sasawar kailangan din ng mga first aider? Nandiyan ba 'yon, yung mga first aider na di ba katulad ni Tandang Sora noong panahon ng war, Mr. Speaker, di ba? Hindi siya pwedeng makapag-physical na pwede siya
Kasama po yung nabanggit ko kanina, yung basic first aid na training.
So 'yon. So sinasabi niyo po pala dito sa soldiers training, Mr. Speaker, ang sponsor, yung sinasabing soldiers training ay yung sa survival lang. Survival, no?
Yes.
Okay. So hindi kailangan dito bumili ng mga bata ng uniform kasi kasama ba to doon sa halimbawa training nila sa soldiers training na bibili sila ng dapat meron silang tamang attire doon sa training nila, di ba? Kung merong parang kumbaga may fatigue or whatever, may ganun po ba na pangangailangan?
Nung pong na-conceptualize ito pong bill na ito, hindi po namin napag-usapan yung uniforme ng mga magte-take ng NCST. But it's a very good suggestion that we should incorporate yung pong uniforme that will be used in all these programs that we will be incorporating in the curriculum.
Yes, natanong ko yun, Mr. Speaker, dahil kung i-require natin ito doon sa mga estudyante natin, ilan po ba yung in-expect natin ilan ang students na magte-training dito?
Marami po. Lahat po ng all
Yes,
college students
ilan po
in
yun?
public
Ilan po yun?
and
Ilan po
private,
yun?
mahigit pong 1 million yan.
Okay, so 1 million. So kailangan nating mag-provide ng siguro budget for that. Yung tungkol sa mga uniform kung kinakailangan. At saka yung mga gadgets, yung mga kinakailangan first aid kit, ang mga schools dapat handa niyan. Yung mga rope na kinakailangan para mabigyan ng skills yung mga bata for yung mga survival na di ba? Tama.
Mr. Speaker, that will be decided later on as far as the uniforms are concerned because we have to consider, the required budget for this.
Yes. Sinasabi ko po yung required budget, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, doon na tayo sa budget, no? Dahil alam naman po natin, meron tayong universal free tertiary education for all sa mga SUC, kaya nga natin isinabatas yun dahil alam natin na responsibilidad ng gobyerno ng ating estado na talagang i-provide yung education dun sa ating sa ating mga estudyante. At kung magkakaroon siguro ng barrier on the additional expenses ng mga parents, ng mga estudyante, ay talagang talagang dapat nating paglaanan din later on ng budget. So yung budget po ba regarding dito ay kukuhanin sa CHED o yung mga individual na mga SUCs and private HEIs?
As far as yung pong NCST, wala pong bayad yung estudyante kung magte-take sila because this will be covered under Republic Act 10931, which is the universal access to quality tertiary education. But the other related expenses that will be incurred by them sa kasalukuyan po ay sila ang nagbabayad, although sa mga private, nakalagay po dito sa ating panukalang batas na ang tuition nila, mga mga 50% ang babayaran nila. At yun po yung adapt natin dun sa kasalukuyang sistema under this NSTP.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Okay, so sinasabi natin na yung mga estudyante rin po ng TESDA through the TVI ay mag-undergo din po nito. May mga special program. Kasi sa mga tertiary na 4-year course, so 2 years nila ito, no, NCST. Pero alam natin, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, yung mga estudyante po ng TESDA, ano lang naman yan di ba? 3 months, 6 months, o hanggang 1 year. So, ipipwesto pa rin po ba natin dito yung course ng NCST?
Yung pong, Mr. Speaker, the people that we cover are those people who will be taking 2-year tech book courses, TESDA. However, they will also be covered if they take less than, let's say, more than 1 year to less than 2 years, but there will be a special training that will be conducted for them, and this will be designed by TESDA kung ano yung mga programang yon. Even foreigners who will be studying in our universities, they will be attending itong NCST, but a special program will be given to them just to let them appreciate what we are doing in terms of citizen service in our country, Mr. Speaker, Madam Interpellator.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Section 12, delivery of courses by authorized organization or partner government agencies and entities. So, in-expect po ba natin dito yung tinatawag nating mga partner government agencies and entities, authorized organization, ay magbibigay din ng training dito sa mga bata natin na mag-enroll sa NCST?
Yes, sila. We will commission private organizations to conduct the training under this NCST. But this organization should be recognized first by CHED and TESDA. And as we indicated here, kailangan they have track record for noteworthy value-forming programs, projects, and activities with the youth, and they have the capacity and competence to deliver the knowledge or skills required for the course to be delivered by them. Ito po yung mga requirement.
Halimbawa po ng mga private organizations, halimbawa yung mga Red Cross, tama po yon, yung organizations ng mga swimmers, kung meron, organization ng mga marunong mag-eskrima. So yun po ba yung tinatawag, yun po ba yung tinutukoy natin, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, isa po sila sa pwedeng mag-conduct ng training. But
yes, bakit kailangan po nila ng security clearance from the PNP and NBI or the NBI? So, sino po ang i-clearance natin? Yung organization o yung mga individual na magtuturo po doon sa training natin?
Yung pong organization muna ang ano natin. And we assume that if the organization is okay, yung mga magte-training under...
Registered dyan sa SEC o registered dyan
yun po yung kailangan. Kailangan they should be, if it's a corporation or organization, either they are registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission or kung cooperative sila, pwedeng sa CDA. Pero on top of this, they should submit yung
so ano po yung appropriate security clearance na kinukuha sa PNP? Kasi ang alam ko po, yung clearance na kinukuha sa PNP ay yung by individual. So meron na rin po bang ginagawa ang PNP na pag-accredit ng mga organization?
Kung sino po yung ma-identify nila na magre-represent sa organization, siya po ang kukuha ng certificate or clearance from PNP.
So ibig sabihin, individual po, hindi po yung organization. Kasi alam ko wala naman pong security clearance na ginagawa ang PNP at saka ng NBI.
Kaya nga po, when you apply, you use the company when you apply, but the clearance should be the person who will represent yung organization.
Okay, so gusto ko lang po yung linawin, kasi sa ngayon po, wala naman talagang ibinibigay na clearance ang PNP at NBI sa mga organization, kundi sa mga individual lang.
Opo, tama po yun. Kaya ang requirement po natin, Mr. Speaker, is the one who will represent the organization should be the one to get the police clearance and the national or the NBI clearance. Actually po sa original bill, ang dami pong mga clearances dito at we heard your comment when we had the deliberation on this bill and we removed all the other clearances that were originally in this particular provision of the bill.
Yes, thank you po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Actually nga, nakita ko nga yung pagbabago nito dun sa una nating diniscuss nung first hearing natin dun sa joint committee hearing ng CBEC at saka ng CHTE. Okay, yung section 14.
Madam Interpellator and Mr. Speaker, linagay ko rin po dito na ito pong private HCIs are also allowed to implement such courses in-house without the need for partnership with organization. So they are given also the option. Kung ang HCI, meron silang qualified na trainers to do the training for this program, then they can do it. And they can even establish consortia or consortium with other HCIs who have competence and capability to do the training.
Okay. Dito pa sa section 14, Mr. Speaker, completion of the compulsory military training under Republic Act number 707. Dahil sinasabi natin dito sa section 14 na ina-adapt natin yung provision noong nasa RA 7077 ng compulsory military training under the Republic Act. Tama po ba? Under the Republic Act number 7077. So, ang ibig sabihin nito, ina-adapt po natin yung provision ng RA 70777 na compulsory military training. Kasi pag graduate ka ng NCST, ibig sabihin, na-complete mo na yung requirement dito sa RA 7077.
Yes, this is favorable to those who will study and complete yung NCST. Because if we don't provide this provision, they are still mandated to comply with Section 14 of Republic Act 7077. Which is a requirement actually right now. Ang hindi lang nangyayari dito ay hindi fully implemented itong batas na ito. But in order to protect our students, we have provided a provision that all those who will complete itong NCST shall be considered to have complied with the mandatory military registration and training under Section 14 of Republic Act 7077.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker.
That clarifies yung tungkol doon sa RA 7077. So, Article 5. Okay, so, bakit po ba natin kailangan pa nitong Article 5, yung Optional Reserve Officers Training Corps? Kasi pagkatapos ng 2-year course dito sa NCST, kung option ng bata to have another 5 months of siguro qualifying training para sa mga bata to undergo another 2 years ba o 4-year? Na course ng ROTC, tama po ba? Or another 2 years na training ng ROTC?
Ang programa po nitong batas na ito, kapag ito po ay na-approve, pag ikaw ay nakatapos ng, limbawa, yung natapos mo yung NCST, gusto mong magpurso ngayon kasi gusto mong makomisyong ka later on sa military, you can do so. Voluntary sa iyo na yon. But before you can go into the 3rd year and 4th year, of your current course. For example, you are taking AB Political Science, ang gawin mo, you take a 5-month leadership training. Pagkatapos natapos ka sa 2 years na NCST, you take a 5-month leadership training, then you take the 3rd year and 4th year para makumpleto mo yung ROTC mo. Okay. Ngayon, once you complete your ROTC, you can be enlisted as a reserve commission officer of the military or of the armed forces of the Philippines.
So, kailangan pa ba itong Article 5 na yon? Kasi nasa RA, 7077 para doon sa mga gustong maging talagang enlisted na mga reservist. So bakit natin isasama pa itong Article 5 na ito na optional reservist, Reserve
5 ba o
Officers
Section
Training
5?
Corps? Kasi nandoon na yan doon sa RA 7077. Kung gusto talaga ng bata na magpursu pa ng ROTC na talagang advanced na military training, ay nandoon na po yun sa 7077.
Ang gusto lang natin po dito, kasi dito po sa ano natin, sa batas natin ito, optional po ito, yung ROTC. Optional ito. Binibigyan natin ng chance ang mga estudyante, if they want to, they can enroll. If they don't like, okay lang. I mean,
So habang nasa college pa sila?
yes.
Okay. So habang nasa college, so third year and fourth year, kung gusto nilang mag-advance pa at maging enlisted na reservist in the future, ito yung ibig sabihin nito.
At pag sila po ay, Mr. Speaker, nakatapos ng kuleyo at natapos sila ng ROTC, nakalagay po sila sa reserve ng commission officer sila. Second lieutenant kung siya ay
So
pasok.
pwedeng Mr. Speaker, suppose dun sa isang SUC or sa mga private HEI, kung halimbawang walang estudyante na gustong mag-pursue dun sa ROTC na advance, so ano naman yun?
Wala na dun. Walang offer na ROTC.
So wala na dun yung tinatawag ninyong yung mga maintenance ng mga ROTC units na mag-station sa mga eskwelahan, yung iba pang mga nakalagay dito sa Article 5.
Yes,
So, wala na
hindi na po kailangan because there are no students who are interested or who are enrolled
Yung
po sa
school-based
ROTC.
and community-based National Reserve Corps unit, mawawala na rin yun.
Kung wala pong
Based doon,
estudyante, wala po yun.
Okay. So, doon po sa sinasabi ninyo sa budget, so if the private HEI is not under the universal free tertiary education, sinasabi natin dito, nahanap ko yun yung bata ay magbabayad siya, na dagdag na 3 units. Sa ngayon po ba yung NSTP sa private ay 3 units din na naka-incorporate dun sa kanilang tuition?
Yes, opo.
Okay, so naka-incorporate din dun sa kanilang sa tuition ng mga bata. So ang sabi natin dito, halimbawa po kung ang mga regular unit sa mga private HEI ay per unit, halimbawa ay kano na ba ngayon? Per unit halimbawa ay 2,000. So ibig sabihin dito sa NCST, 50% lang noong 2,000 yung magiging equivalent ng per unit ng bata dito.
Yes, Madam Interpellator, Mr.
Okay,
Speaker.
so yun po kasi tinitignan din natin yung magiging gastos ng ating mga parents and students dito sa pagpapatupad nitong NCST sa ating mga private HEIs. Okay. So doon na po tayo, ito, nandito pala yon. So appropriation on section 41. So nakita ko na section 41 talagang sinimplify yung appropriations. The amount necessary for the initial implementation of this act shall be charged against the current year's appropriation of the offices and agencies concerned. Thereafter, the funding of which shall be included in the Annual General Appropriations Act. So ang ibig sabihin natin dito sa sinasabi nating mga offices and agencies concerned are the CHED, yung mga SUCs, kung meron ding ma-incur na budget from the DND, AFP, etc. So iyon po ba yung ibig sabihin nitong appropriations na to?
Can you repeat? I'm sorry.
Yes, ito pong section 41, Mr. Speaker, nakalagay po dito, the amount necessary for the initial implementation of this act shall be charged against the current year's appropriation of the offices and agencies concerned. Yung tinutukoy po ba nating agencies concerned dito, ito yung CHED, yung mga SUCs,
Pati,
DND, kung merong expenses incurred, at saka yung AFP.
yes, Madam Interpellator.
Okay,
Mr.
so
Speaker.
siguro sa IRR, lilinawin na lang natin ito, no?
Yes,
Doon sa IRR natin, yung sa appropriations. Dito, nakita natin sa school fees, nakalagay dito, reasonable NCST training fee of not more than 50% of the tuition per academic. Pero as the section stated, kung paano siya ni-state, so ibig sabihin, iba pa po yung bayad doon sa tuition fee para sa NCST at saka yung training fee nung sa NCST. Tama po ba yung understanding ko, yung interpretation ko dito sa wordings natin on section 42?
Yung pong tuition na babayaran nila, kasama na po lahat dito yung babayaran ng estudyante. But this should not exceed 50% of the current fee that the school is collecting.
Okay. So not exceeding 50% of the tuition fee or tuition per academic unit or subject.
Yes.
So such funds shall be used only for the implementation of, okay, yan. So yung sa implementing rules and regulations na po, malapit na po tayong matapos. Sa implementing rules and regulations, so dito po so yung IRR within 60 days ng CHED, TESDA, DND, baka pwede rin po nating ilagay din diyan yung mga yung teachers, union and students dito sa mag-create or magka-craft nung implementing rules and regulations.
Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate time, our interpellator can propose that amendment on this particular provision, Section 44, Madam Interpellator, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, mabalik lang po ako sa appropriations. Kasi kahapon, Mr. Speaker, on the Committee on Appropriations, sinabi po ng CHED na meron silang i-maintain na mga offices sa mga CHED offices or sa mga SUC o sa mga private HEI. So, i-cover ba yun ng appropriation? Kasi tinanggal na natin dito, yung appropriations.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Interpellator, I would surmise that the CHED will, once this bill is approved, will include in their budget the additional requirement of this particular bill in terms of the budget, Mr. Speaker, Madam Interpellator.
Yes, including, Mr. Speaker, kahapon kasi pinag-uusapan din natin yung mga monitoring and oversight committee on Section 35 ng NCST. Ang composition nito, andyan nga yung CHED, DND, TESDA, DILG, DSWD. Parang yung CHED ay nagsasuggest din na magkaroon din ng budget dito sa Oversight and Monitoring Committee. So, paano po yan marereflect dun sa appropriations?
Madam Interpellator, Mr. Speaker, isasama nito, the whole bill, yung batas na ito, then they will just put funding for NCST and they'll just come out with the total amount. But they have their own internal breakdown of the cost. And from there, they can recommend and include in the budget the funding for this particular, once it is approved into law, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. In yesterday's meeting on appropriation, parang nagsasuggest din ang CHED to come up with yung mga personnel na magmo-monitor ng implementation ng NCST. Would that include in the appropriation?
I assume that should be included,
yes,
Madam
okay.
Interpellator,
Kasi
Mr. Speaker.
Yun ang sinasabi nila kahapon, na nawala na siya rito sa natin. So, okay. Yun lang po, Mr. Speaker, no. Ngayon po wala naman pong wala naman po talagang sa mga training po o yung mga seminar na kino-conduct po, lalong-lalo na ng mga NTF-LCAC. Siguro familiar na kayo doon sa NTF-LCAC, yung mga ginagawa nila na kunwari pumupunta sila sa mga eskwelahan at nagpapaseminar, kunwari, ng tungkol sa anti-terrorism and drugs. So kung titignan nyo, titignanin natin ang laman. At yan na ay ilang beses nang ni-raise yan ng Kabataan Party List at ng mga organization ng mga youth. Yung ginagawa po nitong NTF-LCAC, na alam naman natin ang composition nito, no? DND, AFP, na talagang hindi lang talaga ginagawa nila yung talagang sana training talaga against doon sa pag-prevent ng drugs. Okay? So tinatago nila yung mga seminar nila sa ganong katawagan. Pero kung titignan natin yung laman, ang dinidiscuss po doon, alam niyo po ba yung mga dinidiscuss sa mga training na yan, ay mga red tagging doon sa mga legitimate na mga organization. Even myself, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, nakalagay doon sa mga slides at mga training nila. So I hope, Mr. Speaker, hindi ito magiging, hindi natin ililegitimize ang ginagawa ng AFP, ng DND, at ng mga armadong grupo, PNP, na pagre-red tagging sa mga legitimized organization of students, teachers, and school personnel na nagsasabi lang ng kanilang mga, mga opposition, or very vocal, critical, doon sa mga policy ng ating gobyerno. So siguro, ewan ko lang sa interpellation ng ating representative from Kabataan, kung makakapagpakita tayo ng video na ginagawa ng sinasabi ko na NTF-LCAC, na yung component na yon ay mga AFP and PNP, na talagang paninira at nagsasa danger ng buhay ng mga legitimate na mga critics, opposition, and nationalists like us na nag-expose, di ba, ng mga titingin namin ay hindi magandang policy ng ating government. So I hope, itong program natin sa NCST ay hindi yan magle-legitimize nun at hindi gagamitin na platform ng AFP, DND sa mga paninira at endanger ng buhay ng mga aktivistang kagaya namin, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Interpellator, I agree with you. Dapat hindi magamit itong NCST as a platform for what you have mentioned. And with the composition of the technical panel that will define yung design, curriculum, mode and methods of delivery, I think dito pa lang kailangan masiguro natin na hindi mangyayari yung sinasabi mo. And this body will be composed of different groups, including, and I think as you proposed earlier, we will include teachers and students in this particular group. So doon pa lang sa paggawa ng mga materyales na gagamitin sa pagtuturo ay hindi masama yung inyong binanggit kanina. Hindi naman dapat talaga yon.
Yes,
So,
thank you po.
yun ang napakaalaga dito, no? Na dapat nating siguraduhin na hindi mangyayari yung inyong binanggit.
Thank you for that for that assurance at clarification. Another thing, Mr. Speaker, kung ano man po yung maagrihan natin dito na proposal, so tingin ko po na sana kung ano po yung ma-approve natin dito at maagrihan natin pagdating sa BICAM ay hindi mangyayari yung katulad niyan, baka idagdag nyo yung mga pinaalis na natin during the committee hearing, like yung soldier training, etc. Kasi hindi na niya nilagay dito eh. So sana hindi mangyari na magkaroon ng pagbaliktad kung sino man yung a-attend dun sa bicameral later on at talagang madala yung spirit ng pinag-usapan natin dito at naagrihan natin dito sa panukalang batas na to. So yun lang po, Mr. Speaker, at at ina-assure sana tayo ng ating distinguished sponsor na magiging magiging honest at magiging trustworthy. Na sana ay hindi magmadagdagan. 'Di ba? Kasi naranasan na natin 'yan doon sa budget. So yun lang po, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Interpellator, I would like to state that all the proposed amendments submitted to us by Congressman Raul Manuel were included in this final version of the bill. And therefore, I think we'll stand firm with what we will approve here in Congress. Of course, once the Senate comes out with another version, we need to ensure that we cover the important provisions that will safeguard the interest of our students and the whole country for that matter, Mr. Speaker, Madam Interpellator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to recognize the representative from Kabataan Party List, Representative Raul Manuel, for his interpellation.
The gentleman from the Kabataan Party List, the Honorable Raul Daniel A. Manuel, is recognized for his interpellation.
Magandang gabi, Mr. Speaker. Magandang gabi din sa buting sponsor ng panukalang batas. Tayo po sa Kabataan, ninonote po natin yung pagpasok nung ilan sa mga suggestion natin na bunga din ng naging talakayan sa joint committee meeting ng Committees on Higher and Technical Education tsaka Basic Education and Culture. And of course, we recognize yung efforts din ng komite na nag-incorporate ng mga ilang bagay na gusto natin ay maging tugon doon sa panawagan ng ating mga kabataan. Ganun pa man, Mr. Speaker, dahil kinikilala natin na ang pagtutulak ng ganitong panukalang batas ay meron talaga yung effort galing sa ating security sector, kaya nandyan pa rin yung ating mga katanungan hinggil sa magiging epekto ng ganitong panukalang batas kapag naipatupad na ito. Una sa lahat, Mr. Speaker, nais nating tanong kung ano ang magiging epekto nitong panukalang batas kapag ito ay na-enact na. Ano ang epekto nito sa Republic Act 7077 o yung Citizen Armed Force or Armed Forces of the Philippines Reservist Act, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, yung pong Republic Act 7077 ay mananatili po yan kasi hindi naman nating rini-repeal itong Republic Act 7077. Ang rini-repeal po natin ay yung Republic Act 9163. So in other words, ito pong bill na ito o itong batas na ito, Republic Act 7077, ay nandiyan pa rin po yun.
And salamat. Kung ganun, Mr. Speaker, nais ko pong ma-enlighten. Sa ngayon po ba, paano pinapagana ang Citizen Armed Force? Ano po yung itsura nito? Paano siya minomobilize ngayon ng ating Armed Forces of the Philippines?
Well, yung isa po rito, yun nga, yung ROTC ay isa lang po sa mga programa under Republic Act 9163. At para bagang yon ay isang programa na talagang hindi, as far as they are concerned, hindi successful ito dahil very few of our students who are taking this course, no? At yun po naman ay napapaloob sa ating Republic Act 9183. Yun namang provision nitong Republic Act 7077 tungkol naman dito sa drafting disruptive training and service, at saka yung provision on the registration, hindi po parang hindi masyadong na-implement po ito ng kasalukuyang batas. Kaya sa akin pong palagay, hindi masyadong, I do not know kung bakit, but yung pong halimbawa, yung compulsory military registration and training, hindi naman po nangyayari ito. So in that sense, parang it is too liberal in terms of its implementation. Malamang siguro kailangan nating tingnan din ulit ito kung pwede nating bigyan ng either an amendment or pwedeng i-repeal din natin itong batas na ito kung kailangan. So, yun po yun.
Yeah. With that, Mr. Speaker, kaya ako gustong i-probe yung ganong matter. Dahil nga, ang magiging immediate effect nitong panukalang batas natin on NCST, i-expand niya ang pool ng reservists na pwedeng immobilize ng ating AFP. Pero actually sa ilalim nitong Republic Act 7077, meron pa rin namang pamamaraan yung AFP para mag-mobilize na ating mga estudyante sa mga panahon na ma-justify na kailangan naman po talaga. Halimbawa, nasa Article 2, Section 2 ng RA 7077, ito para din mas malinaw sa lahat, pati na rin sa mga kababayan natin na nanonood sa ngayon o sinusubaybayan itong talakayan. Section 2, the regular force. It is the policy of the state to maintain a standing or regular military force in times of peace, consonant to its adequate and actual needs for the security of the state, but which can be rapidly expanded by the well-disciplined citizen armed force in the event of war, invasion, or rebellion. Ngayon, Mr. Speaker, nasa burden ng ating Estado, paano ba i-justify na merong war, merong invasion, o merong rebellion para i-expand niya ang ating citizen armed force? Kasi kung wala namang justifiable reason, edi nakakapagtaka bakit may ganitong siguro for the lack of a better term, panggigigil sa ating mga estudyante at kabataan para yun yung automatic na ipasama natin sa Citizen Armed Force. Halimbawa, Mr. Speaker, kung war, technically wala naman tayo sa gera. Hindi po tayo kagaya ng Israel na ginigera yung Palestine and nagkakonduct ng illegal occupation sa Palestine. Hindi po tayo kagaya ng North and South Korea na technically ay at war pa din. In terms of invasion, well, kung masasabi po natin na nag-i-invade yung China, matagal na po yun, bakit tila ba hindi naman talaga seryoso, no, lalo na yung defense sector natin sa pag-address ng incursion ng China? Kaya, ayun, yun yung binubuksan na discussion nitong automatic na pagpapaloob sa citizen armed force nitong panukalang batas, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Interpellator, kung tutusin po, if we look at Article 6, Section 14 of Republic Act 7077, nakalagay dito, all male citizens between the ages of 18 and 25 who are not reservists shall be required to register for military instruction. Registration shall take place in suitable registration places in the country prescribed by the city or municipal government between the dates of April 1st and 7th commencing 1 year after the effectivity of this act. Ilang taon na po ito? 1991. Hindi pa po nagawa kompleto itong provision na ito. So ito namang ating panukalang batas, mas maganda po ito kasi alam natin na kailangan ng training ng ating mga estudyante at ito nga, 4 semesters ito yung mga nag-aaral dyan. So ito yung kailangan natin. Kaya itong ini-emphasize natin ngayon. Itong provision na nabanggit ninyo regarding itong regular force, it is the policy of the state to maintain a standing or regular military force in time of peace. And when we do this, we don't simply would like to maintain a regular or standing force, but we want to train so that once things happen or before they even happen, we are prepared. Either, if there is a disaster or there is something that happens in our country, meron na tayong ready force. At ito yung mga civil force natin, yung mga estudyante. But for those who are interested to go higher than doing the NCST by choosing to pursue itong ROTC, they can do so.
Mr. Speaker, kung titingnan din po natin ang esensya nitong RA 7077 o ang Citizen Armed Force or AFP Reservist Act, kasabay ng pag-aaral din natin ng kung ano ba yung nais ng ating Constitution in times of example, ano yung service na gusto nitong makuha mula sa ating mga kabataan at sa mamamayan. Nasa Constitution po natin, Article 2, Section 4, na pwedeng military or civil service ang i-offer ng ating mga mamamayan at ng ating mga kabataan. At nasa Article 16, Section 4, na kung gagawan man ang EFP ng isang citizen armed force, kailangan mag-undergo ng military training ang ating mga mamamayan as may be provided by law. So far, Mr. Speaker, ang law na tinutukoy doon sa Article 16, Section 4 ay ito ng RA 7077. Ngayon, Mr. Speaker, habang nabanggit doon na merong forma ng pagmamandato na mag-register for military instruction, hindi pa rin siya nagde-demand o hindi siya nagpapataw ng isang compulsory na forma ng pagpasok sa Citizen Armed Force. Kasi Mr. Speaker, bahagi din ng Article 6, pero nasa ibang section, Section 18, na lahat po ng mga nagparehistro sa military training ay masasubject pa rin sa drawing of lots. Ibig sabihin, magbubunatan. Hindi lahat ng nagparehistro ay compelled na mag-undergo mismo nung ganong training, Mr. Speaker. Nasa Section 20 din ng kaparehong article, Article 6, na may quota for compulsory training. Yung ating DND, required siya na mag-furnish ng quota sa bawat LGU. Ibig sabihin lahat ng mga nagparehistro, merong quota kung ilan lang yung kukunin sa bawat LGU. Dagdag din, Mr. Speaker, actually, meron nga rin itong pagkilala dun sa mga pwedeng ma-exempt o ma-defer mula sa ganitong training kahit na nabunot sila. For example, individuals who are indispensable to the support of their dependent families. Na ngayon, marami talagang makaka-relate, lalo na kung 2 years yung ating NCST, may mga working student po tayo, merong mga humabol ng pwedeng income na mabigay sa kanilang pamilya. Dagdag din po ang exemption, Mr. Speaker, seminary students of any religious sect. Ibig sabihin, kahit itong current law na meron tayo, RA 7077, hindi niya tinatrato na malawak na balon ng automatic reserve force ang ating kabataan o ang ating mamamayan. It seems na meron pong overreach, lalo na sa bahagi ng ating defense sector, sa pagtitiyak na merong ganitong provisions sa ating panukalang batas, na kung saan walang choice ng estudyante, na kung gusto po niya makagraduate sa kolehiyo, kailangan ay itakda niya na magiging bahagi siya ng Citizen Armed Force pagka-graduate, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Interpellator, yung pong comparison ninyo, hindi po gano'n ang comparison dito sa ating panukalang batas. Kasi po itong Republic Act 7077, ang pinuprovide po rito yung development ng citizen armed forces of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Hindi po pwedeng equate ito dun sa NCST. Yung pong NCST ay isa pong training na hindi po military training po ito as to become part of the citizen armed forces of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Yung pong ROTC, yung po yung equivalent nito. Kaya mas maganda nga po itong ating provision dito sa ROTC kasi ito voluntary pa. Dito po mandated ka, irarapol ka nga kasi by quota. Hindi nila matrain lahat at the same time. Yung mga bata to become part of the armed or citizen armed forces of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Hindi po pwedeng equate nga ito sa NCST. Ang equate po nito dun sa ROTC. But ROTC is better off because we give the option to the students if they want to or not. But what is mandated is only the NCST. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Interpellator.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, batay po sa ating panukalang batas, no, sa kopya na naipamahagi po sa mga miyembro ng mababang kapulungan, Section 13, NCST graduates as National Service Reservists and AFP Reservists. Nabanggit po dito, Mr. Speaker, na upon completion of the NCST, citizen cadets shall be deemed NCST graduates and shall be incorporated in the NSRC and the AFP Reserve Force. Now, by definition, Mr. Speaker, sa kaparehong panukalang batas, ang pagkaka-define po sa AFP Citizen Armed Force ay component of the AFP comprised of citizen soldiers or AFP reservists trained and recruited in accordance with RA number 7077. Also, sa definition din ng AFP reservist, Mr. Speaker, it refers to a graduate of the NCST as established under this Act and as defined under RA number 7077. An AFP reservist is alternately referred to as citizen soldier. Ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, lahat ng mga college graduates natin, automatic na adjunct na ng ating AFP through the Citizen Armed Force. Kaya po, yun yung pinanggagalingan natin kung bakit itong RA 7077 somehow ay pwede pang hindi lahat, no, ay matik na bahagi ng Citizen Armed Force, pero dito with our around 4 million na population sa college level, edi pag gumraduate, bawat taon yung set ng graduates natin ay bahagi na ng Citizen Armed Force without giving a choice doon sa ating estudyante kung gusto niyang maging bahagi ng ating AFP Citizen Armed Force, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Interpellator, yun nga, yung Republic Act 7077, they will be part of the citizens armed forces of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Ito kasi reserve lang. Naka-reserve yan, they can do functions not militarily, but they can do functions to help yung pag-address ng mga disaster, doing itong other programs na napapaloob dito sa ating panukalang batas na ito. Kasama na rito yung emergency and community mass program, survival and safety work, civic duty inculcation, kasama na rin ito yon. Pero yung citizens armed forces of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, talagang geared yon for military work in support of the existing armed forces of the Philippines.
Mr. Speaker, tingin natin with this provision sa panukalang batas kung saan ay magiging bahagi agad ng Citizen Armed Force yung graduates nitong NCST, merong paraan yung ating AFP para immobilize yung mga kabataan natin, even though hindi lahat ay nakikita na they have to be part of the armed forces or be part of any extension or affiliate of the armed forces para sila ay makapagsilbi, Mr. Speaker. Kaya in line with that, gusto nga din nating itanong, dahil maraming mga instances kung saan pwedeng immobilize yung mga kabataan based on this bill. Halimbawa, national or local necessity, calamities, emergencies, disasters, edi okay naman po yun. Pero nabanggit ang armed conflict. Na ngayon, edi totoong nangyayari yung armed conflict sa ating bansa. Kaso nga, with the context na merong hindi maayos doon sa approach to armed conflict, lalo na nung ating defense sector, na actually pati civilians ay nadadamay, tapos pati na rin yung mga hindi naman directly involved doon sa armed conflict ay nadadamay. Mr. Speaker, would like to ask, ano yung mga duties and services na pwedeng ipatangan doon sa magiging bahagi ng citizen armed force kapag gusto na silang immobilize by virtue of this bill? Should it be enacted into law, Mr. Speaker?
Well, yun nga, nabanggit ko ang kanina na ang main responsibility nila rito ay tumulong sa mga several cases na meron tayo. Itong disaster, isa yan, napaka-importante nun. Tutulungan yung Office of the Civil Defense that does the work on the mobilization of our resources in terms of addressing disaster. Dito sa survival and safety techniques na magamit nila ito para tumulong dito sa mga disaster natin. Yung kanilang civic duty, pwede nilang gawin ito with this program. Civic duty in terms of helping, yung nabanggit ko nga kanina, kung ano yung mga specific training na kanilang attend on this particular program of civic duty. Ito magiging, let's say for example, dito sa pagbigay ng first aid, life support, training sa firefighting can be utilized in saving lives also during fire. So, iba-ibang skills ang dinidevelop natin para makatulong sila sa pag-perform ng kanilang civic duty in terms of responding to the requirements and cases of emergencies of the community.
Mr. Speaker, again, kuusapin naman po ng pag-respond sa calamities, emergencies, disasters. Wala tayong problema doon. Actually, gusto nga natin ay ma-equip yung mga kabataan. Of course, yung oras natin, yung energy natin, maalay natin para tumulong sa ating mga kababayan. But going back, Mr. Speaker, sa tanong natin, dito medyo napapakuno talaga ng noo yung mga kabataan natin kapag immobilize na mag-ambag doon sa armed conflict to perform non-combat and non-military duties and services. Ngayon kasi, Mr. Speaker, yung approach ng defense sector natin na highly militarist na approach sa armed conflict, tapos hanggang sa napapasok pa yung mandate ng ating mga civilian agencies para mag-ambag sa ating ganong pamamaraan nung pag-address sa armed conflict. Kasi sa pagkakaalam ko, Mr. Speaker, ang pagtugon ng ating estado ngayon sa armed conflict, meron siyang 3 components. Yung isa doon ay yung combat operations na ang malala nga nito ay dumudulo doon sa shelling, yung pambobomba sa kanayunan, indiscriminate firing na nakakaapekto kahit sa mga sibilyan. Other components, Mr. Speaker, halimbawa, surveillance operations. Tapos yung pangatlo, Mr. Speaker, psychological warfare or CyWar ops. Ngayon, edi yung surveillance at CyWar, edi pwede nating masabing yan ay non-combat. Ibig sabihin, posible ba na i-require yung ating mga kabataan na mag-ambag din sa ganong mga ginagawa, invoking yung ating ganitong panukalang batas dahil i-require na yung mga graduates ng NCST na mag-ambag dun sa armed conflict, Mr. Speaker. It can violate the conscience of people, especially young people, na iba yung nakikitang approach dun sa ating armed conflict, no? Na ayaw natin dun sa highly militarist, tapos gusto natin paano tayo tumungo dun sa mas mapayapang pamamaraan sa resolution ng armed conflict, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I think, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Interpellator, yung concern mo, I think, is noted, and I appreciate the expression of your concern among our students. But that is not the primary objective of this particular bill. That is precisely the reason a second component of this bill is yung ROTC natin for those who are interested to pursue higher military training under the ROTC. Yun ang ano natin, yun ang talagang unang ano natin kumbaga sa line of defense natin. And these are the people that should be mobilized, but everything should be done lawfully and in accordance with certain standards. And hindi naman siguro isasabak ng ating gobyerno yung mga estudyante o mga individual na una, ayaw nila. Pangalawa, hindi sila ready sa ganong larangan ng laban. So, yun ang sagot natin sa iyong katanungan. But I know where you're coming from and I understand the concern. Bilang magulang, I think inisip din natin na kailangan mapangalagaan natin ang ating mga anak at hindi sila pwedeng ganon, hindi sila interesado. At the same time, they are not prepared to perform such function as you indicated.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, in as much as, of course, kung sa bahagi ng ating buting sponsor, meron tayong parehong mitiin naman sa kung ano lang ba talaga yung dapat. Pero kung sa konteksto, Mr. Speaker, na may papel yung militar natin sa pagpapatupad nitong panukalang batas. Pagdating na sa implementation, doon tayo lubos na nangangamba. Kasi nga, lalo na kung may provision na pwedeng mag-ambag sa armed conflict, sa kahit anong paraan yung ating mga kabataan, kahit na hindi nila kagustuhan yon, marami itong nabubuksan for example, Mr. Speaker, speaking from experience, ako, student council officer ako nung college ako. Tapos, nag-ayos lamang ako ng mga papel, ng mga letters na ipapasa natin sa ating school administration. Pero merong isang ROTC officer, hindi man lang po ganun ka-subtle, tinitingnan, gustong isite kung ano ba yung mga papel na aking inaayos, na bahagi ng surveillance operations na sa kasalukuyan, kahit hindi mandatory yung ROTC, pero unfortunately nagagamit yung ating mga kabataan para sa ganitong mga mithiin na tila ba kahit yung mga kabataan natin na wala namang maling ginagawa, bahagi lamang ng mga organisasyon sa kanilang mga paaralan, nako-consider na targets nung counterinsurgency activities ng ating pamahalaan. Kaya that leads me to another question, Mr. Speaker. Ang pagiging bahagi ng AFP, ng technical panel ng NCST program. Maunawaan ko kung AFP yung mamumuno doon sa implementation ng ROTC kasi nga Reserve Officer Training Corps yung programa. Pero for NCST, Mr. Speaker, kailangan ba talaga na bahagi ang AFP ng curriculum at paano sinusubaybayan ang implementation ng NCST kung ang ating claim ay wala itong military training o hindi ito military training?
Mr. Speaker, I think I understand the concern of our interpellator on the inclusion of AFP in the technical panel. Probably one suggestion that we can pursue in the amendment portion of this deliberation is we can just make the AFP as a resource person of the technical panel instead of being a regular part of the technical panel of the NCST. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Interpellator.
That is duly noted, Mr. Speaker. Kasunod po na punto ay tungkol naman sa pagkakaroon natin ng school-based ready reserve units. No? Ang definition po ng school-based ready reserve units sa ating panukalang batas ay operational unit of the AFP Citizen Armed Force based in an HEI or higher education institution. Mr. Speaker, maaari bang ma-describe sa atin paano gagana ang ganong school-based ready reserve unit sa loob ng isang HEI? Para bang magkakaroon ng istasyon ang mga magpapatupad ng ganitong programa? Halimbawa, AFP, ibig sabihin ba ay meron silang parang opisina sa loob ng campus, Mr. Speaker?
Merong opisina yung NCST doon sa mga universidad o college, no? Pero kung military ito, dapat may approval yung school kung sino ang malalagay doon. Hindi pwedeng kahit na sino pwedeng ilagay ng militar o ng AFP or even DND without the approval of the higher education institution.
Okay.
Ito yung napapaloob dito sa atin. At kung ayaw nila o merong ginawang hindi maganda, yung representative ng armed forces doon sa loob pwedeng tanggalin ng HCI at humingi ng kapalit. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Interpellator.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, habang merong paraan para mapanagot ang mga opisyal ng ating Armed Forces of the Philippines na pwedeng magkasala sa loob ng isang paaralan, gusto ko pa rin kilalanin, Mr. Speaker, yung uneven na power dynamics sa pagitan ng AFP tsaka ng ating mga higher educational institutions. Halimbawa kung paano kinokompel o unduly ini-impluwensyahan ng ating AFP yung ating mga paaralan para maging mas maluwag doon sa free entry and exit nila sa loob ng mga campus. Paano yung impluwensya ng AFP doon sa censorship ng mga libro sa loob ng ating mga paaralan. Kaya ang kinakatakot natin dito, Mr. Speaker, and this is a valid concern among members of the education community, ay kapag maipatupad itong Section 34. Kasi sabi dito, Mr. Speaker, HEIs or higher education institutions shall provide office space, access to facilities, and personnel to assist the DND and AFP in managing the SBRRUs or the school-based ready reserve units. Kapag ganun, Mr. Speaker, ibig sabihin ay malalegitimize yung free entry and exit nung ating AFP sa mga campus na actually baligtad yung ating gusto mangyari. Mas gusto nga po natin paano mapigilan yung pagpasok na ating mga militar at yung kapulisan, yung mga armadong ahente ng ating pamahalaan. Given nga rin yung naging trend na kapag malaya sila nakakalabas-pasok, may mga epekto na ito doon sa education community. Yung halimbawa, yung conducive environment for free association, free expression, tsaka yung pwedeng makomit na mga abuso talaga doon sa mga kasapi ng education community, Mr. Speaker.
I think yung pangamba mo, Mr. Interpellator, is real, but this school or this university can exercise its power within the campus as far as what should be done and what should not be done in the campus by this either the armed forces or DND. As a matter of fact, on the following provision, nakalagay dito that the private HCI shall have the authority to select from the list of eligible DND and AFP officers those to be subject for deployment in their institutions. So, sa una pa lang, ang HCI na magdi-decide kung sinong gusto nilang ma-deploy doon.
Mr. Speaker, meron po ba tayong ideya kung gaano karami yung mga personnel ng AFP na magpapatupad ng NCST o ng ROTC kapag naging batas na po itong pinag-uusapan natin ngayon?
At this point, I cannot answer your question, Mr. Interpellator, Mr. Speaker, but this will be decided by the technical panel composed of the various agencies of government in the technical panel. And just earlier, we will be including teachers and students in this panel as recommended, and we will include it during the amendment part of this deliberation. So in that case, I think there will be I would say a body that will help in ensuring that we avoid or prevent the occurrence of problems that you just mentioned, considering that many institutions and individuals are involved in this selection of or the preparation of the programs, including the places where these individuals from the military be assigned to.
Mr. Speaker, karugtong na tanong, dahil kung nais ng ating security sector na mag-mobilize ng mga kababayan natin para dun sa objectives na ma-justify naman niya, sa RA 7077, meron ng paraan paano mag-mobilize at saan pwede mag-mobilize. Nasa Article 10, Section 61 on mobilization centers, there shall be established in each province as many mobilization centers as needed, corresponding to the number and distribution of reservists in the province to which reservists will report when mobilization is ordered. The citizen military training centers in the provinces established under this act may also serve as mobilization centers. Na bahagi din po nito, the location of these centers shall be given the widest public information by the local executives. Ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, kung naghahanap tayo ng location, saan pwedeng tipunin yung mga bahagi ng ating citizen armed force, meron na po. Kasi, nabanggit pa nga dito, bawat probinsya. Ibig sabihin, kung meron tayong around 80 na mga probinsya sa ating bansa at merong genuine intentions yung ating AFP, ibig sabihin, around 80 na yon na mga mobilization centers. Now, Mr. Speaker, yun yung isa sa mga hindi natin maintindihan mula sa ating defense sector. Bakit yung mga schools yung gustong gamitin para sa objectives na mag-aambag, halimbawa doon sa armed conflict? Kasi nga, bahagi ng mga international conventions on educational institutions, ay dapat pangalagaan natin yung ating mga paaralan bilang zones of peace. Bawal na magamit yung ating campuses para sa anumang mga aktibidad na bahagi na nung objectives ng ating militar, Mr. Speaker. Kasi sa ngayon, if I'm correct, meron tayong around 100 plus na mga SUCs pa lang. SUCs pa lang yung ating pinag-uusapan. In terms of campuses, would our sponsor be able to give us the figure? Ilan yung campuses ngayon ng ating SUCs?
We have 114 state universities and colleges, and on the average, we have about 3 or 5 campuses. So more or less, close to 1,000 campuses all over the country. But it does not mean that DND will put up, a school-based ready reserve unit for every campus. We can have a conglomeration of campuses and can be only one school-based ready reserve unit for several campuses in one particular locality. Because it will be impractical to put up one setup for every campus. That will be very difficult on the part of the government to finance this, and at the same time, if there are no students, you don't need to put one in the first place, or you have very few students, then you don't need to do that. So having said that, I think we will be prudent in putting up these school-based ready reserve units so that we will have to organize very few units in several locations so that we can be more optimal in our utilization of our resources or the resources of the Armed Forces of the Philippines.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, maaring merong good faith at merong ganong assurance galing sa ating committee. Kaso, kung sa punto de vista po ng AFP, ang nais talaga nila ay paano magamit yung ating mga campuses para dun sa kanilang objectives. Kahit nga po wala pa yung ganitong panukalang batas, we receive reports at nais nating bigyang boses ang ganitong mga ulat kasi concerning talaga ito. Habang wala pa yung ganitong panukalang batas, meron po tayong mga paaralan. Example, yung campus ng UP sa Davao City. Sa loob po mismo ng campus, meron pong istasyon yung ating militar. Tapos, sa ibang mga SUCs naman, for example po, yung Bicol University, paglabas po ng gate, tatawid lang, nandyan na po yung barracks ng ating militar. Kaya with that, nakaka-create ito nung isang environment na kung saan yung ating mga bahagi ng education community, kahit nga sa mga nais pa lang na gawin, no? Halimbawa, maglunsad ng mga educational discussions, magkaroon ng pagtitipon ng mga estudyante, highly monitored na at ini-invoke yung national security, paano daw dapat na mag-ambag yung education community dun sa objectives ng ating armed forces na gustong abutin sa isang paraan na nakaka-encroach na sa ating civilian spaces. At with school-based ready reserve units, wala na pong pagtatago doon kasi mismo ang mangyayari, nasa loob na talaga ng mga campus ang ating mga militar in the guise of implementing an educational program. Now, Mr. Speaker, dagdag na rin na punto, no, ay patukol naman sa ano ba talaga yung objectives dito ng ating armed forces. Kasi malinaw naman po na kung meron tayong citizen armed force, dadaan po siya sa military training. Ngayon, if we claim na itong NCST ay part lang niya, yung military training, para bang binababaan ng ating AFP yung kanyang standards para makapag-produce ng isang dekalidad at handa na citizen armed force, Mr. Speaker?
Hindi naman, Mr. Speaker, hindi naman ganon sa aking tingin. Kaya nga tayo merong ROTC. Pag ikaw ay nakatapos ng NCST at gusto mo mag-pursue ng higher or advanced ROTC,
doon ka pumasok. Ang ibig sabihin, yung mga talagang pupunta sa ROTC ay yung talagang interesado at gustong magserbisyo at maging member sila ng reserve force ng ating gobyerno. Yun ang pinaka-importante doon eh. Ito kasi general ito. What we wanted in the NCST is to do more of civil work yung ating mga estudyante. But those who would like to pursue a higher or advanced ROTC are the ones who are interested and be included in the reserve force of the armed forces. Some of them who will graduate with their bachelor's degree and complete itong ROTC can be commissioned officers of the armed forces of the Philippines.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, kung ikukumpara kasi natin sa ilalim ng RA 7077 o yung ating Citizen Armed Force or AFP Reservist Act, ang kailangan na training ay military training for a period of not more than 6 months. Ito po ay nasa Section 35, Article 7 ng RA 7077. Yun yung kailangan para maging bahagi ng Citizen Armed Force. Pero sa ilalim nitong panukalang batas, pwede nang maging bahagi ng Citizen Armed Force kahit yung kukunin ay, bagamat 2 years siya, pero hindi siya focus doon sa military training lamang. Ang dami kasi niyang laman din eh. Na syempre yung mga laman nun ay okay naman talaga yung mga survival, disaster training, ganyan. Pero kung sa objective na magkaroon ng Citizen Armed Force, tingin ko kung yun talaga yung gusto ng AFP, hindi niya yun magagawa using the NCST. Tapos, Mr. Speaker, dagdag na lang din, ito din, marami ding nagtaka dito, yung pag-create ng isang 4-year ROTC program na para bang baccalaureate degree. Ibig sabihin, yung iba kurso nila, bawa ako, BS Applied Mathematics, yung iba BS Economics, yung iba BA Araling Filipino. So paano po yun? Parang meron tayong BS ROTC. With that, para saan pa po na meron tayong PMA at yung iba pa nating mga training institutions na yun yung focus doon sa paghahanda para sa ganitong mga tipo ng gawain, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Interpellator, yung 4-year course natin na ROTC, hindi ibig sabihin lahat ng subjects kukunin mo yan kamukha nung ino-offer ng Philippine Military Academy. Hindi ganun ito. Itong ROTC is actually conducted din kamukha nung before na meron tayong basic ROTC which is 12 units tapos another 12 units dun sa advanced ROTC. Yun ang ano natin dito. Hindi yung merong BS na BS ROTC. Let's say ikaw ay kumukuha ng BS Philosophy or BS Political Science, you take NCST for 2 years pero 3 units lang per semester. However, if you want to take yung ROTC on the 3rd and 4th year while pursuing your AB Philosophy or BS Philosophy, you have to first complete another 5-month leadership training before you can take on the 3rd year and 4th year yung sort of advanced ROTC. So, but once you graduate your AB or BS Philosophy, you can be commissioned sa AFP as probably second lieutenant if you are interested to become one.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Interpellator.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, kaya natin point out yung ganong mga nasa ating panukalang batas, yung tila ba ay pagbaba ng standards para makapag-train at maklasify ang isang mamamayan bilang bahagi ng Citizen Armed Force. Pati na rin yung paghahanda para sa regular force ng ating AFP, no? Itong 4-year ROTC program, part siya ng paghahanda para sa magiging mga officers ng regular force ng AFP, Mr. Speaker. So, tingin natin, parang umabot yung AFP natin to the point of lowering standards. Ibig sabihin, hindi para talaga ma-accomplish niya yung kanyang genuine na mga objectives para sa pagsasanay ng kanyang mga personnel. For me, Mr. Speaker, nais lang talaga ng ating defense sector na maghanap ng paraan, kahit ano pa yan, kahit anong butas pa yan, para pasukin yung ating mga campuses, para i-institutionalize yung kanyang presensya sa loob ng ating mga campuses, Mr. Speaker. Yun yung bottom line natin kasi yun nga para dun sa supposedly intended objectives, hindi naman talaga naaabot. Kaya kahit na halimbawa low quality yung magiging citizen armed force, pero the fact remains na sa pag-produce ng ganitong mga citizen armed force, naabot ng ating AFP yung kanyang objective na ma-infiltrate yung ating mga paaralan at ma-encroach yung academic freedom ng ating mga institusyon. Now, Mr. Speaker, if I'm to proceed, one of my final few points sa usapin naman ng school fees na kaugnay nitong NCST. Nabanggit po sa Section 42 na yung mga HEIs and TVIs or Technical Vocational Institutions not covered by Republic Act number 10931 may collect a training fee of not more than 50% of the tuition fee per academic unit. Sa ngayon po at least para lang din mapaghandaan ng ating mga paaralan. Kasi lahat ng SUCs naman automatic bahagi na ng RA 10931. How about our LUCs? Meron pa po ba tayong mga LUCs na hindi saklaw ng RA 10931, Mr. Speaker?
They are covered, yung mga LUCs, under Republic Act 10931 or the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education, Congressman Manuel.
Yeah. However, Mr. Speaker, if I am correct, di ba yung ating mga LUC ay kinailangan pang mag-undergo sa CHED accreditation bago sila kilalanin bilang beneficiaries din nitong free education program. Tama po ba, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Manuel.
Yeah. Ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, para dun sa mga estudyante ng LUCs na hindi pa accredited yung kanilang mga paaralan, posible pa na merong ganitong bayarin in line with their enrollment sa NCST bago ma-accredit yung school nila, Mr. Speaker.
We would like to believe that all these schools should be accredited already by the CHED, considering the fact that it is a requirement that they should be. When you offer a program or when you put up a college or university, you need to be recognized. And that is very important. And if there are still very few LUCs, I think it's high time that they should be. And probably before the full implementation of this bill, once it becomes a law, we will help them be recognized by the Commission on Higher Education.
Salamat, Mr. Sponsor. Ngayon, pagdating naman po sa ating mga private schools, lalo na po, of course, again, lalo na sa Committee on Higher and Technical Education, meron po tayong understanding din naman talaga na lalo pag-usapin ng school fees, yung mga small private schools natin, hindi naman natin sila tinatrato dito bilang mga kalaban natin. I'm more of concerned doon sa mga big private schools natin na mas mataas yung kanilang mga bayarin at nakakaya po nila na magtaas ng tuition and other school fees. Kampante po sila na gawin yon, lalo na't malaki yung kanilang enrollment and with their reputation, meron silang constant na flow ng mga enrollees, kaya nakakapagpataw sila ng mataas na mga bayarin, Mr. Speaker. We're concerned that based on Section 42, nabanggit po dito, such funds shall be used only for the implementation of the NCST and ROTC programs and the maintenance of the school-based NSRC units and school-based Ready Reserve units. Mr. Speaker, nangamba po tayo na pati yung mga kinakailangan ng AFP personnel at yung mga magpapatupad ng ROTC ay isi-shoulder pa ng ating mga estudyante in the form of fees na i-assess ng ating mga paaralan at yun yung ipapataw sa kanilang mga estudyante, Mr. Speaker?
Well, I assume that the tuition fees that will be paid, not more than 50% by the HCIs, should be sufficient to cover the cost of running the NCST in their university or college, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Interpellator.
Mr. Speaker, mayroon po kasi din tayong mga documented instances kung saan yung mga nagpapatupad ng ROTC program ay involved sa corruption. In fact, yun nga yung naging dahilan kung bakit nagsalita si Mark Wilson Chua, isiniwalat yung mga abuses sa loob ng ROTC program, kaya siya pinatay ng kanyang mga kapwa ROTC cadets sa University of Santo Tomas. And Mr. Speaker, kaya ko yun nabanggit kasi nasa provision po na ang binabayad ng mga estudyante ay gagamitin pang-maintain ng mga school-based Ready Reserve units na ang involved po dito ay yung Armed Forces of the Philippines. Kaya naman sa halip na yung pera ng ating mga estudyante ay magagamit sana for quality education at pag-ayos ng quality of instruction, yung bahagi din ng school fees na napupunta sa ating mga facilities at iba pa, madadivert pa para dun sa mga personnel na magtitiyak ng school-based Ready Reserve units at pagpapatupad ng military components ng NSRC tsaka yung ROTC program, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Interpellator, nakakalungkot yung nangyari sa ating estudyante sa UST, no? At yun, ayaw nating mangyari yun. At dito naman, meron tayong mga provision dito to ensure na yung ganong mga sitwasyon ay hindi mangyayari as we provide certain provisions here that would ensure na hindi mangyayari yon. Meron tayong oversight committee na composed of various departments of the government, including the state universities and colleges, mga association of local universities and colleges, including other private sector representatives, para masiguro na itong oversight committee na ito will monitor itong lahat ng ginagawa ng mga involved dito sa NCST at sila ay mag-evaluate nito at masiguro na maiwasan yung mga ganong pangyayari. And of course, nabanggit ko nga kanina rin, meron tayong mga penal provisions as stated in the bill that will penalize itong mga involved sa mga ganitong mga sitwasyon. Of course, hindi na natin gustong mangyari yun sa unang-unang ngayon. But should this thing happens again, not necessarily itong nangyari kay yung estudyante sa UST, ayaw na natin mangyari yon. But ito, gagawin lahat ng makakaya ng ating gobyerno para masiguro na hindi tayo malalagay sa ganung sitwasyon ulit.
Mr. Speaker, duly noted yung nabanggit ng ating buting sponsor. Bagamat for the record, nananatili po yung ating mga pangamba, lalo na't kung magiging involved yung mga institusyon na mismo sa kanilang mga bakuran ay nandyan ang culture of impunity, ang corruption, ang pag-promote ng blind obedience, tsaka kultura ng karahasan, namely the Philippine National Police, tsaka ang Armed Forces of the Philippines. Probably this will be my final point, Mr. Speaker, dahil sa ating Education Committee sa loob ng Kongreso, positibo na napag-usapan ang isang panukalang batas, yung Aral Bill o yung Academic Recovery through Alternative Learning, na isa doon sa mga magiging warm bodies natin para magturo sa mga estudyante na nahirapan sa kanilang pag-aaral nung panahon ng pandemya. Bahagi ng mamobilize natin ay yung mga estudyante who took one of the 3 components of the current NSTP program, yung LTS o Literacy Training Service. Yun ay magandang pool na sana ng mga makakapagturo, ready na immobilize natin. However, under the NCST, wala na ang ganong specialized program para mag-produce ng mga pwedeng makapagturo sa ating mga komunidad, Mr. Speaker. Paano kaya iyon?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Interpellator, just like what I've mentioned prior to this interpellation and debate, I had talked with our chairman of the Committee on Basic Education that we will include this as an amendment when we go into the portion of individual and committee amendments, that we will include yung literacy training services that can be provided by those who will take itong NCSP, Mr. Interpellator, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to wrap up my interpellation na para dun sa mga nais nating objectives, kung paghahanda para sa disasters, community service, volunteerism, nandyan po ang Civic Welfare Training Service o CWTS, one of the 3 components of the NSTP. Pangalawa, para sa kakabanggit ko lang, Literacy Training Service o LTS. At kung nais talaga na ating AFP na mag-produce ng ating mga reservists, nandyan naman na yung ROTC program. Mainam na ma-maximize yung kayang ituro ng bawat isa sa isang makataong paraan sa halip na magkaroon ng isang programa kung saan yung ating security sector ay makakapagpasok sa ating education at sa ating civilian life ng mga iba't ibang aktibidad na sagkana doon sa karapatan at sa kapakanan ng ating mga kababayan. But then again, duly recognized yung mga naging pagbabago so far dito sa ating panukalang batas, and we will explore possible amendments na pwede nating maihapag dito sa kapulungan. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat sa ating buting sponsor.
Thank you also. Thank you very much, Mr. Interpellator and Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Deputy Speaker Isidro T. Ungab of the 3rd District of Davao City for his manifestation.
The distinguished Deputy Speaker, the gentleman from the 3rd District of Davao City, the Honorable Isidro T. Ungab, is recognized for his manifestation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, I just want to make a manifestation in support of this bill. And earlier, the sponsor, chairman of the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, mentioned as basis of the bill, Article 2, Section 4 of the 1987 Constitution, which provides that the government may call upon the people to defend the state, and in fulfillment thereof, all citizens may be required under conditions provided by law to render personal, military, or civil service. And may I add that it is also enshrined in the 1973 and in the 1935 Constitution, both in the same Article 2, Section 2, which states that the defense of the state is a prime duty of government, and in the fulfillment of this duty, all citizens may be required by law to render personal, military, or civil service. And may I further add, that in the 1989 Malolos Constitution, Artikulo 27, todo Filipino está obligado a defender la patria con más armas cuando sea llamado por la ley. Every Filipino is required to rise in arms to defend the motherland whenever he is summoned by the law. Also, the sponsor have mentioned Republic Act 7077 or the AFP Reservist Act signed in June 27, 1991. And may I also further add that Commonwealth Act number 1 or the National Defense Act also provides that that all citizens may be called by law to render personal, military, or civil service. I mention this because I believe all these duties, obligations of a citizen really requires us to defend our motherland as member of the Citizen Armed Force. And the way we can do this is to be trained either through personal, civil, or military service. So, thank you, Mr. President. And lastly, every day we sing this year, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisil. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no more other interpellators, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
We move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby open.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move that we now proceed to consider individual amendments.
The Majority Leader may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Roman T. Romulo of the Zone District of Pasig City for his individual amendment.
The gentleman from the city of Pasig, the Honorable Roman Romulo, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. As mentioned by the sponsor, I move for the following amendment on page 5, section 7, paragraph 2, line 44, between the word inculcation, comma, and the word survival. I move to insert the phrase literacy training services. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
I agree, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
If on the part of the House, is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Romulo may proceed.
That's it, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Franz Castro for her individual amendment.
The Honorable Franz Castro is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, on my amendments is to remove, on page 5, line 15, we remove AFP.
What does the sponsor say?
I agree, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
On the part of the House, is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
And Mr. Speaker, on section 6, we add here the representative from the Union of Teachers and representative from the students.
What does the sponsor say?
I agree, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we join the sponsor in accepting the amendment.
On the part of the House, is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
So that's all, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The period of amendments is closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 6687.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The consideration of House Bill 6687 is hereby suspended. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for Thursday and Friday, I move for the consideration of the following local bills. House Bill number 1863 as contained in Committee Report number 248. House Bill number 6338 as contained in Committee Report number 181. House Bill number 6339 as contained in Committee Report number 182. House Bill number 6660 as contained in Committee Report number 239. House Bill number 6661 as contained in Committee Report number 240. House Bill number 6663 as contained in Committee Report number 241. House Bill number 6664 as contained in Committee Report number 242. House Bill number 6665 as contained in Committee Report number 243. House Bill number 6668 as contained in Committee Report number 244. House Bill number 6669 as contained in Committee Report number 245. House Bill number 6552 as contained in Committee Report number 217. House Bill number 6553 as contained in Committee Report number 218. House Bill number 6575 as contained in Committee Report number 225. House Bill number 6670 as contained in Committee Report number 246. House Bill number 6671 as contained in Committee Report number 247. House Bill number 6157 as contained in Committee Report number 174. House Bill number 6413 as contained in Committee Report number 186. House Bill number 6551 as contained in Committee Report number 216. House Bill number 6307 as contained in Committee Report number 178. And House Bill number 6374 as contained in Committee Report number 184. And for this purpose, may we direct the Secretary General to read the respective titles of the aforementioned bills.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the aforementioned bills.
House Bill 1863, an act transferring the Provincial Agrarian Reform Office of Lanao del Norte from Iligan City to the Municipality of Tubod, Lanao del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 6338, an act establishing a freshwater fish hatchery in the Municipality of Talagocon, Province of Agusan del Sur, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 6339, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the Municipality of Biliran, Province of Biliran, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 6660, an act separating the Tukuran Technical Vocational High School, Baclay Extension in Barangay Baclay, Municipality of Tukuran, Province of Zamboanga del Sur, from the Tukuran Technical Vocational High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as the Baclay National High School, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 6661, an act separating the Sapa Anding National High School, Ramon Magsaysay Extension, in Barangay Poblacion, Municipality of Ramon Magsaysay, Province of Zamboanga del Sur, from the Sapa Anding Agricultural Vocational Technical School, converting it into an independent national high school, to be known as the Ramon Magsaysay National High School, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 6663, an act converting the Bukid Elementary School in Barangay Bukid, Municipality of Jose Abad Santos, Province of Davao Occidental, into an integrated school to be known as the Bukid Integrated School, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 6664, an act converting the Tribal Filipino School of Tambelang, known as the TFS of Tambelang Elementary School, in Barangay Datu, Danwata, Municipality of Malita, Province of Davao Occidental, into an integrated school to be known as the TFS of Tambelang Integrated School, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 6665, an act converting the Kidaman Elementary School in Barangay Calbay, Municipality of Jose Abad Santos, Province of Davao Occidental, into an integrated school to be known as the Kidaman Integrated School, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 6668, an act separating the Mariano Peralta National High School, Datu Danwata Extension in Barangay Datu Danwata, Municipality of Manita, Province of Davao Occidental, from the Mariano Peralta National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as the Gaspar Danwata National High School, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 6669, an act establishing a national high school in Barangay Mabca, Municipality of Sagnay, Province of Camarines Sur, to be known as the Mabca National High School, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 6552, an act converting the San Isidro Satellite Campus of the Leyte Normal University, located in the Municipality of San Isidro, Province of Leyte, into a regular campus of the Leyte Normal University, to be known as the Leyte Normal University, San Isidro Campus, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 6553, an act converting the Bataan Peninsula State University, Bagak Extension Campus, in the Municipality of Bagak, Province of Bataan, into a regular campus of the Bataan Peninsula State University, to be known as the Bataan Peninsula State University, Bagak Campus, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 6575, an act converting the Balicuatro, the College of Arts and Trades of the Municipality of Allen, Province of Northern Samar, into a polytechnic institution to be administered and supervised by the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, to be known as the Northern Samar Polytechnic Institute, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 6670, an act converting the Agusan del Sur School of Arts and Trades in the Municipality of Prosperidad, Province of Agusan del Sur, into a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, supervised and administered polytechnic institution, to be known as the Agusan del Sur Polytechnic Institute for Technical Education, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 6671, an act converting the Cagayan de Oro, Bugo, School of Arts and Trades in the city of Cagayan de Oro, Province of Misamis Oriental, into a polytechnic institution to be administered and supervised by the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, to be known as the Cagayan de Oro Polytechnic Institute, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 6157, an act providing for the manner of determining the ranking of the members of the Sangguniang Panlunsod of the City of Valenzuela for purposes of succession, amending for the purpose Section 21 of Republic Act No. 8526, otherwise known as the Charter of the City of Valenzuela. House Bill 6413, an act amending the name of the City of Lapu-Lapu to the City of Lapu-Lapu, amending for the purpose Republic Act No. 3134, otherwise known as the Charter of the City of Lapu-Lapu. House Bill 6551, an act declaring the Cuyamis Festival as the official festival of the province of Misamis Oriental. House Bill 6307, an act declaring the municipality of Doña Remedios Trinidad, province of Bulacan, an ecotourism zone. And House Bill 6374, an act declaring the Caparcan Falls located in Barangay Cagayanayan, Municipality of Tineg, Province of Abra, an ecotourism site, and establishing the Kaparkan Falls Development Council.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is open.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the respective explanatory notes be considered as the sponsorship speech of the said measures.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate on the said local bills, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments and approve the committee amendments, if any, as contained in the committee reports of the aforementioned bills.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the omnibus approval on second reading of the following House bills: House Bill number 1863, 6338, 6339, 6660, 6661, 6663, 6664, 6665, 6668, 6669, 6552, 6553, 6575, 6670, 6671, 6157, 6413, 6551, 6307, and 6374.
There is an omnibus motion to approve the aforementioned local bills. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The aforementioned local bills are hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Resolution number 643 and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the House Resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution 643.
House Resolution 643. Resolution congratulating and commending the Honorable Richard I. Gomez, representative of the 4th Legislative District of Leyte, for winning the silver medal in the 4th Federation International de Tir aux Armes Sportives de Chasse, FITASC, Asian Sporting Championship, and placing fourth in the 5th FITASC Asian Compact Sporting Championship Senior Division held in Potaram, Thailand from November 6, 2022.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution number 643 in consolidation of House Resolutions numbers 578 and 583. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
As many as are in favor of House Resolution 643, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 643 is adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Resolution number 647 and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the House Resolution.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved and the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution 647.
House Resolution 647. Resolution commending and congratulating Ms. Heidelin F. Diaz for winning 3 gold medals in the 55-kilogram women's weightlifting event during the 2022 World Weightlifting Championships held in the Gran Carpa Americas Conferias in Bogota, Colombia.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution number 647 in consolidation with Resolution 629, 631, 633, 639, 640, and 641.
As many as are in favor of House Resolution 647, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 647 is approved, is adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Resolution number 648 and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the House Resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved and the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution 648.
House Resolution 648. Resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Richard Ricky G. Recto, former Vice Governor of the province of Batangas and the brother of Deputy House Speaker Ralph G. Recto.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution 648 in consolidation with House Resolution 630. I so move.
Yes, as many as are in favor of House Resolution 648, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 648 is adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn session. Mr. Speaker, I request for a minute suspension. Mr. Speaker,
The Majority Leader may proceed.
I move that we adjourn session until tomorrow, the 15th of December at 2 in the afternoon. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Session is adjourned until tomorrow, December 15 at 2 p.m.
Recording stopped.